Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We are live here at the Nature Sports Podcast, back with that good old Workhorse Wednesday, man. Y'all already know what we do, man, with this Workhorse Wednesday. I'm
Yes,
ETA
sir. Workhorse. Been a
man.
minute.
Got Big Son in the building. Uptown
Y'all
B
already know.
in a little bit. Point B in the building.
Yo,
Y'all
yo, what
know.
up, what
Sir.
up?
Yes, indeed. So, a lot to unpack. Man. We had the good old draft this weekend. And so, again, we want to thank everybody who tuned in with us, man. We gave y'all the whole draft, top to bottom. Pretty much we gave you everything that we wanted to give you in regards to the draft and how and what we felt about the draft. But we're gonna go into a little bit more depth when it comes to the draft and a little bit more depth when it comes to a whole bunch of things in regards to Washington Redskins football. You dig what I'm saying? So I just want to let the guys say anything you needed to say. As far as introduction wise, it's a new season, new Workhorse Wednesday, the first Workhorse Wednesday of the year. You know what I'm
Sir.
talking about?
Workhorse.
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 Yeah, so the first Workhorse Wednesday for the year. So I'm gonna pitch it to the guys so they can introduce themselves again. I'm ETA Rowe. So you know what I'm saying? I'll be
Yes,
hosting.
sir. It's that boy Big Son. Y'all already know what it is.
Yeah, so I'm gonna
Locking
talk to
in.
you guys. Let them all go ahead. Go ahead, do your thing, Big Son. My bad.
It's that boy Big Son. Our brother, he'll be here shortly. You know what I'm saying, man? 10 years we've been in this. Like to thank y'all for hanging in there with us, man.
Feedback, bro.
You breaking up. Go ahead.
Thank y'all for hanging in there with us, man. And seeing that this Sunday building.
We,
Glad
we
to be
still getting
back
a bit of
on.
Yeah, you
feedback
still
from you.
breaking up. You still breaking up.
Glad to be back on Workhorse Wednesday.
There you go. Yeah. Yes, indeed. What you
Yes,
got, bro?
sir.
Yeah, this point B. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the road, keeping it moving like I am doing. I will say welcome to the Adam Peters and Dan Quinn regime. I am happy with what I've seen in this offseason so far, but I want to get all the way into it. You know what I mean? So I'm going to keep mine short and simple and say this offseason, I feel like Washington was one of the best teams this offseason, straight up.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So without further ado, I guess we're gonna go straight into the draft. You know what I mean? And what happened those days and how things shaked out for everybody. You know what I'm saying? So what Big Son, I think you got the draft or you got the draftees up. So let's go to the draft recap, man. Go ahead, let's get on to that thing.
Yeah. First up, I already know. JD5, baby. JD5 drafted by Washington Commanders at number 2. Then you got the big defensive lineman, Jerzon Newton out of Illinois. Then we had, what's my guy? Mike Samuel. I like this guy right here, Mike Samuel out of Michigan. Chapman,
Hey, Big Son, you're chopping up a
Yeah,
bit too.
you chopping up a little bit.
let me go back up. Y'all can hear me now?
Nah, you still chopping up. You still chopping up a little bit.
Well, now,
Still
my,
the same issue.
yeah, I don't know, man. Somebody else might have to read it because
All right,
I
I
don't know what's going on.
I'll take that one over, okay? So, for the first pick, you know what I'm saying, we had round 1, number 2 overall, Jaden Daniels, quarterback from LSU. In the second round, the number 36 overall pick, we had Jerzon Newton, defensive tackle from Illinois. The next pick, round 2, the 50th overall pick, we got that from Philly through New Orleans. And in that one, we got Mike Sanders still, the cornerback from Michigan. Round 2 still. This is our third round 2 pick. Again from Philly. We got tight end Ben Sanat, number 53 overall. And then we went down to the third round, number 67 overall. In the third round, we got Ben Coleman, a guard from TCU. In the third round, we got the number 100th pick from San Francisco. That was for Chase Young in exchange for Chase Young. On the trade, we got Luke McCaffrey, wide receiver from Rice. The 5th round pick, number 139, we got Jordan McGee from Temple. That was our pick. Then again in the 5th round, from Philadelphia through Tampa Bay also, we got there was the number 161st pick. We got Dominique Hampton, safety from Washington. And the last pick, our own personal Mr. Irrelevant here in Washington, Javonte John Baptiste, edge rusher from Notre Dame. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. So interesting. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, a little bit better.
Yeah. That last one was a little choppy.
Yeah, I muted it. Let's see.
So I would say for this draft, I can speak up first because I feel like I've scouted. I've scouted out of our 6 picks out of our 6 rounds of drafting. I've scouted 6 rounds. I haven't scouted the last round, Baptiste, yet. I did slightly scout him during the draft process, but not as much as I would like to see. So I'm gonna leave him off the board right now. But I'm gonna say that Johnny Newton, might be
Hold
one.
on. No, what I want to do is give everybody a chance for you to go through the draft picks individually. So
Okay.
let's start with number 1. Let's start with the number 1 guy right here. Let's start with top of the food chain.
Okay.
Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels. I feel like Jaden Daniels is going to be a good addition to the offense. I feel like Kingsbury wants to build the offense around somebody like Jaden Daniels, and looking forward, I think that's a smart decision. If you want to change your whole offense, initially I think that they should have held on to Howell a little longer. But when you add a Jaden Daniels, right, you add a threat that can run, that can pass, that can make some of the longer throws, got a decent arm to get the ball downfield. He's a taller guy. He's slim, but he's tall, so he can see over the line. You don't have that same, issue with smaller, guys. So I think this is a very good addition. I did, however, want Marvin Harrison Jr., but I think that I'm going to really like Jaden Daniels in the next 3 years if he can stay healthy.
So, what do you give that? What's your grade on that? What's your grade? Now, mind you, what you said you wanted Marvin Harrison Jr. Is it anybody else out of the whole board? Let's take the whole board into account. This is the number 2 overall pick. You had the whole board in front of you. The whole board in front of you. What is this the pick that you would have made? Is this the right pick? What is your draft pick with the whole board in front of you? And can you name the reasons why you did not pick the other guys? Meaning the other quarterbacks. What did Jaden Daniels have that the other quarterbacks didn't have? If it was that you was drafting the quarterback or even any other draft picks, what made Jaden Daniels more special than these other guys?
I think the dual threat ability. I think that that dual threat ability. His legs. He's fast. He's not a quick scrambler. He's a runner. So he's a guy that can take off. So I think that that's what separated him, because I think that everybody has pretty comparable arms with the exception of Caleb Williams, which I think is the best passer. But I think Jaden Daniels' legs, that's a dynamic threat right there. So I think that's it. I would have picked Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm not mad at them for picking Jaden Daniels, so I give this a grade A right now, because the quarterback was a need. So, and it's one of the bigger needs on the team. So I definitely agree with picking him, even at number 2. I do think that there's other people that could have impacted, like a Joe Alt, like a couple other guys. But
why not Joe? What makes Jaden Daniels a better pick over Joe Alt?
Well, what makes him to me the pick for them? I think that because that quarterback position is so needed, I think that they wanted to get the best possible guy for that position because we don't have a locked in guy as that number one guy. So I think that they felt like Sam Howell had a lot of good intangibles, but Sam Howell didn't electrify, I would say. And I feel like Jaden Daniels is an electric player. I think he's a guy that makes the play.
Okay. And does the trade of Sam Howell affect the grade here?
You said what now?
Does the trade of Sam Howell affect the grade?
To me, no. To me. And the reason I say no is mainly because Sam Howell is technically a part of the old regime, you know, and if it seems like they were trying to start afresh, like most GMs and coaches and stuff like that do. So I don't think that I can like, everybody does this. This is common practice in football. You know what I mean? So
Right.
if it wasn't business as usual, then I would say yes. But I mean, this is common practice in football. You get to a new team, you got a new GM, you got a new coach, you go get a new quarterback.
Got you. Big Sir, can we get to you? Do we got you in yet?
I don't know. Do I sound better?
Yeah. What about you? What you got on that over? Oh, well, no, sorry. Point. What was your grade? Which grade did you get? We didn't get no grade from you.
I gave it A.
A? Okay.
Hey,
Point
yeah,
gave the Redskins an A on that one. An A. Okay. Even though it was
Not
the
a-
obvious pick, you don't think it was the obvious pick? They still
not
get
not
the A.
just not just the. You know what? I'm gonna change it just a bit. It's a A-
Right.
because of the obvious pick, but it's an A. It's A minus area. You know what I mean?
Right.
I wouldn't give it a B. I would definitely still give it in the A category.
Okay. What you got on that, Big Son?
I'm gonna let you go. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you go.
All right. So for me, I look at this in a whole different light with the same, I guess the questions that I threw at point. I look at it as a whole thing. You had Sam Howell, right? Going into this draft, going into this whole process, you had Sam Howell at quarterback. He had 3,900 yards, had a lot of interceptions, had 21 interceptions. Remind you that Peyton Manning had 23 interceptions his first year. John Elway had 19 to 23 interceptions his whole career up until he got Terrell Davis. So a lot of interceptions. I mean, especially when you didn't run the ball. I mean, we ran the ball the least amount of times than any team or Redskin team, at least probably over the past 50 years nearly. So I do think that affected the way that people play defense against us. So for me, the way that I look at it is going into this, quarterback wasn't a problem, in my opinion. I believe coaching was a problem, which you addressed that. I personally would have interviewed Bill Belichick. They never interviewed Bill Belichick. So that's one thing that for me that I look at and see as could be a possible red flag, maybe not. Who knows? But they did not interview Bill Belichick. They did not, and for me, I would have had maybe Bill Belichick with a couple with an Eric Bieniemy or something to that fact. If I was going to keep Eric Bieniemy, that might have been the coach who I brought in. But they brought in Dan Quinn, nonetheless. Then they brought in Cliff Kingsbury, nonetheless. But another thing is with Cliff Kingsbury, you would have thought Caleb Williams might have been a move because he worked with Caleb Williams last year, but they opted not to go with Caleb Williams. They brought in Cliff Kingsbury and then drafted Jalen Daniels, which is a little funny to me because, again, even though Cliff Kingsbury did have Kyler Murray, and Kyler Murray was a speedy receiver, but he plays a lot different than Jaden Daniels. Kyler Murray is more of a scrambler. He does run. Don't get it twisted. Kyler Murray does run. However, he is more of a scrambler, in my opinion, than a runner. And he will kill you with the legs. He will run on you, and I've seen him do it. But Jaden Daniels, for me, when he gets out of the pocket, he's a pure runner. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I mean, so I think there are two different quarterbacks. I never really saw Kyler Murray did do some read option stuff a little bit. I'm not gonna say he didn't, because he did. That'd be a lie. He did some read option stuff, but for me, the overall grade goes to the decisions you made prior to getting Daniels as well. So with the bringing in 4 quarterbacks in interviewing them all at the same time, for you to go ahead and get Daniels, I don't know. I would have gave Daniels a vote of confidence just to let him know that he was my guy. That's the guy I wanted. He was my guy from the beginning. We had no questions about that. We had no gripes about that. We had no understanding. I would not have tested him like that. And for the fans out there who don't know what I'm talking about, Washington brought Jaden Daniels in with 4 other quarterbacks, interviewed them all at the same time. Jaden Daniels didn't really feel like he gave them the proper attention. So all of these things for me, Sam Howell, the way that Jaden Daniels was treated now, whether people liked it, didn't like it, whatever the case may be, who really knows? But the way Jaden Daniels was treated throughout the draft process, I think that that's something that we must look at when it comes to the draft grades for Jaden Daniels. The drafting of Jaden Daniels, the overall process in which they decided to take. I think all of these things in comparison, what we have at offensive line, what you passed up Marvin Harrison Jr., you passed up Malik Neighbors, you passed up Michael Penix Jr., you passed up Joe Alt, you passed up just the whole plethora of board, and you said that this is the second best player in this draft, right? That's what you guys are saying. So with all of that, and you let Sam Howell go in the process and brought in Marcus Mariota. So I start my grade from the beginning, right? From the very beginning.
Nah, man, you could not add all of that into if this player is.
Why can't you? If this is a draft grade, the whole draft process matters.
The
whole draft. Am I not lying? Do the draft, Big Son? What can you answer that for me, Big Son? What you think on that? Do the whole full process matter? I don't think we got him up yet. For me, the whole how does the process matter? How don't you traded Sam Howell to go with Jaden Daniels? That doesn't matter on your draft grade. It should. So for me, taking all of this in an account.
Oh, my bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. I got you.
All right. For me, it does matter because at the end of the day, you have to take time to study a player, because a player at that pick, at a number 2 pick, you have to take the time to study that player and know what this player is capable of. Even when we pick, who's my guy? Even when we pick Chase Young at number 2. Now that we look back on that pick, look what it has cost us. I don't think they did the proper homework on Chase Young. Did I like Chase Young? Yeah, of course I like Chase Young. Don't get it wrong. Don't get it twisted. But did they do the proper homework on Chase Young when there was still other players out there that could have been brought to the team and still been playing? How many times has Justin Jefferson been hurt in his career? You know, looking back on the career, him and Chase Young was brought in the same year. You know, and that's a guy that rose high on Justin at the time. I really knew nothing about him, so Roe knew about him. But we chose Chase, and now we don't have Chase. That's a wasted number 2 pick.
I agree with that's a wasted pick, right? And what I'm saying is the process. What I mean by this, Sam Howell shouldn't be equated in the Jaden Daniels pick. If I'm going to say what is my value for this pick, basically, I don't see how Sam Howell even matters.
Even if you trade it, so let's say you have Patrick Mahomes and you trade away Patrick Mahomes for Jaden Daniels. Trading away Patrick Mahomes doesn't matter.
It matters, but at the same time, like Sam Howell, he didn't get a chance to see if he was Patrick Mahomes, so we can't really even equate that now. That's a question. That's a question that you have to answer later on down the line, versus that's why we can't really equate it now. So that's why I'm saying, like, I only grade it with what this number 2 pick is Jaden Daniels, a good number 2 pick. Forget what, for what we got, for what we need on the team. Sam Howell wasn't here no more.
But hold
You get
on.
what I mean? So
But
I
this
can't
goes
add
hold
Sam
up.
Howell into Jaden Daniels.
I get you. But this goes into what we initially said in regards to Marvin Harrison Jr. or Malik Neighbors at the number 2 spot. This
How?
goes into that because if you're going to draft Marvin Harrison Jr., you don't get rid of Sam Howell. If you're going to draft a Malik Neighbors, you don't get rid of Sam. If you're going to draft a Joe Alt, you don't get rid of Sam Howell.
Yes, you do. You can get rid of Sam Howell and still draft Joe Alt.
Why would you do that? Because then who you going to have at quarterback?
I mean, you can draft a quarterback. Like, the way I'm saying it like this, Joe Alt wasn't going to go top 3 or top 3.
If we kept Sam Howell, he might have.
I doubt it.
I don't know. And remember this, a lot of Redskins fans, and of course these are fans, this is not the team, so I'm not saying this as a team, but a lot of Redskin fans was calling for the draft of Joe Alt. And you Redskin fans out there, y'all know, for the ones that listening now or the ones that might listen later on, y'all know I'm not lying. A lot of you guys said only thing Sam Howell needed was a better offensive line. He was sacked 65 times last year. So a lot of you Redskin fans think the only thing we needed was a better offensive line, an anchor on the offensive line, and Sam Howell would have been okay. So a lot of you guys were calling for the draft of Sam Howell.
But we worried about Sam Howell when Sam Howell was traded before the draft, and we're only talking about Jaden Daniels now. Why are we even still talking about Sam Howell?
That's why I said That's why I said we're still talking about him in relation to the pick itself, the Jaden Daniels pick.
I don't think it has no relation. That's what I'm saying.
You opted for Jaden Daniels over. Not only did you pass up Sam Howell, but you passed up Sam Howell and you passed up Marvin Harrison Jr., possibly Malik Labors, or a Joe Alt. All of these guys, you passed up Sam Howell too. And passed those guys up to go with Jaden Daniels. That's why
I don't look at it that way.
Equated in the pick. That's where the equation comes from.
I don't look at it that way. I look at it as we had already decided we wasn't going to go with Sam Howell. It wasn't that we was decided that we was going with Jaden Daniels, so we're going to cut Sam Howell. It was the fact that we wasn't going to go with Sam Howell anyway. So Sam Howell isn't even in the equation.
Again, you passed them up. You said you didn't want Sam Howell. You traded him to the Seahawks. Said you didn't want him as your quarterback. That's essentially what we did when we brought in Jaden. When we not only did we traded him, but when we went with Jaden Daniels as the quarterback, we did pass up Sam Howell.
I don't think that like. I guess if you want to look at it that way, but I don't think Sam Howell even is a factor in this situation. Me personally.
I feel you. But given that, I'm gonna get a grade now. And now, mind you, I do believe that Jaden Daniels is the most now I ain't gonna say the most talented, but I do think he's the most talented quarterback to come out of this draft. And if you were going to go quarterback, I would have, if I was the Bears, I probably would have picked Jaden Daniels over Caleb Williams personally. If I was even the Bears, I would have did that. So this is not me. When I say these things, this is not a knock on Jaden Daniels by any means. I do think he comes with risks, injury risk. I do believe he comes with, not because he's had an extensive injury history in college, because he hasn't really had one. He's had some nasty hits, though. He's had some nasty hits in college. When you can get your hands on him, you can do some damage. It's hard to get your hands on him. Do trust, it's hard to get your hands on him. But when you can get your hands on him, a lot of people have done damage. Not a lot of people. He said took a couple nasty hits. Let's just say it like that. He took a couple nasty hits. So that's my fear. However, if you're going to pick, if I was going to pick a quarterback in this draft, it would have been Jaden Daniels. It would have been Jaden Daniels, to be honest. Now, I don't know if I would have picked a quarterback in this draft. That is the point I'm trying to make when I say that. I don't know if I go away from Sam Howell after this draft when I got a number 2 overall pick with the ability to bring in a Malik Neighbors or Marvin Harrison Jr. and pair them with a Terry McLaurin and a Johan Dotson. I don't know that I pass that opportunity up. Even if Sam Howell was under contract. So I didn't have to worry about paying him right now because he was under contract. So when I talk about this grade, I am taking that into account because you did have a chance to pair Marvin Harrison Jr. up with Malik Neighbors, or Marvin Harrison Jr. up with Terry McLaurin and Johan Dotson, or Malik Neighbors up with Johan Dotson and Terry McLaurin. You had an opportunity to do that, and you even passed that up to bring in Jaden Daniels. So with that being said, I'm going to give this grade a B-. With that being said, because I do believe that they passed up quite a bit to bring them in. So I'm not going to give this an A. I'm going to give this grade a B- on my board. Again, because of all the things you passed up. I don't know if I would have done that. I'm not going to say I don't know. I wouldn't have done that. I would have kept Sam Howell. I personally would have went Malik Neighbors or Marvin Harrison Jr., depending on how the interviews went with either one of them, or even Joe Alt. Maybe not Joe Alt. I might would have waited later on to get a tackle because I felt like some would have been available. But I definitely would have went wide receiver and paired that wide receiver with Terry McLaurin and Johan Dotson because I felt like that group would have been elite. So mine is a B-. Big Son, you ready for us?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Okay, what you got?
So for me, I'm going to give this grade a A+. I'm gonna tell you why. Because you could have very well stunk it up and did what they've done around here for years when it comes to these these top draft picks that we've gotten in the recent years. You could have really stunk it up in this pick. But with the high pick that y'all got, y'all did the research. Y'all believe what y'all saw. Y'all know that he's y'all future. So I believe in way before the draft even began in the off season, building the lineup, getting the all-pro center. A center is very important, okay? That's like the steering wheel to your car. You got a driver, but if you ain't got no steering wheel, ain't nobody driving anything. So I like the fact that they went out and got a Pro Bowl center to handle on the line. I like the fact that they went out and got a guy who played in the Super Bowl and played with a team that knows the pedigree. The guard, I forget the name of the guard. Y'all remember the name of the guard? Allegretti. And Nick Allegretti, when he came in, he said, "My job is to be a starter. That's what I came here to do, to be a starter. Nothing else." That right there tells me that a guy wants nothing but to contribute to the team and want to win. It's the pedigree that's already there. So they took the time to prepare for him to get here. Unlike when RG3 came, RG3 kind of had some of those pieces in place already when he came. Not saying that we had a great line or anything when RG3 came, but some of those pieces were already in place. So they were getting ready for Jaden Daniels to come in. They knew that that line wouldn't suffice, you know. And to Sam Howell, I think that they would rather just get rid of him rather than to try to build him back up from where he's at right now. You know, with the 21 picks in our current years of football, we haven't really seen players that bounce back from that. Yeah, Peyton and them, they bounce back from that. Those guys were a different breed. So me, it's an A+. I believe that they took the time and prepared themselves to receive a Jaden Daniels, structuring the line, going out, getting Luke McCaffrey out there doing the research. I really like the guy. Do I wish that we would have picked Troy Franklin still? Yes. That's my guy. Y'all already know I was high on him. But I still think in Luke McCaffrey, you got a good pedigree right there. It's not like we went out and got a Dax Mill in the place of a Troy Franklin. We went and got good pedigree. So I like the pick. A+ for me. Not long, sure. A+.
Okay. So we gonna move right along, baby. I mean, we got all the drafts, and so we had let's do a recap. We got Point. He had an A. I had a B-, and Big Son had a
A
what you have?
plus.
An A+. Big Son had an A+. All right. So let's move around. Second pick of the draft. Let's move right along to the second pick. Boom. We got Jerzon Newton. Point, you up first. You watch the film? You up first.
A+. I could wish I can give him an A++ for this pick.
Oh,
But
they
I'm
can
gonna
get
go.
an A platinum. Don't forget about the A platinum. They get that platinum, baby.
Yeah. We going A platinum here. You know what I mean? I think that this is a great pick. Where
Yes,
they
it is.
got. I think that he is a baller. He is nasty. He wants to, no Diddy. You know what I mean? He's a guy that will impact your defense right away. He's a hungry baller. The only knock on him is that he was undersized. But guess who else was undersized coming into the league? Warren Sapp. Guess who else was undersized coming into the league? Aaron Donald. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying these guys, but what I'm saying is that what I seen on film, I love. I think he's a baller. I think he got better every single year in college. And I went back and watched even high school film of him. And in high school, he played running back. He played linebacker. He played edge rusher. He played defensive tackle. He played every position damn near on the goddamn team. Okay? Meaning he is versatile. But every single year in college football, he grew and he got better and got better. He waited until his junior year. He was about to come out in the draft. He said, you know what? I got to show these people more. And that to me shows that you a dog. Show you got that mentality. So I'm going to give it A platinum. I'm very, very happy with this pick. For him to fall out of the first round was like almost a miracle because he was touted going middle first round to middle first round to late 20s. So I don't see how he fell all the way in. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do see how he fell all the way down to the second round. He had an injury. He got surgery. Now he's 100% healthy. I see him making an impact immediately. I love this pick. Probably one of my favorite picks, but it's 1B. He might be 1B for my favorite pick.
Okay. That's big. Hey, that's big juice. Big juice right there. Big juice. What you got, Big Son? What you got on this one?
I'm gonna give it an A platinum as well. I was gonna say, watching this film, I noticed that he could play outside. Like being undersized really doesn't matter to me. When you got the strength to do it. If y'all can remember, boy, his face is in my head right now. I can't. James, what's the guy name who played for the Steelers? James Harrison.
James
Harrison.
Yeah, James Harrison was undersized, and he played that outside like a dog.
James Harrison was.
You know what I'm saying? He played that outside like a dog. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying about an undersized player, I like players like him who can play across the line like that. And hearing Point say all he said about him in high school playing a running back and all that, that's where he gets his change of direction. I'm like, man, he chasing the quarterback all around the field, chasing a running back. He don't care who it is. He got good leverage inside, outside. So that's another good key that I like about that guy. To me, he's not to jump the gun a little bit, but to me, he's like Coleman for the offensive side of the ball. You got the guy, Coleman can play any spot on the line. I don't think not except for the center. Any other spot on the line, he plays. Then you got a guy like Johnny Newton. He plays every other spot on the line. You know, we ain't looking for Johnny to line up in no linebacker spot. This ain't high school days no more, none of that. But, you know, we know he can play the outside and the inside. So it's an A platinum for me. Yes, sir. Short and sweet once again.
On this one, again, they passed up some receivers. I thought that they should pick a receiver. On this one, you know, they went defensive tackle. Mind you, Washington, we have a number of defensive tackles. Of course, we have the $200 million men in Payne and Allen. We do have, and we also have Fideldrian Mathis, who really hasn't gotten any rec due to injury since he's been here. So, I mean, did we need depth? I guess you could say that. You know, you could definitely say that. And not only that, we got Ridgeway. Ridgeway's still on the roster, I believe. And Ridgeway was really good for us last year. Just to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Ridgeway was really good. Ridgeway had a really decent season last year. And the last 2 years.
Yes, he did. That's my player of the year. We never got to him, but that's my player of the year.
Ridgeway ain't a dominant defensive player.
But Ridgeway he has been.
I was about to say, what you mean he's not dominant?
I ain't gonna say dominant.
Didn't he have 6 sacks? And he didn't play half as much time as the starters until what's the name of them left?
But he was not dominant. He was good.
Bro.
He was good. But we talking about we talking about Jerzon Newton, who was literally one of the top 3, 4, 5. You want to say 5? If that's being generous, 5 defensive linemen, top 5.
All I'm saying is, I'm not taking away from his top 5, but he ain't played a day in the NFL. Ridgeway has.
I can respect.
And all I'm just saying, what I was going to say was, all that spells for me is for Darian Mathis. As much as I like you, brother, it sounds like you out the door.
I would hope not. I would really hope not.
I would hope not neither. But bro, when have we seen? I mean, when have we been able to see Vidarian work out?
You right.
For the last 4 games, 5 games of the season.
Big Son, what you saying is 1,000,000% right. I'm not disputing that. The word that you saying right now in regards to Mathis, Mathis has not played. He has not been on the field. He has not shown what he could do. He has not given us what he should have given us by now. I agree with you 100%. But is it there though? That's the question. And sometimes it takes years. Matthew Stafford. We'll use Matthew Stafford. I think he was hurt his first 2 years, I believe, in the NFL. And then that 3rd year, here you go. Here he came. Here he come.
So he got to prove it. He still got a chance to prove it. He's still on the team, so he got to prove it.
Right.
He got to prove it. Or Jerzon Newton going to take his spot straight up.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Right.
That's what it sounds like to me. I'm just doing truth and honest for what I see. And that's all I can see right now out of a pick like that. Not only did he fall in the draft, but we really didn't need him, like you say, bro. If they were planning on keeping Ridgeway and Mathis, and they're getting rid of one of them.
Right. But that's my thing with this pick is you didn't really need him. That's my main thing with the pick. You didn't really need him.
I'm gonna say you did. Only reason I'm gonna say you did is because, like I was saying, for Darian really ain't touching the field. So the boat load has really been on Allen, Payne, and Ridgeway to serve the middle of the line.
I agree.
Obata and all them other guys, they play the outside. You know what I'm saying? You only had 3 guys the last 2 years to be solid to hold down the inside.
I agree.
I don't think he's going to be a regular tackle. I think he's going to be a right end or left end. I think we're going to run a lot of 3-4. That's
what I would do with him, Leo. To be honest, if it ain't, I'm not going to say if it ain't Russia because he's a pretty good rusher too. I would probably. So all right. So say you got the 4-3 running. Who's your 4 down lineman? We already know John Allen and Payne. Who the other 2 on the outside?
I'm not putting.
And you got All-Star and Clement Furrow.
I'm not putting Allen on the inside. I'm putting Allen on the outside, I'm putting Jerzon Newton next to Deron Payne, and I'm going to put and I'm going to put probably Colin Farrell on that edge right now. Him or
Over
Fowler.
Armstrong.
Hold on, we're gonna have a chance to go through that. We're gonna have a chance to go through that. We'll have a chance to go through that. But for me, this draft grade, I will give it a A, not an A plus, not an A platinum. I'm gonna give it an A though, because I do think that he was still on the board. They made a good pick. I would say this is a better pick than even the Daniels pick. But again, I'm not sold all the way on this. The reason that this got an A, no, I'm gonna switch that to a B. I'm gonna switch it to a B because I do believe we already have superstars at that position. So I'm not going to give this an A for that reason specifically. Is that it wasn't really I feel like you had bigger needs. However, I do feel like you might have made that defensive tackle unit into one of the better ones in the NFL with his addition. And you can give Payne and Allen the necessary rest. So when they are in, they should be super dominant because now they have somebody who can really come in, barring injury, and really take up some space. And if Mathis and both him and Mathis are there, you really can rest Payne and Allen especially for red zone downs, third downs, and stuff like that. You really can rest them. So I'm gonna give this a B plus, not a B, but a B plus. And you know that's one of the better picks of the day for me. Definitely one of the better picks of the day for me.
Just to put it out there, you know, this wasn't forgettable at all. At all, you know. I mean, and it was sad that it happened to a guy of a caliber of Sap. You know, as Point stated or you stated, he was top 5 overall pick
Right.
heading into the draft. And his stock dropped because of marijuana tests. Everybody know that, but it
Okay.
didn't.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't
Didn't.
know that's why his stock had dropped.
Yeah, it failed multiple cocaine and marijuana tests, but that's what it came out. You know, if it's certified, I don't know,
Newton
but
did? Jerzon?
no, Sap.
Oh, Sap. Okay,
I'm
gotcha.
just saying, you know, when Sap was at his, he was
Okay.
top 5. He was rated top 5, and he dropped because of that. But you know, being not saying that that's what happened with Newton or anything, but I'm just saying that the falling out of the first round doesn't always mean that you're not going to have a great career. Anything, look at that. All that was said about him, all the allocations came out about him. He's still, in my eyes, a Hall of Famer. You know, he won a Super Bowl. You know, what else can you say about the guy? He went on to have a Hall of Fame career, if you ask me.
Right.
Yeah. I
Right.
mean, that's right. That's right.
Right. Right. All right. So we're gonna go on to the third pick. I mean, the third pick of the day for Washington. The third pick was in the second round, number 50, from Michigan, Mike Sandstriel. You know what I'm saying? We'll let Point start off with that one. What you got on Sandstriel?
I am going to give this a oh man, it's a tough one. I'm gonna give this a minus as well. I was thinking B plus, but I watched some film on him.
Mm.
He played wide receiver coming into college, and he converted over to cornerback, to nickel corner. And I watched the Adam Peters interview where he spoke about the draft picks, and in that interview, he specifically said that he's going to be a nickel cornerback. They call it that. They call that the star cornerback, I guess, in their defense. And that will be his role. So he's brought in to be a nickel. He was the best nickel in college last year. He is undersized, very much undersized. About, they say, 5'9", 180 pounds. So he's a really small guy, but he plays really big. You would have thought that he was 5'11" and 200 pounds the way that he plays. So I am going to give this I'm going to give this a B. I'm going to give this an A minus because I think that he can impact the defense right away. He's good at the blitz. literally, my man Saban said he's pound for pound probably the best player in the draft, pound for pound. So to me, that's a high praise from somebody that just was scouting all of these college players and know a lot of these college players' capabilities. So I mean, I have really high praise for him. The only question that I have, the only question I
I think we
You're
lost Point.
breaking.
yeah, my bad. I'm having a little technical. All right, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad, my bad. Back. I got it.
All right.
Yeah. So what I was saying about Sandstrel, I think pound for pound, he may be the best. He might, if Nick Saban says pound for pound, he might be the best. I'm gonna give this into some consideration. Not saying that Nick Saban knows it all, he's the god and all that. I would say that for consideration, he may be right. And if he is right that this is pound for pound the best player in the draft, then I think that this is going to be very, very, very important to to make sure that this is what this is how we go. This is how we get better.
Okay. Okay. What you got on that one, Big Son? What you got on this on that pick there?
Um, I'm gonna tell you something about Mike Samerstill that people don't know. Mike Samerstill is not an American. He may be one now, but he's not from America. Okay, he's from Haiti. His people had to flee Haiti in the 2000s after the presidential election. It got crazy there. They had to leave, and he said he was happy that his family came here, to give him a better life. His family, his parents, Carla Sarah Seal, and his dad. Um, he said he was so happy that they came to America and fled that country with everything going on. He actually came here to the United States in the Boston area, you know, where his folks Carla resumed the radio career while Mike went to dominate high school level in football when he came here in the Boston area, in the Boston area region up there. And to me, a guy who has faced turmoil in his life like that and had to face ups and downs, that guy wants nothing to do but win and do good and bring joy to his family. So a guy like that, man, I don't know. He has a lot to play for, and I mean, over the last two seasons, as a nickel corner mainly, I've seen his film. I like the way he gets in and out of his breaks. I like the way he's feisty for a little corner. Might I say the last feisty little corner we had around here was uh what's the guy from James Madison? Moreland, Jimmy Moreland. He's
Mhm.
pretty feisty.
He,
We had Jimmy
I
Moreland.
agree with that. I thought
You
about
know,
Jimmy Butler when I saw his film. I agree with you.
yeah. So definitely think that Mike is on another level. I think he's actually better than what uh there just said the boy's
Butler.
name. Jimmy Moreland. Better than what Jimmy Moreland was when Jimmy Moreland came out. I do believe Jimmy Moreland was a third or fourth round pick as well
Mm-hmm.
when he came out.
Yeah.
So I think this pick though, this pick in the second round meant a lot to me to see him actually get a chance to come in and play for a team like this that's rebuilding and trying to bring a great brand of football back here to the Washington area. I believe in that pick. I love it. I like a guy who has something to play for, something to believe in, something that he never wants to go back to. So a guy like that on your team, first time All American 2023, recording over 120, over 100 tackles over the last two seasons.
Mm. Did not know
You
he
know,
was
like
all American. I
the
didn't know he was all American. That's good info, Big Son.
yeah, yeah, 2023. First team All-American.
First team.
Yeah,
Wow.
George Newton, the All-American too.
Ranked 81.4, ranked in the top 10 among Big Ten defensive players. PFF grades of 80, 83.3, and 81.4.
Very impressive.
That's very impressive. So to me, that's a platinum coming from Big Son. Short and sweet again. Let's go.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. What you got? What you got, Vito, on this draft grade? Mike Sandersteele. What you got? What you got? What we got on Sandersteele? Oh yeah, Vito, you gotta introduce yourself. Let the fans know this the first.
Yes, sir.
This
Vito.
the first, the first Workhorse Wednesday of the year. So
Workhorse.
Workhorse.
10 years strong. We just now doing the Workhorse.
I'm not seeing V on that jump.
Nah, I'm right here. I ain't got my camera up.
Yeah, we got V. I got him. Go ahead, V.
I can't hear him.
Oh, you can't hear him. Okay, yeah. I got him.
I'm gonna jump off, come back on, so I see if I can get on.
Well, I was gonna say 10 years strong in the game on the podcast field, bringing you our third year of the nature show or Workhorse Wednesdays. I'm gonna be back on in a few minutes. Let me finish my dinner. I will run down all of this. I'm listening though, so I'm taking y'all points, but I'll run down all of this as I finish. I got a quick synopsis for you because I really like this draft a lot, and I've talked to a lot of Redskin fans locally, so I've talked to a lot of people about how they feel about them. So I'll be back on in a couple of seconds, but I'm still listening in.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll take over on Sanderson. When you look at, of course, y'all, I'm looking at everything. Let me go ahead and get my camera up. I'm looking at everything. You dig what I'm saying? I'm not just looking at the player itself. I'm looking at who we have on our roster. I'm also looking at who we potentially could have gotten at that position. So don't mind me. I'm gonna look at all the elements of it because I feel like that is how you break
I'm
down.
getting feedback from somewhere.
I feel like that is how you properly break down the draft. So with that being said, I think with Sanderson, I do think we had a deficiency at cornerback. If you watched any Redskin games, I do hear the feedback. If you watched any Redskin game last year, Point, I think that might be you. Can you hear? Yeah, if you watched any Redskin games last year.
I'm muting my joint.
All right, if you watched any Redskin games last year, you know that we got torched. 90 yards, 190 yards to the Philadelphia receiver, AJ Brown. He had 100 and something both games. I mean, he lit it up. The guy DJ Moore out there in Chicago lit it up. I mean, every single receiver that near number one that came here lit it up. I mean, DJ Moore had 230 yards. DJ Moore had 230 yards on a Thursday nighter. And I mean, it was terrible. It was so I do feel like we needed some help in that secondary, whether that's at slot, outside, whatever it is. There was definitely a need at cornerback. In my opinion, there was definitely a need at cornerback. It's no getting around that. Now, my concern with Sandersteele is he's 5'9", 5'9.5", I think, maybe 5'10". You might can slide him closer to 5'10" and 5'9". So I'll give you 5'9", Sandersteele, if anybody listening who know him or might know him or not know him, whatever it is. I'll give you the 5'9", Sandersteele. I mean 5'10". He's 5'10", which is not small. I mean, well, yeah, it is small. Sorry, I'm gonna keep it real. It's small on the smaller side, but it's not 5'8". You know, it's not 5'8". Darryl Green was 5'8", I believe. So it's not 5'8", but it's not 6 feet either, 6'2" either, which is St. Juice. So he's a little on the smaller side. That's a concern of mine. He seems to have covered well. He's an All-American. I mean, ain't really much negative you could say about an All-American. I mean, All-American is an All-American. So he is an All-American. And I think that goes to show a lot about what he is. He's a captain as well on Michigan. Michigan did win a national championship. So it's no way you can ignore those things because not only is he a captain, he was a captain on the team that went out and won a national championship. So I think that deserves some form of credit. He was passed up by other teams, though. He was definitely passed up by other teams, by several other teams. For whatever reason, he dropped. But a lot of guys on the defensive end wasn't drafted high. This was really a offensive, especially in the first round. It was really a offensive packed round. Second round was close to more defense and other things to fill your team, but definitely quarterbacks went off the board, receivers went off the board, offensive linemen went off the board. It was really offensive heavy in the first round. So with all of that being said, we did have a need at corner. You got him at number 50 in the second round. You got him at number 50 in the second round. Now, could they have gotten a receiver there? Possibly. Could they have gotten an offensive lineman there? Yeah, absolutely. So that's something that we must keep in consideration too. But overall, I do think Sandstrel is a good player that they got for a need that we absolutely had a need at. Can he contend with with the AJ Browns of the world? We're going to find out. Can he contend with those bigger receivers? Oh, yeah. We're going to find out for sure, because the NFC East, especially with Malik Neighbors coming to town, which he is going to be coming to town at some point in time this season. With him with the Giants, you got Malik Neighbors with the Giants. You got CeeDee Lamb, who plays the slot. So this guy's going to be against CeeDee Lamb a lot. So CeeDee Lamb, who plays the slot, Sanderson, you get ready for that one, because that's the matchup you got there twice a year. And CeeDee Lamb, you go look at the numbers. I believe CeeDee Lamb had 135 catches or something crazy. So you go look at the numbers. CeeDee Lamb, yeah, you got that twice a year. Got Devontae Smith and AJ Brown out there in Philadelphia. So that's something else that you got. I think that it's quite a challenge. However, I don't think it's too much for Sanderson. So I'm going to say that the Sanderson pick, I'm going to give a A to the Sanderson pick, because unlike the Jaden Daniels pick, of course, when we picked them, yes, we had a need at quarterback, but going into it, I don't know. I don't feel that way. Unlike that pick, or even the Newton pick, the Jerzon Newton pick, I feel like there was a legitimate need there at corner. And it's legitimate. Again, anybody who watched the games last year, we had the last ranked defensive pass in the NFL last year. So it was legitimate. Great pick. That's why I gave it what I just say? A. I gave this a not minus, but an A. I'm gonna give this a flat A. And so I think that this was a great pick. I mean, I think he should do well if he applies himself, and if things go right, he will do well with what we got going on here, for sure. I kind of wonder, I don't know if Vito ready or not. We can go on to the next guy, but I'd rather get him on Sanat. On Sandfield.
So
Yeah, I forgot Sanders is also a blitz corner as well, so that's good.
I just want to point out a couple of interesting facts. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to point out a couple of interesting facts. We have the Dallas Cowboy cornerbacks. We'll look at that. You have 6 feet for Deron Bland, who had a tremendous season last year. Had 9 interceptions, 53 solo tackles, 15 pass deflections. All right, so that's 6 feet. You have Jordan Lewis, who's 5'10", had 1 interception, 3 forced fumbles, 36 tackles, 5 pass deflections, played mostly slot corner for them last year because of the pickup of Gilmore. Trayvon Diggs, as you all know, was hurt for most of the year. And you also had Eric Scott. Eric Scott didn't play for them. But I wanted to point out just in what you were just talking about, Ro, and not to combat you, just to give a and B comparison to taller cornerbacks. Nashawn Wright, who played in 12 of Dallas's 17 games, is a 6'4" cornerback. He had 3 tackles and 1 pass deflection. And not saying that he is the talent of, let's say, 15 other cornerbacks we can name right now that are taller, but being taller does not always equal success in being a corner. You have to know how to use your size. In my experience of football and watching it, they're the only successful tall corners know how to use their size, and they have really good hips. A lot of tall corners get caught in not being able to keep up with the quicker receivers because of how well they are in and out of their breaks. Sandstrill in Michigan, outside of being a captain, which I did not know until the draft. I didn't pay attention to their team as much because, unbeknownst to everybody, I was not the biggest Harbaugh fan. That not this past season, but in the beginning years. I think he drafted really, really well or recruited really well, and they just were coming up short. And they have a more pro-ready style there. So that's also another reason why I'm comfortable with the Sandstrill pick. But they have a more pro-ready style, which means that he was more focused on winning games rather than stat padding and things like that. And don't get me wrong, how you win a game is how you win a game. But I felt like in that Big Ten that he was more like the Nick Saban of that conference. Just more so, like I said, win the ugly games, but win them. You know what I'm saying? Don't have the ugly games and come up with losses and stuff like that. And again, that played a part into how their defense played. Their defense was in the top 20 every year that he was there. Sandstrill's been there for three seasons, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if the last season was a red shirt season, was the first one or not, but I know he had 3 years of play. I don't see much where I would complain about the player itself outside of height. Darrell Green is by far my favorite cornerback to ever play in the NFL over Deion Sanders, who I think is an extremely great athlete. I love both of them guys the same as far as a fan of being a DB. I used to play DB, so it's one of my favorite positions as well. And the heart that Darrell Green had, along with the skill, isn't in everybody. I'm not going to say he's the second coming of Darrell Green, but I don't judge cornerbacks on their height. I judge cornerbacks on how fast they get in and out of their breaks. Can they turn their hips? How often are they turned around by a wide receiver? Cornerbacks who turn around have horrible hips. And I didn't see this kid get turned around but one time. And the one time he got turned around, I blame not the receiver. I mean, I don't give credit to the receiver as much as I did the quarterback. He was eyeing in crazy on the quarterback, and the quarterback just gave him a quick little arm tweak like he was going to throw it, kind of got him off his balance. The route wasn't as crazy for me to put it with the receiver, but I don't see a lot of film with him just turned around in routes. He's going to be there. That's what I used to give credit for St. Juice, is that he's in the position. And sometimes a cornerback has a difficulty even doing that. We've seen some tremendous routes over the last 2 or 3 seasons where some corners are just not even in the vicinity. Last year was one of those years where players just weren't even in place. And St. Juice, I gave a lot of credit outside of last year for at least being a player that was in position. You're not going to stop every cornerback. There's no cornerback in the league that doesn't get caught on. And they all get caught on. Their completion percentage is where they change up at. How many touchdowns you allow is where they change up at, and that's where they get better grades from me. PFF, I definitely go with because they've done a really great job over the last few years in analyzation, and that's how I've been able to peep some of these smaller names that weren't jumping off the paper but were doing the work. I am surprised that college has it because it has so many teams, and I'm not sure what his actual grade was in comparison of how many ties there were. Because when I looked at college stats and look at the PFF, if you go look at it, there are a ton of guys that have tie grades. So we know how ties work in study. It might be first place at 91, second place might be 90.5, and then third place might be 87.7, but it may be 15 people at 87.7. So I wouldn't give him a third grade unless I looked at where he ranked at on the PFF. I took all of that away because of his height. I took the grades away. I took away the national championship. What stood out to me was him being a captain, him being an All-American at 5'9" when he's nowhere near the biggest cornerback in their division. But he played big in almost every single game. I would have loved to see him with film against Marvin Harrison Jr., but that wasn't the matchup that they had him against. So at the same time, that goes to say that their coordinator didn't put him in positions where he could not make a play. There are plays where he's in the vicinity, but that's because of passing plays and things like that. But again, Ohio State had other really good wide receivers as well the last 2 seasons. And when CJ Stroud played against them, Sandstrom had a good game that game as well. So I looked at the better quarterback throwing against him, and I looked at the mid quarterback they had this year, even though offense was similar amount of yards and stuff like that. I looked at the better quarterback and then the average quarterback against that prime matchup. And I also looked at some other big games that they had while I was at work today. And the kid is he's really, really good on tape. I really can't say anything bad about him outside of the fact that he's 5'9" and you don't expect him to win a lot of jump ball situations. Well, look at his tape. There are situations where he's against taller receivers. He breaks on the ball really, really well. He has a feel either maybe it was comfort of their defensive system as well. I also give Harbaugh and that staff a lot of credit because they were really good, like I said, and was consistent. If Quinn and Witt and these guys, and by Witt being a D-back coach, what I'm saying, specifically at some point, and Quinn being a defensive specific guy, I feel like remember what I said before we even drafted, before we even got him on. Me and you was having the conversation about whether the team was going in the right direction or the wrong direction. I gave these guys this first year as their actual draft. Quinn's, even with hers. You know what I'm saying? Because this is now all of yours. Everything that happens here belongs to you guys. I think that everybody on defense that Quinn and those guys selected are going to be hustle guys. I don't know if they're starters right away. I don't even know if Sandstrom is a starter right away because of how good of a year Martin had. He's going to come in and they're going to both practice at that same spot because he did have success there last year. But Martin gives you the ability to possibly go to starting safety and still be able to use Sandstrom, and having having a safety that can play corner and safety gives you more ball hawking ability as a safety if that's what what Martin is able to do. And Sandstrom, I believe, can win in those situations if Chin and Forrest are your starting safety, because that's who I would love to be the starting safeties. One, because of size. Hampton has an opportunity to battle it out with Forrest only because maybe Forrest isn't the system guy, but I believe they kept Forrest because he's the guy that you'd expect to make that fill in the hole tackle or come up and play big or tackles over my boy Curl. You know what I'm saying? So if Chin and Forrest are your safeties, I can see Stanstrill, and I probably would be comfortable with him covering CD Lamb in the slot, because once he's released to the second half of the field to safeties, you have somebody to help him in jump ball situations just to hit the receiver.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Chin is 6'3", 220 something. Hampton is 6'1", 220 something. I think almost 6'2", if I'm not mistaken, for Hampton, but I think he's 6'1" or 6'2", 220 something. And then Forrest is 6 feet, 220. You know what I'm saying? Or 218, almost 220. So you got some guys that are big enough to lay the hit if Sandstrom can play the receiver. You know what I'm saying? So when he's going up in the air for the ball, I'm not looking at Sandstrom to have one-on-ones against the little guys. And I do know that that's a skin. Again, and Dan Quinn comes from what they like to run. So that is something that we all have to pay attention to. He should definitely, almost no excuse, get one win against those guys. Even though Zimmer is on the defensive side, offensively, you had to practice against these guys every year for the last 3 years. McCarthy's not going to do anything different. He's arrogant that way. I can almost guarantee you that's why he argued with Favre. That's why why he argued with Aaron Rodgers, and why he argued with Kellen Moore. He is arrogant. All right. And his arrogance, he does not necessarily go bad. He has success even when he's arrogant because he believes in what he's trying to do. But I'm just not sure how well that works in this situation. You know what I'm saying? When you have a defensive coordinator, again, if for example, and not to keep it long, we just look at the Jay Gruden going from going from Oakland to Tampa Bay.
Right.
The offense doesn't work better than the defense in that situation. There's almost not a case to me in an offense where a defensive guy left that team and the offense is that much better than what the defenses can do. Because if you know what they're going to run, when they line up and you know what you're looking at, if for our guys that coach with me, these guys know if the defense knows what the offense is running, the kids are going to just go straight to what the play is going to do. It's going to blow the play up every single time. You're going to have to throw something in there for it to work. So if that happens and these guys don't do something different, at least in those matchups just against us, and that may make scheduling where they put us at a really big thing. But like I said, staying on Sandstrom, I really like the pick. I was really confident in where they picked them at. I think that one of the guys that everybody was probably strong on us getting at that point, I technically don't like in the NFL. I don't think that he's a bad player. I think that he has to be in zone. That would be Kool-Aid to me. Kool-Aid is a really good player technique-wise, but a 4.7 scares me. I don't know if that's out of shape 4.7. I don't know if that's intentional. So you drop and try to get into a better situation. I don't know and again, with this NIL stuff happening, a lot of these guys are getting paid where they don't have to join the league to get money. You know what I'm saying? So the Marvin Harrison is not doing his draft day stuff. Like it hurt his stock. It doesn't really matter. They were paid whatever they were getting their rookie contract throughout their time in college. So some of these things are strategical. I am now understanding and thanking the athlete for at least considering himself and not selling out for $1, at least because you've already done so in college. And not saying you sold out, but you already kind of accepted your financial responsibility early. So now you're accepting and trying to put yourself into a work situation where you get the best out of the company that hires you. So I think we'll see which one of those merges will work well. Sandstrom was actually picked in the place that we would have been able to get another receiver to me. But I am not going to judge the team on that until we get to that pick, because I have some interesting things about that I actually like, and I talked to some people who are that feel like he's probably going to play in a different spot than his position was drafted as.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna move right along then. You know what I'm saying? So what did you get? What grade? What was the grade?
So to be fair, before it's on the field, I would give it a B plus. In my heart of hearts, I actually think that the pick is an A. One, because even though there are a couple of guys that I think would have been good for, like I really like Quinyon Mitchell's tape. Toledo scares me a little bit, but their defense was good this year. I've won tickets last year on their team, not knowing why I was winning until I looked at it, and their defense was playing really good last year. He was a big part of that. But at the same time, he's more of an outside corner. And do we need help at outside corner? Yes. I'm not going to say no to you. But the guys that we signed in free agency are the long, rangy, 6'2", the outside guys. So I think that this staff the front office wanted to see if they can bank on the guys that they brought in during free agency at the position. Because technically, if Forbes and St. Juice do really well throughout training camp, the guys we signed in free agency aren't going to start at the slot, so that they would be backups and be there for depth. You gave them money during free agency, so you're not going to cut them unless somebody from somebody from undrafted, that was undrafted, or somebody that we picked was just completely lights out, and you can't deny whatever they've brought to the table. I still think that you keep those D-backs, some of those D-backs at least, if not all of them, for depth, just for the fact of how bad you were and how much you needed them last year. So a lot of the guys that we have, I think, are going to actually make it. The thing that kind of stood out to me with picking Sandstrom here was the fact that there was no other All-American and no other the grade on him at where we got him at was really high. where we could have picked up one of the corners earlier where we traded with Philadelphia. That corner was higher, but that was more of an outside corner. And like I said, I am a firm believer that unless somebody on the offensive side does something we've almost never seen, or just has one of those Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels type of Jake Burrow numbers, you know what I'm saying, the Joe Burrow numbers in a season, I think the defense is going to have a really good year this year in college. And I know you can find outside cornerbacks next year. Even outside of Travis Hunter, they're going to be really, really good outside cornerbacks next year. And I think this team is trying to win with the balance of winning the locker room over with some veterans and having some of the young guys. Like, because if you think about it, over the last few years, we've really had a lot of young guys that were given the pressure of trying to kind of do what veterans are expected to do on the team.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like over the last 4, maybe even up to Gruden on the defensive side. Like, if you think about it, Jonathan Allen's our veteran. And to me, he's kind of still a young guy. You know what I'm saying? Like he's not a baby. He's definitely a veteran in the league, but he's kind of like a young guy, and you're asking him to be a leader. Not a problem. I can look for that from him. But why aren't you guys asking for this from Deron Payne? They're a year apart.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? When you get Sweat and Young, you never asked those two guys to be leaders. Chase was vocal, and we all could see that, but you never asked those guys to be leaders per se because they were young. You were still giving them that. Now you don't have to worry about that. Bobby Wagner is the captain. Anybody else that's a captain is a co-captain. You're not even going to ask or question about that. Now, next year, what you do, it's on the table. All right, but right now, injury or injury-free, with the injury or without an injury, he is the captain of your defense. If he's not playing, he's there every week coaching whoever's going to be in there just as much as the coach is. So you have something that you have not had in what has been 7-8 years since London Fletcher been on the team.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? At least someone that is just as dominant. Now, I like John Bostic. I don't know what it was that we ran that he wasn't able to do well in our system, but I thought that would be a good replacement, and he just didn't pan out. Bobby Wagner is by far in history top 10 linebacker. Like nobody probably is going to argue that. You know what I'm saying? Consistency, just what he's been in the league, period. Super Bowl winner, everything. So with picking up our defensive tackle that we got in the second round, one, even if you don't put Allen and Payne and Newton on the field at the same time, I don't see why you don't have some type of scheme where that is a look that you give, because who in the world is getting to Bobby Wagner to block him at that point?
Right.
Yeah, 300-pound guys, they're gonna take up all of the space of the lineman unless one of them get free and get in the backfield. Luvu is pretty active.
I think that is part of the plan to get all 3 of them on the field at the same time, from what
Okay.
Adam said.
Okay, yeah. So to me, and even if you don't do it, it's not an every down thing to me. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I think it would be real big on like first down, second down. If you get a play action, you still got a defensive tackle that's focused on getting to the quarterback regardless of what. You know what I'm saying? And I also pointed out to somebody, a Redskin fan I was talking to earlier, they were stating that they felt like that pick was a little bit of a reach. And I expressed to them that pass rush doesn't have anything to do with the player you name. Pass rush has to do with the scheme and the effort of the players you have.
They said Newton was a reach.
Well, yes, that they again.
We're gonna let you know. We're gonna let you get back to Newton, but we still got some plays to get on to. We still got a couple more plays to get on to, though. So I'm gonna let you get back on Newton, though, because you missed Newton, you missed Daniels.
Yeah, so Newton, like I said, Newton to me is not a reach. To a few fans, they felt like the pick was a reach because they also feel like what Rose said as far as a cornerback. Some of them wanted a corner. I think somebody I talked to today wanted a tackle. I think while we were watching the draft, I think we all kind of mirrored the same thing. And again, not to be right over anybody else, I think we all kind of was surprised with the pick. I am not going to lie to you. If you can go back to it, I was surprised too. I did not like it immediately until I started thinking about, hey, we're not purposely tanking this year. We have a defense that is going to be held accountable for whatever they bring out there. All right. I looked at Grady Jarrett with the Atlanta Falcons and what he was able to do after Dan Quinn drafted him. All right. This guy has a motor on him. And what we needed was a pass rush up front. We really didn't have, and with Payne and Allen, if y'all looked at last year film or go back to any of the games we had, we really didn't have a lot of up the middle rush. We had a lot of our pressures coming from Young and coming from Sweat. If Payne and Allen were able to get to something, they were cleaning up somebody for having to step up or something like that. So I believe if we got more front pass rush, we're now able to get our hands on deflections. We're now making the quarterback identify where Bobby Wagner is, but he's trying to step up in the middle of the field. If we send these guys out to the edge, you got Jamin Davis, you got Luvu on the edge. Bobby Wagner can play sideline to sideline, and you're not asking him to do as much of that with Luvu being on one of the sides. We have to see what Jamin Davis is able to do, but with the pickup of McGee as well, and that being a high grade, we will get to that when we get there. I think that the addition of Newton just gives you a center pass rush, some stability to be able to push up the middle of the field on a regular basis.
Right. I agree. But we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on to Brandon Coleman. Let's get Brandon Coleman up. Let's go, Brandon Coleman. Boy, we send it around the board. What y'all got on Brandon Coleman?
This is my number 2. I have a 1A and a 1B. Johnny Newton was my 1B. But this is my number 2 favorite pick. Okay? The reason this is my number 2 favorite pick because of his versatility. Straight up versatile guy, can play every position on the line. I watched a lot of film on him being a tackle. I watched a ton of film on him as a tackle, and I cannot deny that I liked what I seen. He was consistent. He was a wall to most pass rushers. He did it in the Senior Bowl. He did it in the Senior Bowl drills. I seen him play at guard and do very well against some of the top pass rush talent in the country. You know, I can't do nothing but sing a high praises for Coleman. I do think, and from watching Adam Peters' interview, he more than likely will be the starting left tackle. He said he could be a great tackle in the league. I seen him play right tackle, seen him play left tackle, right guard, left guard. I seen him do a lot. I think he's a strong player. I really, really, really like this. So I was not that big on him when we drafted him. So I wasn't oh man, we got us a tackle now, or because I was still stuck on him being a guard because I had seen film of him being a guard before then. But after watching more film, I think we got a steal right here. I think we got probably one of the best linemen, definitely the most versatile lineman, but one of the best linemen in the draft. I think that he is one of those guys. I think he will start day one. I would like to give this one an A+.
All right. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I really liked Brandon Coleman's tape. I wasn't high on the pick because I did not have him in my mock draft for me to pick him, but I did have him on my mock draft board. I had him on the board as a guard. I will say, I'm not going to, lie to y'all. I had him on the board as a guard, but I did have him on the board as someone that we would look at because I felt like we needed improvement at guard or tackle. Alan Grady, who is a former Chief, because they won a Super Bowl doesn't mean that every piece from them was a good player. Andrew Riley all convinced us of that last year. Now, if he was doing this intentionally because of scheme or whatever the case may be, let's hope and pray that that's the case. But Alan Grady, and again, I'm only using Madden. I have not gone to go look at Alan Grady's film. Maybe you all can school me on it. I honestly, literally just took the fact that he's from the Chiefs and has experience with Andy Reid and has experience on a winning team that you just bring that part of your player skill to the team. If he's good, we will see. Is he an upgrade from what we had? I'm not sure because at least on Madden, and that's all I looked at him from before I start trying to look at what we could do with him, is his grade was under who we already had. So I was not sure if Brandon Coleman was a guard or a tackle. Looking at the film, he's played 2,100 snaps in college, 39 games. Now, the only problem I have here is that we picked him with the third round pick. I mean, in the third round, and he was picked 67. His grade was 101st overall player. And do I think it was a reach? No, because it was a need. And if anybody paid attention to us on draft night, and if you weren't there with us, we were all calling it. Teams were drafting based on like almost some of it was based on draft grade, and then some of it was based on what other teams are getting. We need to make sure that we get the best player at this position while they're available. So even though I think he may have been reached on earlier, I still like the prospect a whole lot. I like him more because he's not a straight up tackle. Because unlike last year, just like last year and the year before, and the year before that, we like not many teams, but we like the rest of the league have had a lot of injuries on the offensive line. Us probably one of the biggest teams that have had an injury on a consistent basis on the offensive line. We haven't finished the season with the same old line, and I want to say about 4 to 6 seasons. And not everybody does, but for the teams that are going to the championship, they have consistent line work. If one guy goes out, there's consistency and there's depth there where it doesn't really look like it's missing a beat as bad. We've just had terrible line work. We've got a new quarterback, and that's got to be something that was addressed. And I really like them addressing it with Coleman, because anywhere you have a problem, you can put this kid at. Anywhere on the line except for center. Both guards, both tackles, Shorty can play. If was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. But if Cosme got hurt, Shorty could plug right in at your right guard, and you may not miss that much of a beat. Gotcha. And because he's also ambidextrous for everyone that does not know. He is dominant right-handed, but he is ambidextrous as well. So that may also be possibly why he's able to line up on all sides and do his big number. Last little stat. His final year, he played in 11 games and covered 720 snaps, splitting time between left tackle and left guard. His senior performance led to a second-team All Big 12 conference selection, despite allowing 17 QB hurries and 3 quarterback hits. But he gave up no sacks while shouldering the role as team captain.
Okay, that's big. That's big juice there. That's big juice. Did Big Son already go? Did you already got Big Son in there? Who left?
No, I ain't go yet.
You ain't go yet? Go ahead, Big Son. I go last.
Yeah, I ain't go yet. Like I stated on draft day, I actually like the pick. We picked him.
My apologies. I had one last draft note. I really am sorry. He also runs regularly. He runs a consistent 18 miles per hour, squats 600 pounds, and benches 400.
No, that's big boy stuff.
Oh yeah,
that's big boy stuff. Okay.
Yeah, see, I ain't know none of this stuff about Coleman. I take back what I said on draft day. On draft day, I was like, why did we draft a lineman? And I mean, not why did we draft a lineman? Why did we draft this guy? Never heard of him do it. I went and did my homework. I was like, Shorty certified. Like we've all stated, Shorty played all across the line. Then Vito just threw in that extra gem right there. I'm glad you interrupted me because I didn't know nothing about that. Like, Slim, do you know what it takes to move around like that at that size? Bro, like I'm 328, Slim. It might not look like I'm 328, but to move around like that at that size, bro, is crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy work right there. So I'm even more ecstatic about this pick. I mean, if I gave Jaden Daniels an A+, and I gave Johnny an A.
You been A all day.
I gave Johnny an A+. No, I didn't give Johnny an A+. I think Johnny got an A+ or A, and Sam still got the platinum. This get a double platinum for me. I'm sorry. Shorty putting in crazy work. Yeah. Shorty putting in crazy work. Short and sweet.
That's
it's so
flat. What you got, Point? Did you already get in there, Point?
Yeah, I said that this was an A+.
Okay, so we got all A+ across the board. What you get? What was the grade, Vito?
I gave it an A. I gave it an A.
Okay.
I gotta see where we put him at, and if he has success at the left tackle, because he did play mostly guard. But again, like I said, he's talented, and if he can play that left tackle position this whole season, you might be looking at somebody that's gonna be there for a while.
AV, I watched this game against Oregon at left tackle, and he literally had
Yes. They
one
did nothing.
bad play.
They did nothing. They did. And the one bad play was because the quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. And I gave him the bad play because I had to say something. I was like, well,
you gotta find something wrong to make him normal, right?
Yeah.
I did this. I did the same thing, bro. I think I know what play you're talking about too, because that's one of the only plays I gave him. I was like, all right, if you did anything wrong, all right, you messed up on that jump, but you still didn't give up a sack.
Yeah.
Okay, so based on need, I always like to start there. It's based on need, because you could have the greatest draft all day, but if you're drafting things you don't need, it really doesn't matter, because you will have the same problem from year in to year out. So for me, I always like, y'all know, as it's going to be the same thing as the other ones. I like to draft on need, what you could have gotten, what other ways that maybe you could have went, even prior to the draft. And this was a glaring need for Washington. Sam Howell, for instance, was the quarterback last year. He was sacked 65 times by himself, So, this was a need. Offensive line was a need. Tackle was a need. And I think this is a position that's been missing as far as dominance since the days of Trent Williams. And so for that by itself, you get a couple notches, because at the end of the day, you needed it. We needed an offensive lineman. A lot of Redskin fans, as I stated before, wanted us to draft Joe Alt number one. Number two overall. It was a lot of Redskin fans. And for the Redskin fans, listen, shout out to all y'all out there. For the
we would have been wrong.
A lot of them wanted Joe Alt.
We would have been wrong.
No, I'm not saying that whether wrong or right. I'm just saying that's how much of a need that was there, is that Washington fans was even calling for the best lineman in the game. They felt like, so shout out to everybody out there, you know what I'm saying, who was calling for Joe Alt, but this was a glaring need. I mean, anybody.
Let's be clear. Anybody listening to us, just so y'all know, we keep it 100,000% on this jump. Let me tell y'all why Joe Alt was bad. Real quick, short and sweet. You pick Joe Alt, you don't win more than 5 or 6 games a year. You don't get a quarterback if you pick Joe Alt in this draft, outside of who you picked up undrafted, or maybe a Joe Milton if you're looking at something like that. And you don't have no weapons to go Joe Alt first. Even if you'd have put a quarterback here, a wide receiver in the second round, you still got nobody to throw the ball to him. I don't think our franchise can suffer. If we win 7 games this year, it has to be something tumultuous other than the performance of the players. If it's something tumultuous, the fans can buy another, okay, wait until next year type of thing. Outside of that, you can't win 7 games around here because you picked Joe Alt.
The whole draft, in order to go Alt, then you wouldn't have never traded Sam Howell. You would have went Sam Howell, and which is a lot of people wanted. Let's be honest about it.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of people wanted that. A lot of people was like, hey, get us a line and get us a couple receivers, then you might be doing. And a lot of people wanted Joe Alt over Marvin Harrison Jr. Let's be clear about that. Even over him. It was a lot of people who wanted.
That's because people are looking at what happened last year, and that's the one thing that I'm learning about the NFL now, especially because of how much gambling is influencing the sport. You cannot bank on what happened last year. We weren't live at the time, but no, we were live. I think me and Ro was the only ones on. You and Big Son, Theo. But I asked the question of who did he see in the AFC that wasn't going to make the playoffs next year, and who was in the NFC that he said that wasn't going to make the playoffs next year. And we got some interesting answers on that. You know what I'm saying? And that's based on us not looking at what happened last year, but understanding that certain teams drafted to help themselves out. Certain teams put themselves in position to be better. And then some teams put themselves in position to be okay in the next 2-3 years. And that's going to play out differently than some of the things that happened last year.
Yeah, I agree. So just for that by itself, I think that there was a need there. So I mean, a glaring need that everybody unite. I think every Redskin fan said, "Hey, we had to add a offensive tackle in this draft." I think
Offensive tackle was on all of our board. None of us skipped offensive.
every Redskin fans board. So based on that by itself, I'm gonna say, and based on the player, of course, I like Brandon Coleman, especially the fact that I mean now hearing about his athleticism, I think that's really strong. And he's going to need it. Again, he's at left tackle, so hey, you're going up against Parsons, Brandon Graham, some of the better guys in the league in the NFC East. This is not a slouch position. Left tackle you're in Joe Jacoby's spot, and you got Joe Jacoby's number. So let's be clear about that right now. And you in Joe Jacoby's spot, baby. So that is one of the most coveted spots in the NFL, in my opinion, is left tackle for the Washington Redskins. That's just me. That's just how I think. That's just what it's always been, in my opinion. Look at Trent Williams. You look at John Jansen. No, was it John Jansen? Did he play over there? Or
No, Chris Samuels was on that side.
Chris Samuels was on that side. Okay, Chris Samuels.
Trey
Trent
Johnson.
Williams.
Trey Johnson was a guard.
Yeah, Joe Jacoby. I mean, this is a really, really coveted position. So to draft him there and to draft him in the third round, I think that it was a great pick. So I'm gonna give it a A, because it was a need there. You needed it. You got a guy. You could have gotten somebody earlier, but I feel like with the other things that you got and the other players you got, that was the latest you could have went tackle. Let's just say it like that. If you go any later than that, then you would have had a problem. So I think that was the latest you could get one. Y'all, you waited and got the guy that, I mean, obviously it's the guy that was on your board. You wanted. And then let me mention this too. TCU went to the national championship 2 years ago. So it's not like this guy played for some bums. You know what I'm saying? He played for a team that went to the national championship 2 years ago, and they were really good. TCU was not last year, not 2023, but 2022. TCU was really, really, really good. So if anybody, and then they changed quarterbacks and lost a bunch of players. So if you are watching film on Brandon Coleman, I suggest you might go back to 2022 on him, because that was the season that they were really, really masterful in what they did out there. So this is not a guy who came from a bum. Again, so when you look at Sanders Steele played in the national championship this year. And then you look at Brandon Coleman, he played in the national championship last year. I think you're working with something. And it's also, we got a couple other guys, and we'll get to them later, another guy who played in the national championship this year as well. So I think you're working with something. I think you're working with teams who are really successful, guys who come from successful programs. And so that's why I do give this draft a A. I give this a draft an A because of need, because of the program, because of the guy and the success and all of the things that he's done in this. You know what I mean? So I'm definitely going to give him an A. Now we skipped one, actually. We skipped one. We went one ahead. That was the 67th pick, but the 53rd pick was what we forgot it. We skipped over it. That's my bad. The 53rd pick was tight end Ben Sinnott.
Ben Sinnott.
Ben Sinnott out of Kansas State. Y'all go ahead, run it down. What y'all got on Sinnott?
This is me. This is my favorite pick outside of Jaden Daniels. Uptown Vito calling it first. Chris Cooley 2.0 on steroids. Okay, let me explain to you. I have been watching this kid's film the entire day. I'm talking about since I woke up today all the way until I got home. I have been looking at this kid's tape, and I absolutely love it. I love the fact that Zach Ertz is going to be a mentor for this kid for a season. I love the fact that Cliff Kingsbury is going to be playing this kid, and he may start before the end of the season. I even like him at tight end / fullback or tight end number 2. If he plays fullback and we predominantly use him as fullback, he is going to be a monster. But I think if you do not line him up at tight end, you are taking away a weapon that you are not ready to see.
Adam Peters said he more than likely will play tight end.
With Cliff,
Really?
I don't know what Cliff and Brian got put together, but I promise you, if they run the the read option on the side and he's in motion on that side, he is going to lay somebody out. He is a 4'6", 40 guy, almost 4'7", but he's in the top 74% of all tight ends in 40 speed. He's 6'4". He's got 9.5-inch hands. I mean, 9.5-inch hands. He's in the top 33% of guys with the hands. Excuse me. His 40 time was, like I said, was in the top 74%. His 10-yard dash was 1.59, which is 81% in top of tight ends. His verticals are 40-inch vertical, which is the best in the class of verticals. His cone time was 6.82 seconds, which is top 95% of all tight ends in the draft. He's 250 pounds. He's got 32 3/8 arm length, which is not that long, but he's good. He's good in what he does. His shuttle was a 4.23. It's 82% the top tight ends, and he's basically second in the broad jump at 102 feet, 102 inches, or no, 102 feet. I'm 126 feet. Excuse me. It was 96% in that. He's an overall grade of 83.5 out of 100. Against the defensive opponents he faced this season is a 78%. QB rating when targeted is 112, 85% on the hands. His short receiving gets an 89%. Intermediate routes get a 94%. His deep threat routes get a 96%, and his blocking gets a 76%. But I'm telling y'all, his blocking is better than that. Especially if they work on it. This kid is from Waterloo, Iowa. He used to be a wide receiver, interesting enough, in high school. His last year at high school, he did not play tight end. He played wide receiver and he played defensive end. This kid is a hitter. He played defensive linebacker as well. His coach in high school rated him the best player in Iowa only after their championship game. They were losing. I can't remember the exact score, but they were losing, and this kid dropped back into coverage and caught a one-hand interception and ran it back for a touchdown. All right. Single-handedly, with the coach's words itself, single-handedly changed that game for them, and he rated him the best player coming out of Iowa at that time. He was supposed to get a scholarship to Holy Cross or Holy Christian or something like that. No, excuse me. I apologize. It was to what's that? North Dakota FCS or something like that. And things didn't work out. So the coach for Kansas State used to play for his high school. The head coach of Kansas State went to that school as an alma mater, and I think they played the same position. And he told him to come on out there to Kansas State as a walk-on. Came on as a walk-on, told him wasn't going to be nothing straight. He told him he had to sacrifice, change his diet and everything like that. The kid did everything he was asked, started immediately. Transferring from a walk-on, all right, to a key component to their offense. Over his collegiate career, he had 28 starts, showcasing skills hybrid as a tight end and a fullback. His productivity peaked in his final season, amassing 49 catches for 676 yards and 6 touchdowns in 12 games, underlining his evolution in a reliable pass catcher and an integral part of the Wildcats offense. He was earned first-team All Big 12 honors in 22 and 23, predominantly listed as a fullback. So what that means is he predominantly knows how to block. I don't know how he got a 76 blocking on his grade when he went to the first team All Big 12 both years. I'm not really sure how that happens, but hey, I'm not the grader. Okay, I know what I watched on film. Big son, fill his locker up with syrup on Sundays. He's gonna get pancakes. Okay, he is no guys. I'm not, bro. He's a driver.
That's the original house right there, Vito. That's the original house of pancakes right there.
He finishes his blocks like a lineman. If they line him up at wide receiver or in like a bunch formation or something, one of them cornerbacks is not going to be happy about that. I promise you that. Especially if they don't get like shifty on him and try to get past him. But once he get his hands on you, he's a crazy blocker. He's got incredible acceleration. I think his biggest game last year was against Missouri. He had 5 catches for 100 yards and 2 touchdowns. Against I think he played against Oregon last year. His no, he didn't play against Oregon. It's another game, bro, that he had, bro. But again, their bowl game, he had big games all across the board. I think he took him about maybe 3 or 4 games for him to start getting settled into being a tight end full time before he had like a 5 or 6 catch game. But against big competition, Shorty showed up. You know what I'm saying? In big games, he showed up. He was their leading receiver in a couple of games. He was targeted just as much as their receivers were. And like I said, his former being a former wide receiver, I think helps with his route running. Being a fullback, helped with his blocking. So I think he'll be able to get on the field probably and possibly in situations where Zach Ertz wasn't able to because he's that much of a better blocker in my position. In my opinion, excuse me.
So what you got on the grade?
The grade is an A. That's the A++. That is my favorite pick outside of Jaden Daniels.
Okay. You want to take this one up, big son?
Oh, you know I want to take it up, bro. I pointed this guy out to you a long time ago. This guy is a nasty athlete, dominant type of player. Like his spirit on the field reminds me of a British Bulldog. If y'all know anything about British Bulldogs, they pretty small, but they got big hearts. I ain't talking about this guy small neither. He's far from a small guy. I'm talking about the heart of a British Bulldog. Like if y'all ever watched wrestling back in the day, if y'all know who British Bulldog was, nasty wrestler. So what I'm saying is about this guy, I watched this guy play a game of football in the snow. And when I say the guy was mauling people, I'm on the phone with bro, like, bro, look this guy up, bro. Like I'm looking, I say, no, look him up right now, bro. Look at this man in the snow, pancaking people.
Leo actually said something about, he was watching film today. He said something about that game today.
Absolutely.
The game in the snow, bro.
Yes.
Like he's a different animal, Slim. And like to see a football player, like I come from the era when we played on Christmas and Thanksgiving when it's snowing, we'd be outside. You hear me? So to see him getting in the snow, I say, oh, he got the pedigree. But then to see him outside of the snow, the game that Vito mentioned about the five receptions, 100, man, he was giving it to people in that game too. He wasn't only giving receptions, he was giving it to people in that game too, Slim. Like a pedigree like that, I'm gonna keep it short and sweet once again. Double platinum, baby. Double platinum on that.
You got a double platinum there too. We got
double platinum on that pitch. That baby, Workhorse going crazy tonight.
Hey,
baby.
2 double platinums. You know what I'm talking about?
2 double platinums. Yeah,
Hey.
short and sweet.
That's right.
I second that pick. I really like that pick.
Okay. We got 2 double platinums. What you got?
I was on Benson now before people even knew about this guy. So I'm really high on this pick right here. And where we got him at is a steal, bro.
I said I knew you was itching to get in there, baby.
Man, I love this guy right here. I've been one of this now anyway, because people like Brock Bowers. Brock who? Ben.
I knew you was itching to get up in there. I knew you was itching to get up in there. What you got, Point?
I'm going to start before I even like give my analysis. I'm going to start with my grade. My grade is a triple platinum.
Okay.
Triple platinum. He is my 1A pick for this draft. He is my favorite pick for this draft over Jaden Daniels, over everybody else. This is my favorite pick in the draft. We got him in the 3rd round, which is a steal. You know what I mean? We got him, and he's able to do everything. He's not just a pass catching tight end. He's not just a blocking tight end. He's not just a tight end that can play fullback. He's a tight end that can do all of it. Okay? And like V say, fill his locker room up with syrup. Because he's pancaking every goddamn every game I've seen, he had maybe 1 or 2 pancakes. He was completely dominant.
And My bad, Leo. Just to add to what you're saying, the person that's getting blocked by him throughout the game, I promise you, throughout this season, somebody's going to run away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like he that physical of a blocker, bro. If
Yep.
it wasn't for Brock Bowers running a 4.48, he might have been the first tight end taken off the board.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. He could have been the first tight end, and no, I don't think very many people would have been surprised. You know, when I
Yeah.
look at this player, I look at somebody that is NFL ready to start right now. Put him on the team, put him in a uniform, and he is ready to start right now. Right now.
He gonna get Jamin Davis the business in practice. Like that.
Oh yeah.
If Jamin Davis has a lights out year this year, it's gonna be partly because he got a face shorty in practice. That's
Yes.
how confident I am about how good this kid is. And
Yes.
don't get me wrong, it's gonna have to be earned. There are some things he's gonna have to get used to. Cliff Kingsbury offense is way more technical than Kansas State offense was, but I don't think Cliff is going to complicate this with the skill set that this kid can have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'll let you finish up, Leo, because I'm gonna pull up an interesting stat once y'all finish.
Man.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that Ben Sinnott, you know, he is to me the prototypical tight end. He got the size, he got a decent amount of speed, he definitely got the blocking ability. You know, there is nothing about Ben Sinnott that I do not absolutely love. I think that he is maybe one of the best players in this draft, period. But at his position, I think this is the perfect pick for us. He is somebody that we have not had a Gronk type of tight end, or George Kittle quality tight end. I'm saying in a long time. I feel like he is that. I feel like he can be whatever it is that we want him to be in that position.
I'd like to add, just for the interesting stat part, is that his numbers are identical, and I'm talking about absolutely identical to Zach Ertz as a rookie coming out as combine numbers.
Yes. So what I'm looking at right now is somebody that I feel can be dominant immediately. I feel like he could come in right now and maybe catch 40 passes around 400 to 600 yards right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's seeable.
Yeah.
That's very seeable.
And if we develop
And
him,
that may be an understatement.
yeah, but if we develop him just even in the off season a bit, I think he is going to be a killer. I think that right away, people are going to, like you said, it's going to be a long day for a lot of people right away.
I'm gonna just start calling him House.
He
That's
may
his new
be
name.
able
just
to
call him Benson. You know what I'm saying? Benson.
His new name is House for
Nah,
me.
see for the fact that he's in Washington, the Senate is in.
Yeah, he said it.
The Senate is in.
Yeah.
The house is filled. The Senate is in.
The Senate. Yeah, I don't mind that. The Senate. Okay, so
yeah, that's what I'm saying. First of all, I may be making a reach, but I'm going to say it with all confidence because of how much I like the pick, and because I know that in the last 3 coaching staffs, we've all tried to have a tight end. Everybody remembers Jordan Reed. Jordan Reed was one of my favorite. I'm not gonna lie, that was a joy to watch. But I even still feel like the fan base was still all Cooley lovers. And again, don't get me wrong, Cooley passed the torch to Jordan Reed beautifully, and it was passed on beautifully, especially with RG3 coming in. It was just all beautiful. This is our chance, if he remains healthy, of having maybe the best tight end in our division if nobody switches up the next couple seasons.
Not only the best tight end in our division, Vito, I would say in the NFC.
I think George Kittle is young.
One of them. Let me not say the best. One of them. One of the best.
Kittle, you got
maybe
the
top 3.
Detroit.
I think Detroit's tight end is really good.
He came from Detroit and went to Minnesota. What's his name?
Laporta.
He's pretty good. Laporta. I wasn't even
And
meaning
you still got Pitts with Kirk Cousins, and I
still
think
got Pitt.
Pitts is going to get probably 1,000-yard season if he don't get hurt messing with Kirk Cousins. Like
Yeah.
that's almost inevitable, and for the fact that he's a mismatch nightmare if their coordinator has something designed for tight ends, just for the fact that linebackers are not. He's faster than Brock Bowers is. I still think Brock Bowers might have the better season because they got Devontae Adams, and he's going to create so much of a mismatch that Bowers should have. You know what I'm saying? Some more lanes, in my opinion. Plus, that's a tight end driven conference with Kansas City getting Worthy and they're still going to use Kelsey. There ain't no secret about that. So Bowers is going to have to be effective just as much as Kelsey is in that division to me for the Raiders to have some type of chance. So I just see the usage being a little higher for a few teams right away. Now, like I said, over the next few seasons with Jaden Daniels, and because y'all got to let me talk about him, because I know I missed that. Because oh my gosh. But anyway, with Daniels and him being on the same team, coming in the same year, that's likely to be your tight end of the future. It's right now, just assuming that he has that 35 to 40 catches, 400 yards, 5 to 6 touchdowns. You're looking at possibly the tight end of the future, just for the fact that you still are looking at giving this kid another wide receiver weapon. You know what I'm saying? Outside of what we may expect to see this year.
Absolutely. So for me, okay. So for me, we'll go with the Senate. You know, I like that name, the Senate, because it's DC representatives. You know what I'm talking about. So the Senate. You know, I like that. Okay, so we'll go with the Senate. Ben Senate. You know what I'm saying. Of course, this was an area of need. This has been an area of need. I think for quite some time because you had Logan Thomas who were there, and no, Logan Thomas has great hands, like great catch radius. Catches in traffic. He does, but he's not the fastest guy. He doesn't get a lot of separation. He's 6'5", so and he knows Logan Thomas has a really good knack for finding the holes and zones and how to get open short and quick. He had a really good knack for that. So this is in no way a knock to Logan Thomas. You know what I mean? But he did lack foot speed. He lacked speed, and I think he lacked a little versatility too. I feel like he lacked a little bit in blocking. So it's just certain things there that I think with Senate you can get around and you can do it better. I think that with Senate, for one, I'm interested to see how he looks when he carries the ball out of the backfield if they use it in that way. I would love to see that because I always say a guy who goes at fullback is a monster at running back. And the reason I say that is because of Stephen Davis. I don't know if for Redskin fans who can go back that far. Stephen Davis originally came as a running back. He was soft. So they put him at fullback. I believe it was Schottenheimer. Schottenheimer put him at fullback, made him run fullback for a year. And then when he came back at running back, this was one of the most physical running backs I had ever seen. After that, so I would love to see Senate carry the rock out of the backfield, especially in short yardage situations. So if anybody out there listening, you might be plugged into the team. That might be something y'all want to look into, especially with that 34 number right there. And then they had him at fullback in the draft. If you watch the draft coverage, you saw them show and say that he could be a fullback as well. So I am very interested in seeing the different ways they use him. I would love to see him carry the ball out of the backfield in some of those short yardage situations. I think he's a great blocker. It was an area of need because of Logan Thomas. I believe he's not there. We didn't re-sign him. So and then I wanted to see some fresh blood at that tight end position.
And he's not the greatest rusher out the backfield, but he does have positive yards out the backfield rushing, and he does have a few touchdowns out the backfield as well.
Okay,
so I've seen that too. Yeah.
I've
seen that. But see, that's
I think that was one of the touchdowns he had in that snow game.
We don't have a short yardage back. And that's
no. With him as a blocker, I think Brian Robinson is a short yardage back.
I think Brian Robinson is the short yardage back, regardless. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm with you, Leo. Bruh, he's going to run through a brick wall, bruh. Like
exactly.
If in the first unified practice he does not impress,
I'll ask for Bates to be the second tight end and wait for Shawty to get ready. Because if anything, real, I'm not even lying to you. If anything, if he doesn't play this year, it is simply because they want him to be about 260 with the same type of speed and all that. He's 240, you know what I'm saying, 250 right now. So it'd be just gaining the extra weight or just replacing the weight with muscle. But the kid is a freak athlete, bro. He was only about 190 in high school, almost 200 pounds in high school as a wide receiver. You know what I'm saying? He had really good catch radius. He was a really good jump ball catcher in high school. He wasn't really a burner like that, but he had long touchdowns. Like he's got a lot in college. He's got a lot of long touchdowns because he just knows how to get past you. And like again, and he beats linebackers in routes, bro. Like he's not the greatest route runner, but like I said, that former wide receiver experience gives him route concept experience that Cliff Kingsbury is going to probably be able to exploit at some point in time in his career.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, I think with that being said, I'm gonna give this one an A2. I think this was an A. In fact, I might give this an A plus because of need where you drafted him at. I mean, Sanat was drafted 53rd, you know what I'm saying? So you got him at a good spot. They say that this is a top 2 player at his position. So to get them at 53rd, I think that's a good look. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a good look. So I'm gonna give this an A as well.
He was technically give me 1 second. I believe he was 2 seconds. I got it right here. He was 1, 2. 1 second. All right, he was 4th on the draft board in his position, behind Brock Bowers, Jatavion Sanders, and behind Cade Stover. Cade Stover went to the Texans, but he got drafted after him. Cade Stover got drafted in the 4th round.
Gotcha.
So technically, I believe Jatavion Sanders went after as well. Hold on 1 second. Jatavion Sanders. Yeah. So yes. So he was the second pick. Benson. Second pick.
Well, let me ask you: do you take those guys over him? We passed up those guys to get Senate. Do you think that's the right pick?
I think that Senate. I think that Jatavion Sanders was really good. He was a little slower than I expected him to be at his 40 time. He was 0.2 seconds slower than Senate. Does that make a big difference? No, not at all. That's pretty much the same speed. So I'm not gonna sit here and pick on that. His 10-yard was 159, was 1.59. Senate's was a lot better than that. I think it was like 129. So he has better shiftiness or like better in and out of his cuts. Also, his vertical was only a 30. Senate's was a 40. So you got somebody that can go up for the pass at his highest mark a little bit better than the other person. And then Jatavion Sanders was 245. So 245 going against some of those bigger defensive ends. You still got to get more weight on him because of, do you want him going against a Parsons trying to help Chip at 245? Parsons is going to throw his little ass on the floor. And again, Jatavion Sanders doesn't get the same blocking rating that Senate gets. As a receiver, short hands, intermediate routes, higher routes, he definitely did well. He was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school. So I think that's more of why his numbers were, why his draft stock was, you know what I'm saying, a little bit higher than Senate's, because he was already on the radar for a lot of people. He's a 5-star in high school, and coming out of Texas, in the area of Texas. He joined Texas high school, so that's a home star type of thing. In 2021, he just saw 3 games for the Longhorns, but he didn't feature in the passing game. I think in 2022, he played 12 games. He had 49 catches and 577 yards, averaged 11.8, and had 5 touchdowns. He had a 119 in quarterback rating when the quarterback passed it to him. In pass protection, he gave up 4 pressures and limited pass action. As a junior, he played 13 games and hauled in 39 catches for 607. So he caught 10 less passes, but he got almost 25 more yards. So he averaged 15 yards a catch instead of 11 or 12, but he only had 2 touchdowns. His quarterback rating went a little bit down when he was throwing to him, and a pass blocker, he gave up 3 sacks and he gave up 4 pressures. So I think with Sennett's blocking and the fact that this guy was at 245 and gave up 3 sacks, and you're looking at the ends that we got in our division, you need more of a mean streak in your blocking aspect to get on the field as a pass catcher. You can get on the field as a pass catcher, but when we know you getting in and you're only going out for routes, that takes away from our running game when we know you can't block.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So was that the best? So you feel like that was the better pick?
Yes.
Like,
Yes. His blocking alone, with the fact that, so I'm gonna add this real quick so all of it go together and we can go to the next pick. So I don't gotta go back to Jaden. I watched some film on Jaden from somebody else. I didn't watch the games. I mean, I already did that already, but I watched the film with somebody else, and he was showing me somebody else's takes on Jaden. Matter of fact, it was Chase Daniels that used to play with the Redskins. Okay. This kid is crazy fast. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not even going to go that far into it. He's just crazy fast. I thought I was watching these replays on a sped up version, bro. I thought the dude was speeding up the replays and he was just running them at regular speed. He showed them from afar, and I thought that the plays was on fast mode, bro. And they went back and they zoomed in and they showed the play from the up close angle, like Jaden getting the ball from the center out of the shotgun. And his 0 to 60 is like a fine-tuned Ferrari.
Yeah. I was telling
Ben Sinnott is such a good pick to me because you are not going to ask him to run without help from that guy. Yeah. Even if you say that, all right, let's say that Jaden doesn't need him in the backfield and Sinnott goes out for a pass. I'm pretty sure with Brian Johnson and how they develop things for Jalen Hurts, that once he gets past a linebacker, you've got to continue to block when you're going upfield. Sinnett's going to be able to do that, and Jaden's going to be able to find that small little crease on some runs where he's able to turn something small that might look like 5 to 7 yards or 10 yards real quick to a 27-yard run like that. And by the time they hike the ball again, you're going to forget it even ran that far.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
the 0 to 60 is like
the speed on, I don't know what I still don't know what his 40 time is. I'm about to go look at it while we move to the next player.
It was 4.3. He was slightly
no.
He was.
No, it's faster than that, bro. It's faster than that, bro.
He was right under him, and Lamar Jackson was like I think he was a close under, like maybe a 0.1 or 2 under Lamar Jackson.
No way.
Like 0.1 or 2.
No way, bro. No way. Maybe because I don't get to see Lamar run straight that much without him doing some type of juking or something. But no way, bruh. Never. And I am a Michael Vick fan. Vick turned me into a fan. Florida State is my favorite college football team. Michael Vick torched us. That whole season I watched him, but he annihilated us in that bowl. I became an absolute fan and wished him all of the luck in his entire NFL career. Even after the dog stuff, even when he was with the Eagles, I just like silently rooted for the kid because I'm just a Michael Vick fan. I'm no cap. Everybody knows that. You know, so just Michael Vick is the guy to me, bruh. I don't think he was even faster than Shawty.
That's what I said.
And I disagree.
Leo, I'm not. You know I'm heavy on the argument. I just tell you to go back to the Florida game. That's and just look at the Florida. Just look at that's the only game I want you to look at. Just look at the Florida game and look at how fast he gets from 0 yards to 10 yards. And if you can find me a clip of Michael Vick or Lamar Jackson running straight for 10 yards in an NFL game when you're running away from somebody scared, because that's a different type of speed and adrenaline, you tell me they faster than him, young.
Or even RG3 on that running in the sideline.
Bro, no.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm with Vito on this one.
He would have scored. Big son, he would have scored 2 whole seconds before RG got through to the end zone.
That's what I'm saying, bro. He is fast.
Yeah, I'm with Vito on this one. I say I've never seen a quarterback go from 0 to 60 that fast. That in ever.
Like I said, his full on like get to the end zone, maybe not as fast as Lamar. Maybe Lamar got an extra gear once he starts. I mean, once he's already going, maybe he stays at a constant speed faster. Yeah. But I'm talking about once he starts and gets to 10 yards, bro. Yeah.
the bruh. I watched I watched a cornerback who got drafted. If he didn't get drafted, he's coming out next year. He runs a 4.4 speed, bruh. He ran past him like he wasn't even there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't
I get what you're saying,
and I've seen Lamar do that too. I've seen Lamar do that. I've seen Vic do that too. But bruh,
yeah, I feel like his acceleration is elite. So if we talking in the conversation of Vic, of Lamar Jackson, of RG3 pre-injury, then we talking about some real speed. I can agree with that. But where they
RG3 was a track runner. People don't realize that he was a hurdler. He was really a hurdler. Like
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I'm not knocking his speed at all. Not at all. I'm saying that he does have elite level speed. I just say that to me, when I see game speed, I think Michael Vick, I think Lamar Jackson, they have that I'm already elite level speed, and then they got another gear.
They have him. They have Jaden Daniels as running a 4.540. This is not real.
That ain't the one I saw.
It's no way.
I saw 4.3. I saw 4.32.
I'm going to go find
4.3. I think a 4.34 something. I saw a 4.3 at some point.
Yeah, I seen his joint was a little bit like a couple tenths of a second faster than RG3.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that as well.
Yeah, so he definitely has 4.3 speed.
Yeah, he ran 5.
Huh?
He ran a 4.35.
Yeah, 4.35. Okay.
He definitely has a 4.3 speed. And I would say that everybody, like, we talking about different styles of runners. You get what I mean?
Lamar 4.35.
See, that's what I say, like a 10.
10th of a second.
Yeah, 10th of a second.
But that's 40 speed. His acceleration. I promise.
His acceleration,
I promise you got to the 10-yard line of that 40-yard dash before Lamar Jackson did.
Yeah. That acceleration, his acceleration, man.
That's what I'm saying. That acceleration is elite level, but when we talking about speed, speed.
And you know what? I'm not gonna hold you. He faster than Lamar. You want me to tell you why? Lamar might be quicker than him, but he faster than Lamar because he's 6'4". His leg stretch is Lamar is taking 2 steps every one. Lamar is 6'1".
No, it's Lamar's 6'2" and a half.
He's 6'2".
He almost 6'3".
Yeah, he's 6'2". And they got Jaden Daniels at 6'3". I think they guys had Jaden Daniels at 6'3" and 6'3" They had him at 6'3" and 3/4. So he was near.
But realistically, Lamar Jackson is 6'2", and Jaden Daniels is
6'4". Yeah, I agree.
6'4". Like, yeah, realistically.
But Jaden Daniels, honestly, I'm with you, Vito. That is the reason. Honestly, I had every reason to not like the guy. Every reason to not like and not want him and everything. I could not. Once I saw his film, I was like, let me shut up for a second. Because I never seen nothing like that. And that's why I keep saying he is the most talented.
Okay, so yeah, I got it. Yeah, I was right. His acceleration is faster than Lamar Jackson. Jackson, hold on. Lamar Jackson's top speed was clocked at 21 miles per hour. Jaden Daniels' top miles per hour on an 85-yard run was the same. It was 21.8.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They are relatively the same speed, in my opinion.
We just essentially drafted a Lamar Jackson with a way better arm, though. No offense to Lamar Jackson. No offense. I've watched both of you.
Hey, V, mouse in the studio.
No.
Yeah.
No offense to anybody out, any Baltimore Raven fans that might be listening, because this is DC, so I know y'all kind of be chiming in on the Redskins stuff. I get it. Y'all are more than welcome. But this guy got a better arm than Lamar Jackson, in my opinion.
I mean, I'm going to say this.
Coming out of school.
Hold up, bro. I feel like arm strength-wise, they are the same. I feel like where Jaden Daniels win is in accuracy. And that's right now coming from the college level to the pro level. So we got to see him at a pro level accuracy as well. But right now, I wouldn't say it's better. I done seen Lamar throw some bombs. I also see.
Let's move on to the next pick. I'll cover that part.
Okay, all right. So let's move on to the next pick. We want to get to this one too. This is a real special pick here. We got Luke McCaffrey, 3rd round, number 100 from San Francisco. This was what we got for Chase Young. We got Luke McCaffrey. This is the from San Francisco. This is the pick we got from San Francisco for the trade for Chase Young.
We still got another pick from that too.
No. It was the second one. That was the second pick. The second pick we got was from which gone?
Oh,
no, that's Montez Sweat.
Right.
Yeah,
So
no, we got a second round.
Yeah, this is from San Francisco.
Hold up,
second
bro.
round was for Chase. I mean, it was for.
We got 2 picks for Chase. We got a 3rd round and a 2nd round next year for Chase.
Okay, so this is the first. This is the first
pick for Chase. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the first one for Chase.
Oh, so we could trade that second and the first pick to move up.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so this is the first pick for Chase Young. We got Luke McCaffrey out of Chase Young. You know what I'm saying? Wide receiver from Rice. We're gonna send it around the board, man. What you guys got on Luke
No,
McCaffrey?
I think this was our original pick. This was our second. This was the number 2
No,
pick.
this is from San Francisco for sure. Guaranteed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is from San
It's
Francisco.
the 100th pick. The
100th
pick.
from San Francisco. Yeah,
So-
for sure.
So look, I want to start this one off, and I want to say that this is a really good pick. I know that everybody wanted a wide receiver earlier. I know that people were potentially looking at people like Brendan Rice because he didn't go off to the 7th round anyway.
Yeah.
I know people were looking at a lot of different wide receivers, but I feel like we got a wide receiver with NFL pedigree. His brothers, he had 2 brothers in the league, Max and Christian, you know, already. So he got already some guys in the league to work out with to get him league ready. So I think he's a 6'2" guy that has very, very, very good concentration. Like his concentration is at a very high level. I seen somebody literally snatch his helmet off in the middle of him catching it, and he still caught it. And I seen it happen twice, not just once. Wasn't a fluke, meaning he did it, and he can do it again, type of thing. I am really high on this pick, although I will not give it a very high grade like I have given some of the other picks. I am going to go with a B right here. Reason being is because this was a very heavy wide receiver draft. This is the only wide receiver we drafted. We waited so long to draft him, but in the space where we drafted him at, I do like. You know, I don't think that he would have been there long into the 4th round. So getting him with the last pick in the 3rd round is a very strategic, smart move. I do feel where his cons is that he's a little slow. He's like Ed McCaffrey. Ed McCaffrey was not super slow, but he wasn't like a burner. You know what I mean? Especially later in the career when I was watching Ed McCaffrey. You know what I mean? Maybe a younger Ed McCaffrey was a burner, but the older Ed McCaffrey that I remember watching in the 90s, he was a little bit, not slow, but he wasn't a burner. He was just a good route running receiver with good hands. And I think that's exactly what we get with Luke McCaffrey. We get a NFL ready to play player, somebody that's going to be mentally prepared, somebody that has worked out like a young NFL pro since he was a kid, somebody that I know can hold himself responsible and wants to play to the best of his ability. So with that being said, I'm going to give him a B. I'm going to move that B up to a B+, as a matter of fact.
All right. What you got, Vito?
Well, the partner with what you said, I like the pick. I'm a little down on the pick. I have confidence in the pick that it's going to be a good pick. I want to give it a good grade, but this one I'll leave as my. I'm going to do what teachers do in the late 90s, early 2000s. INC.
Incomplete? Oh, that's not good then.
Incomplete. Well, see, so here's the thing. The season hasn't started yet. So it's incomplete because somebody hasn't turned in the work. I haven't finished doing the work myself on it. I talked to some fans today. So my take will be what I got from fans today and what we talked about. All right, first of all, in a heavy wide receiver draft,
you picked a 1 year receiver. Does anybody else remember the last 1 year receiver we got?
No, he was 2 years. He played receiver 2 years.
1 year receiver we got, was that Josh Doxson? Is that he's about to say?
Nah, he played 2 years.
Played more than 1 year though. I believe Doxson played about 4 years.
Hold up. He was a quarterback coming out of high school for Oklahoma, actually. He transferred to Rice to play receiver, didn't play that first year really. I'm my bad. He from Florida. Excuse me, I say Oklahoma. I believe it was Florida. And he didn't play 1 year, basically turning himself from quarterback to a wide receiver, and then played the last 2 years in Rice.
Okay, no, go ahead, Vito. With the Vito. I don't know what happened to Vito. Okay. Big Son, you want to take over and jump on this one? Till we get Vito back?
Well, y'all know where I stand, and I've been trying to use my internet, but it's been acting crazy. I just wanted to know, where was Troy Franklin drafted at in all of this?
Hold on.
Because I know he was drafted behind him. So my thing is, a guy like Vito was saying, this was a wide receiver heavy draft. And Troy hung around.
Franklin was drafted 102 overall. Luke McCaffrey was 100. So 2 picks later, Troy Franklin went off the board.
So Troy Franklin was still available. To me, Troy Franklin had more years in college, and he got even better when he got behind a good quarterback. I mean, got beside a good quarterback, and everybody knows his quarterback was Bo Nix. You know what I'm saying? So they traded
too. And mind you, just to add on to it, Denver traded their 121st pick, 136, and then 207. 3 picks. They traded 3 picks to move up and get Franklin.
That mean they well, you know what that screams to me? Bo Nix believes in who Franklin is. You know, they already got Bo Nix, so they say, why don't we get the receiver, the pair? Why don't we bring that pair to the NFL? That pair did a pretty darn good job. 14 touchdowns. I believe somewhere around maybe 1,200 or 1,100 yards to go with that, and 83 catches. So why did you guys turn that down? Like, I believe in the pedigree of McCaffrey and all, but why did you guys turn that down?
Right.
That was available. I've been screaming Troy Franklin the whole night.
That's real. You know, we were.
So to me, this pick gets a C+. Troy Franklin was still on the board, and you decided to go with McCaffrey. So this pick gets a C+ for me.
And so, what did you have on this point? What you have on this? A B?
B+.
A B+. You got a C+. This is interesting now. All right, so y'all know me. I wanted a receiver way before this. I mean, if y'all go back, for everybody out there watching this, the Nature Sports Podcast, you can always go back and look at the previous podcast, look at the draft. This was day 2 of the draft. We do have that up on our Twitter page at DIEHARDSKINS. That's at the Die Hard Skins. You can go back and watch the previous show on the second day of the draft. That is up. You don't have to do extra right there. It's right there on the board. You can see it for the second day of the draft, second and third day. We have been screaming. Okay, we have Vito back. I'm gonna let Vito jump back in where he was at. Go ahead, Vito.
My bad, guys. I was just giving y'all the rest on Luke. He ran a 4.46. His father ran a 4.7, Leo. So you were correct about that. Luke wasn't a burner like that. He got open because he was 6'5", and he definitely was able to get up in a lot of those passes and win a lot of. And DeJohn Elway was a good quarterback too.
And not to cut you off, but
not
to cut you off, but to add what you're saying, he was 1/10 of a second faster than Christian McCaffrey's 40 as well.
Right. So again, you're looking at, and that's what I was getting at. Most team, and that's what I was saying. I was talking for a long time. Didn't even know y'all was there. I mean, y'all wasn't there.
Oh,
The most teams in our division, you know, what I'm saying, not just the division, but in the NFL period. Because I ain't gonna go down that road again. But I was going down our division on the guys that are slot receivers. And besides the Eagles picking up Devontae Parker this offseason, our division doesn't really have a lot of tall, shifty slot receivers. Most of the slot receivers are short, in and out of the cuts type of guys. Well, his shuttle was a 4.02, which is in the top 92% of all receivers. And his cone drill was a 6.7, which was in 90% of all receivers. So his 40 speed only being a 4.4 isn't as bad when the fact that he can get in and out of his breaks fast. And they have him slotted as a slot receiver as his role. So Dotson will go on the outside. Who knows if they're going to run any bunch formations, tight formations, or if they're going to let Dotson go completely on the outside. And maybe Dotson gives us a little bit of the neighbors type of feel, or McLaurin gives it that type of feel for him and Daniels as far as that little hookup right there. But I talked to fans about today. They feel like Luke is going to win in situations where Jaden has to get the ball off fast. And the reason being is because of how fast he ran his shuttle time and his cone time. Meaning that, and remember, a lot of what I used to complain about over the last couple of seasons was that we had receivers, the names, but we had guys that weren't getting open. They just weren't getting open off the line. And sometimes you don't even have to get open 10, 15 yards down the field. Sometimes if you win that battle at the beginning of the line, in the beginning of your route, the quarterback can get the ball out faster than the play develops because you're going to be looking for the ball once you get past the man. Jaden has a rocket. They showed one of the replays in the Florida game. In that game, outside of him running, this is before he started going bonkers with his feet because he had 370 yards, I think, in the air, 340, 370 yards in the air in game two. The kid, it's a route concept that LSU ran. 3 wide receivers. I'm not sure if it's a tight end or field, but it's 3 wide receivers. It's two lined up on the far hash. They on Jaden. The LSU is on the right hash. The play is to the left hash. All right, we're outside to the left sideline. It's 2 receivers out there, one out wide, and then Brian Thomas, and then it's a slot guy in the middle, probably like maybe about 5 yards
talk
over
about
from
the
him.
out. I think I saw that. You talk about the
Yeah,
out.
yeah, yeah. It was two hitches. It was 2
Yeah,
hitches.
the
But
hitches.
he
Yeah,
threw the ball 50 yards
yeah,
across the field for a 10-yard out
yeah.
on the Spanker Rooney. As far
And he threw
as
it with ease too. He threw it with ease
yes,
too.
yes. And I'm only you, and I know that's at the college level, but I'm looking at concept with us having Brian Johnson, who's designed the Eagles passing game for the last couple of seasons. I'm also looking at the fact that Kingsbury is going to need the quarterback to perform at a high level to also speak for his resume and him being able to be a quarterback whisperer and work with them. Also, Jaden's going to do what we haven't seen a whole season ago, which was watching Sam Howell hold on to the ball. This kid is either going to go get those 10 yards or he's going to throw the ball. You know what I'm saying? And if he doesn't throw the ball, maybe we can teach him how to throw the ball away because that would be a helpful asset to learn as well. You know what I'm saying? Throwing the ball away when it's not there. But I believe right now, because he's young, his legs are going to be the biggest asset that he has to be able to get all of these guys open. Because like I not argue, but I definitely spoke on this during the draft day that I really felt like what Rose was saying about having a splash receiver. Because again, I thought that yes, even if they waited more than getting the Brian Thomas, who I thought would have been a gem here. But if you waited, okay, there were other guys on the board that I felt like we could have attacked a lot sooner that would have been able to be those type of playmakers. But I like what Luke has to offer. I just gotta see it. I just don't want to be super sold on it and give that a high grade when Rice is in. It's like that golden pick. Like the golden pick was really good when we got it, but the golden pick didn't it didn't translate. And that's where I feel like I want to give it an incomplete because I feel like McCaffrey's again has that NFL lineage. I don't think he's gonna train the same. I think he's gonna overdo the work. You know what I'm saying? I think he's going to take his best advantage of his opportunity. And Golden didn't get picked to be a starting wide receiver. Right now, McCaffrey is behind Zacchaeus or Crowder, but I believe that you picked him in the 3rd round to be a starter. So he'll be given an opportunity that Golden wasn't given. It will be one in how fast, how quick is he? Not how fast is he, but how quick is he in and out his cuts, and what concept are they going to run with him to see what leverage he can get to get open in the next level. But last to add, I'm more so interested and very happy that we picked a wide receiver with some versatility. Curtis Samuels, to replace him was very hard to do. He's a very great screen receiver and a very short yardage yak type of guy. McCaffrey, I think, can get a similar amount of yak yards after the catch in this system. It just very much depends on what they're going to run. That has been a very big thing when I show and with us over the last 3-4 seasons, since Scott Turner, through the Bieniemy year, like even through Jay Gruden. Like, what are you guys running? Like, most of the time it's just awful to look at, and I can deal with mistakes. Everybody has learning curves. Rookies had their time to grow and get better. We went through a Sam Howell season, even if we feel like they were tanking, even at times when I felt like they may not have been. The Denver game is a great example of what Sam Howell can do in the NFL. I don't feel unhigh on him. I just feel like he didn't have enough to prove to me to keep him. I do understand what people are saying, though, and I do feel like if we kept him, we had more to kind of look at in the draft. But I also think that if you keep him, you start to question yourself and what you're going to do too much. I think letting them go when you did just basically settled that, hey, this is the direction we're going to go, and this is how we're going to do it. So I just want to see how this all looks put together.
Absolutely. Okay, so with me on the Luke McCaffrey, let me say this. I wanted, going back to Big Son, and this was an interesting point, Big Son, that you made with that, where you said, let's see where Troy Franklin was drafted. And the fact that Denver gave up 1, 2, 3 picks to move up and get Troy Franklin says a lot.
But they also have his quarterback.
Okay, you can say that.
And Bo Nix, to be fair in that particular aspect, I think that is helpful. But Bo Nix got the lowest grade. He got the lowest grade of any player outside of Ricky Pearsall in the first round.
Right. I agree with that.
So to get him familiar help is more so to make sure that grade, you can kind of move that grade from a C- to maybe a C+ to a B- because he has somebody that he can be familiar with and you can work into your system. But I also think that maybe it may not work in your favor only unless these guys, and again, I don't know if these, like I said, remember I said that NIL stuff is interesting. Troy Franklin and Bo Nix being in the league so long in college has probably gotten paid so much money as a college athlete. Maybe even if not the most money, he's been paid consistently since they started paying guys, and he's been around for a long time. Troy Franklin, even if new to getting the money, you can't get drafted until you've been in the league in college for 3 years. So maybe these guys didn't do as well in the combine so that they could drop in stock. I mean, Nick in the first round is still high for Nick, so I don't know how you drop that bad. And the need was there, but maybe Franklin dropped to after McCaffrey. You know what I'm saying? Franklin dropped to the 4th round. So
he was 102.
Yeah, so you know what I'm saying? To me, I think the drop off was more like based, like I said, either based on the combine outcome being accurate or teams just following that more than they were looking at the player. I really think that
I think draft trend has, not to cut you off, V, but I think draft trend definitely has something to do with where Troy Franklin went, because they were taking a lot of wide receivers, but at the same time, it was very heavily dominated early in the draft with quarterbacks, you know what I mean? And then it was dominated with offensive tackles, you know. So I think that they had several different trends throughout the draft that made drafting a little different.
Oh no, totally agree. We pointed that out during the draft, and I also think that maybe even though Troy Franklin was more of a wide out in college, maybe that was a slap pick for Denver. You know what I'm saying? I know they got rid of Jerry Judy, but they have some receivers out there, so they may not force him to be in a situation where you have to be a number 2 right away. We may need you to come in and be a situational wide receiver, try to get some jump balls, try to get some splash plays. Hey, when things break down, Bo feels comfortable with you winning the jump ball.
Maybe you got some one-on-ones, like the same how De'Ami Brown situation where you just try that out and see if it works. If it doesn't work, they will be scrutinized very heavily.
I don't
But
think so.
but no. I'm talking about, well, you know what? Not really. Well, I don't know. Yeah, yes, they will. Yes, they will.
You
Because
think so?
because they decided to let go of Russell Wilson, who, once we looked at the numbers, regardless of the shaky start for the first 4 or 5 games, had a really good season in Denver. As much as I kind of like got on him and thought he was like just continuing the same trend, he had a really good season in Denver. And to let him go and to force him to, first of all, to force y'all to possibly not make the playoffs because you decided not to play him for the final whatever amount of 6 games or something like that because he didn't want to change his restructuring of his contract.
Right.
Something
I
that
don't
y'all
think that was a good decision.
yeah,
I'll tell you that.
so that's what I'm saying. If this Bo Nix situation doesn't go right, because guess what? He didn't go anywhere. There are trends to watch throughout the entire season. Me and Ro talked about this when you and Big Son got off. The Pittsburgh Steelers are in line to be a very threatening team next year. They could possibly be the Buffalo Bills of the AFC next year.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And guess what? If Russell doesn't work out, they still have Justin Fields to fall back on if they need an athletic, you know what I'm saying, situation to try to help them out. And they've taken Mitchell Trubisky to the playoffs. They've taken Max Mason Rudolph.
What's his name? Kenny, who just went
Kenny Pickett, Mason Rudolph.
Kenny Pickett,
You know what I'm saying? So Mike Tomlin actually and mind you, he is the one coach that has just recently came out and said that if players don't, and mind you, he was talking about Justin Fields before they even got him. If players don't work with the coach, and I hear this all the time about players, or this player can't run this, or this player can't do this. He said the art of coaching is lost. He said, if you tell me that, then I believe that it's you. I don't think it's the player. I think it's you. If you tell me that a player can't do a 3-step over and he's having a problem with his hands getting out there, then that's a coaching problem. That's not a player problem. And he's had the likes of Le'Veon Bell. He's had the likes of Antonio Brown. Even when he's played well, he's had the likes of Ben Roethlisberger. So you mean to tell me you don't think that this 1 year of however his arm was looking in the beginning, that Mike Tomlin of all people can't fix this? If he gets it wrong in the first 3, 4 games, 6 games, you think he not gonna put Justin Fields in the game?
Oh, for sure.
It's a free quarterback. I'm getting Russell Wilson for free. So what I'm saying is that it's got to work out for the Broncos, because if it doesn't, you just gave away a potential possible AFC Super Bowl.
I get you. So you saying basically the pressure was on them to make sure that they came back strong because Pittsburgh is going to have a successful season. So regardless of what they do, what Denver do, they're going to have to outbeat Pittsburgh because of their fan base is going to look at them, and it'll be a PR disaster if Pittsburgh.
I think we are looking at Sean Payton and giving him a little bit too much just early. I'm not saying it doesn't work at all or in the future, because again, first round guys are almost guaranteed 20 million dollars. I've looked at contracts recently. So all of these guys that are picked at quarterback, you're going to have to go there next year. And Denver doesn't have a choice but to keep Bo Nix till next year because they're still paying Russell Wilson. So they, even if they draft a quarterback, they can't get one in the first round because they can't afford the money. You know what I'm saying? So again, in this situation, like the Raiders, what I said on draft day, I don't know if we were still on air now, but it's some teams that they got caught in the, to me, they got caught in the Michael Penix situation. They picked too early. Bo Nix, to all of us, and all of our mock trade talks and all that, was a second round quarterback. Maybe he can slip in the first, but he's a second round quarterback. All of us said this. Number 10 or number 12, number 12 is crazy. It's crazy. I don't care how accurate he was in football last year and all that. He's like drafting Chris Winkie.
I'm not gonna say
no. Talking about, okay, hear me out. In 5 years, and and maybe we can say yes, because most of our examples are no disrespect to anybody's race, but they're Caucasian quarterbacks that go into their 40s playing and trying to continue on their success. In 4 years after Bo Nix's contract is up, he's going to be 30 years old.
Right.
Nothing wrong with that. All right. If he doesn't get it right within the 4 years, like Daniel Jones, who's not 30 yet, or who's just turning 30, and this is his second contract instead of his first, what do you give Bo Nix if he doesn't get it right?
No,
He's gonna be a backup.
I'm with you for all. I'm with you in everything you're saying, no doubt. Again, for me, it's just the fact that I was big on Troy Franklin anyway, and at the end of the day, would you have taken the Redskins chose Luke McCaffrey over Troy Franklin? The problem, and I'm gonna just say it. I'm gonna say it like this. This is where. Was it his family? Was it the relationship with Peters? Did Peters' relationship with the McCaffrey family sort of push this draft in the direction, push us to draft him? Was it the relationship with the McCaffrey family?
I think that has something to do with it. Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I do think so. I think it has something to do with it, but relationships have to do with the entire world. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think it had as much to do with it as the fact that Troy Franklin ran a 4.41, so he's 0.5 of a second faster than Luke McCaffrey. But here's the difference: he's an outside receiver. His shuttle is a 4.31, which is only 31% in the top of receivers. His 3-cone is a 6.9, which is in the top 62%, and Luke is in 90 or 95% in both of these jumps.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So in a sense, you have the better athlete actually, other than the actual stats in the division that he was in college.
Right.
The thing also with that is that he also was on the outside for his 81 catches, 1,300 yards, and 14 touchdowns in college. What I think is, if we go back to the draft when we picked Dotson, when me and Big Son were looking at the tape, because I started looking at some of this earlier, because I like I said, that's why I gave McCaffrey an incomplete right now, because I was really unsure about what you said. Like, I really thought about it and was like, dang, man, we really don't have film on Dotson on the outside. Well, I went back to when me and Big Son was looking at it. His tape at Penn State is mainly on the outside. He was dogging on the outside. So maybe the staff, at least for one season, is going to see what we can get from two quote unquote McLaurins. And that's not fair to Dotson to say that he's like McLaurin. If he puts up the same numbers, he'll have his own name. He'll be Jahan Dotson. But let's see if this kid can win some battles on the outside with more space, because in the inside of the field it is crowded until you get past those linebackers and stuff like that. So again, with the addition of Jaden Daniels, maybe you're just trying to get your 4-3 guys to burn up the field and see how far they can get upfield, because again, if your quarterback
man, we lost Vito again.
Real good points too.
Yeah, I was just saying.
I was going to make that same point before he did, but
we lost you, Vito. If you can still hear us. My only thing is, to your point, Big Son, you made a valid point. Where was Troy Franklin drafted? The fact that people gave up 3 or 4 picks for him. I don't know, man. I don't know, because I don't want us to pick Luke McCaffrey based on Adam Peters' relationship with the McCaffrey family through Kyle Shanahan. I think that is really, I don't want to get into that. You see what I'm saying?
If that was the case, that's a real messy situation, because
that's what I'm saying.
But I understand if we, like the conversation that we had a couple weeks ago about not even a couple weeks ago, about a week ago, about the production that we want to see from Doc. So if this is your plan to make him the number one, the guy he was killing on the outside, as Vito was stating, if this is your plan, I see why you drafted him. But if this is not your plan, I don't see why you drafted him. You know what I'm saying?
No.
He's kind of go against the will.
I think
of the way, so I mean,
he's gonna be at the slot. I think what they're trying to do is see if Dotson can win the way that he did at Penn State on the outside.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
I mean, I don't know why they're trying to see, not to cut nobody off. I don't know why they're trying to see. He did it with one of the worst quarterbacks, frankly, of the last 3 years in my eyes. He did it with one of the worst quarterbacks.
Well, again, remember, we had bad offensive coordinators, or maybe bad drafters at that time, because maybe like what Rose said at that time, he didn't like the Jahan Dotson pick, especially with trading back to get, you know what I'm saying, the 2 picks. And then Mathis hasn't panned out. You know what I'm saying? So to pick Dotson right there when you could have already had that second type of receiver with McLaurin before Samuels was even signed, you know what I'm saying? Where it's like, okay, we feel more confident with this guy. Or hey, if we'd have kept Chris Sims or something like that, where you just already have it on your roster. And like I said, so many, I forget that we have De'Ami Brown on the roster. And I know he may have slipped down on the roster, but he has a year to perform with being an experienced wide receiver and trying to say, hey, look, I'm one of the taller guys too. Let me see if I can actually add to being a helper. On those famous Redskin teams with the posse, there are other receivers on those teams as well. There's plenty of games where other receivers got catches. They just weren't the big names. And you don't have to be that to be a good teammate, to be a good football player. And like I said, I'm looking for this season to now finally do what I've always been asking on this show since we freaking started, is I only want real Redskins on the team. To me, I hope I am not wrong, but I am putting my confidence in Dan Quinn that what he's going to try to build in the time that he's here. Let's hope that it's for a long time, because we need that too. We need a coach that's going to be here for a long time too. But let's just say that he's here for 3 to 5 years. Well, in that 3 to 5 years, let's build a culture that whatever coach has to come in can continue that because they're held to a higher standard. So I'm hoping that the guys that we bring in are just hard workers, simply put. Whatever scheme you're trying to put forth, if somebody's working hard at getting it right, it's going to start working, regardless of what. I've seen I've watched the Tennessee Titans almost make the playoffs and make the playoffs with Derrick Henry 3 out of his years with the Tennessee Titans, and all they did was run the ball.
Oh, wow.
No, AJ Brown had 1,000 yards a couple.
So, bruh. That's why he left. Why you think he left?
Well, he was viable until later on later on, but he was viable for 2 or 3 seasons. AJ Brown has good numbers out there.
No, I'm not saying that he didn't. What I'm saying is that the quarterback wasn't good enough to realize that he was way better than what his numbers was. Because if he got way better numbers, they would have went to the playoffs consistently.
They was in the playoffs consistently, I believe.
No, they only went 3 years with Derrick Henry, bro. They stopped going because
that's what AJ Brown ain't been in the league that long. So I'm saying since AJ Brown,
yeah. Well, I think they missed it his last year out there. You know what I'm saying? I think he has 2 years in the playoffs with them. And again, I'm not taking away that he didn't have a good season. I'm saying
no, they lost. His last year was the year that they lost. They had the number 1 seed. They went 13-3 and they lost the first round to Cincinnati, I believe. They lost to Cincinnati the first round as the number 1 seed. That's when AJ Brown left.
I guarantee you that Derrick Henry had more yards
than Brown. I'm pretty sure he did. Derrick Henry, I'm pretty sure he did. They ran the ball a lot. They ran the ball a lot.
Yeah, and again, I'm not stating that AJ Brown didn't have a good year. I'm saying that Ryan Tannehill just didn't. He didn't realize like Jalen Hurts what you got in AJ Brown, because AJ Brown wouldn't have left.
Right.
You own this as a wide receiver with the weapon that Derrick Henry is.
I'm saying though, is it? Let's say if the Redskins, Adam Peters, my only thing, and I'm talking to all Redskin fans when I say this, if Adam Peters drafted Luke McCaffrey based on the relationship that he has with the McCaffrey family, and this ain't no knock or whatever the case may be, but if he did that based on the relationship he has with the McCaffrey family and it doesn't work out, we have to give him the blame for that.
No, I don't think that goes in the case though. I don't think that that McCaffrey. I think McCaffrey works out. I'm just unsure of what grade to give him. I think he works out because of what Leo said very first and foremost, which is just NFL lineage, pedigree. Pedigree by itself is I'm not gonna get outdone by these dudes that don't got the Could you imagine what his father has put them through? Not even on nothing bad. I'm talking about being a supportive father, but being there on your kid on what you have to do to be great. I have watched Christian McCaffrey work out. I've watched the documentary with Luke and Christian, with Luke working out with his brother since they were both teenagers. The work ethic that Shawty is going to put to go from a quarter. Anybody remember Eric Crouch from Nebraska?
Yeah.
Eric Crouch, Nebraska, interesting fact for all the young guys out there, somebody that's not old enough to remember, played for Nebraska, was in the running for the Heisman Trophy. I don't know if he won it. No. My bad. Eric Crouch played with the Browns. He got drafted and played with the Browns. I'm not talking about Eric Crouch. I'm talking about the one that played with Nebraska. I think it was Crouch. I think it was Couch that played with the Browns. Eric Crouch ended up getting drafted to the Rams and changed from a quarterback to a wide receiver. He played one preseason game and retired from the NFL. It is not easy to switch positions. Logan Thomas, another one, quarterback at Virginia Tech, switched to tight end in the NFL Combine and came out as a tight end. Those are athletes. So what I'm saying is that what you drafted at that spot was an athlete. You did reach on the fact that maybe he was drafted higher than where you could have got him at. Maybe you could have got somebody else. But I honestly believe that what they believe, or at least what they're going to attempt, because like I said, what you remember, I told you this on the last show. What they draft is going to allow me to see what they're going to run. Without them drafting, with the free agents, I didn't see what they was going to run. By them drafting, I can now see what they're going to try to run.
I agree with that.
So without drafting a outside receiver before Luke can possibly turn into that, without drafting one, this means that you're trying to now get that one-on-one receiver that you were beating. I mean, that Dotson was in Penn State, and how he was able to beat one-on-ones in certain coverages and stuff like that. You're going to try to do that. Also, with Dotson on the outside, doesn't mean that he doesn't still get slot routes, because remember, those drags are ran from the outside too. So he may get drag routes from the outside and run Luke on the intermediate routes, run Terry on the long routes, sit Ertz or sit Sinet in a little cushion spot, and then you pick one, go through your progressions, run if you don't see this shit. You know what I'm saying? And I can see something. You got an Eckler as a pass blocker. Senate will be able to block if you need chip blocking. I can see something like that ran, maybe a check down from Ertz if nothing's there, to prevent from him having to run every play, so that your receivers try to make something happen. So in that situation, you're looking for Dotson to get open, like Neighbors was getting open at LSU. You're looking for him to win at the line instead of winning 10, 15 yards down the field. If that happens, that's because we've ran some type of play action. He's did a move at the line and got free, because that's what, like I said, that's what you're looking to try to get. And at the slot position, to be honest, and remember I said that we go back and look at that film last year, he was dropping wide open passes, bro. So I don't think his problem was getting open. I think it was a concentration thing. At the number two spot, you're going to get targets.
I agree. And again, my grade don't have more or less nothing to do with what happens on, like, per se with the team, or the way that, it's just more or less Adam Peters took it upon himself, in my opinion, to possibly he ignored Troy Franklin. He ignored a couple other receivers that he could have probably, Brendan Rice, a couple other receivers.
That's why I can't give it that bad of a grade, because if you ignore Brendan Rice, but Brendan was only a 7th-round talent, I'm going to say maybe he reached, and maybe they were both worth the same talent grade.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
but
that's I say reach on the pick. Maybe they were both worth the same talent grade. But here's the thing. That means that your reach means you expect him to play right away. Guess what? That now gives him an audition for us to be able to make that judgment on what you just said. We have to be able to judge that fairly. And guess what? We're going to get a shot to judge it fairly. Because if Zacchaeus and Crowder play more snaps, it's because you turn into Trey Quinn.
Right. And that's my thing. And that's my only thing is, let's let it pan out. So I'm going to give this grade a C right now, but this does have the potential to move up or down. I'm not going to lock in at a C. That's why I understand why you gave it the incomplete. For me, the C only comes because I'm not sure that they didn't draft him because of their relationship. And I don't like that. I think that you should draft the best player on the board. Relationship shouldn't come into play. Oh, because I know your brother, I'm going to draft you. Or because this, that, or I'm going to draft you. Sometimes that works now. That worked out for Andy Reid that's how he got Travis Kelce. To be honest, that's how he got Travis Kelce.
Mm-hmm. That's how we got Sean Taylor.
See what I'm saying? And that's how we got Sean Taylor. So sometimes that works.
Sometimes it work out.
Sometimes that works. Sometimes that definitely works. So this is in no way a knock because he did that. I'm saying until
and you talking about a championship caliber player. Like, you know what I'm saying? That
Right. That's all I'm saying.
it ain't Christian are championship caliber players.
Right.
And you know that you know the history of our team. We haven't always had. It's been splash players all around the league. That's not what our Super Bowls come from.
Right.
That's why I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of why I like this draft because I know that Dan Quinn talked to Joe Gibbs. Like that's why the picks feel so genuine to me. These feel like genuine, hard-nosed guys who want an opportunity. Some of these guys were overlooked. Again, because of it being a COVID draft, you got a mix of older players and younger players. Some of these younger players feel like they put up the numbers to compete with whatever these older guys did. I know for a Bo Nix, you should feel confident that even though you're an older guy, you put up the same type of numbers as a Jaden Daniels without the running. Your passing was in the 50 touchdown type of margin, you know what I'm saying, with 4 interceptions, like unheard of. And you threw 3 in one game or 2 in one game. So like it's unheard of numbers. 75 or 76% completion percentage in the NCAA is nuts in a big passing offense.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So completely kudos to you. I do not wish you any bad luck. I am saying that I feel like there's going to be, just me personally, not for him. I just feel like there's going to be some pressure on Sean Payton. Maybe not the quarterback. The quarterback can go through the season as a rookie. I'm pretty sure that the scouts and everybody else that's formally played is going to tell him play the season one game at a time. Take your time. You know what I'm saying? Just play with no pressure. Do what you know, which is play quarterback. You've been doing it so long that you should know it in your sleep. Learn the schemes, learn the system. Sean Payton's going to try to put you in the best position possible. I know that for sure. Yeah. Again, the thing that would be with me would be understanding concepts and has Sean Payton hit the Belichick time? Like, have you gotten a little older where it's like you missing the beat a little bit?
If Denver can get that defense together, I think they're gonna be decent. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna move right along to the Jordan McGee pick. We're gonna move right along to the Jordan McGee pick, 5th round selection. Let me make sure that was the next one. I don't want to skip over nobody, but you don't want to skip over nobody. Yep. After Luke, we didn't have a 4th round pick. We had no 4th round pick. We went straight to the 5th round pick, which was Jordan McGee, a linebacker out of Temple. What you guys got on that?
I'll go first on that. Matter of fact, because my phone is about to die, I'm about to cover the last couple guys real quick, real short and sweet. Jordan McGee, to be honest, I'm not going to sit up here and tell y'all no lies. I've really never got no time to watch film on a guy. So I'm not going to sit up here and give a grade on a guy that I didn't watch. I think I seen something about his tackles or something. His tackles were pretty high. He got a high motor. I read something about that. That's all I know about the guy. So I can't really give a grade on that guy. I believe the next guy is Dominique.
Well, I can run down the draft profile if you want to go grab your charger, big son.
It's weird, bro. It's weird. I can't even find my charger. It's like, yeah. So once I get off, I'm gonna do all of that. But the Hampton, is that his name? Dominique Hampton or Hamlin?
Yeah. Dominique Hampton.
The boy be. I'm trying to find a way to phrase this and not sound crazy. I'm gonna just say lumberjack. You know, the boy got a powerful punch out there on the field. That's what I did see out of him. The little bit that I did watch, I didn't really watch in depth like games, so to speak, but I watched the tackling, the shortness of where he's going when he tackles. Like it's so easy to misguide yourself where you're going when it's time to tackle a player. You can be doing so many other things. You could be watching their feet, not watching their hips. You could be watching their shoulders, not watching their eyes. You could be doing so many things when it comes to tackling wrong. But that guy right there does a lot of it right. And he packs a punch when he hits. You know, I don't know nothing much about John Baptiste neither. But Dominique stood out on film to me because the boy packs a punch when he hits, and he knows where he's going when he tackles. That's big to me. I get so tired of us saying they got to dive out and miss. I seen Butler. I like Butler, but I seen Butler a lot last year dive out or, misguide himself, don't know where he's going when it's time to tackle. You got all that speed, Butler. That's good. But if you don't know where to go when you're tackling, brother, you ain't gonna have no job in the NFL. Period. Especially as a safety, because you're a safety. That means you safeguard behind you the rest of the field. You safeguard the touchdown, the end zone. So I like that about Dominique. Like I said, I haven't really watched too much film on actually none on John Baptiste, none on Joe McGee. I just read a little bit on Joe McGee about his high motor and the tackles they had like 80 something, I believe. But that was about it for
Okay.
me.
Okay.
So yeah.
What you got, Vito, on Jordan McGee?
All right, so I'm gonna go through the draft profile. He's 6'1", 228 from Temple. 8 3/4 hands, 13 percentile of the linebackers. 40 was a 4.55, top 88% of all linebackers. 10-yard drill was 1.54, which is 91% of all linebackers. Vertical was a 35.5, top 67% of linebackers. His arm reach is a 32, which is the lower half at 44% of all linebackers, but his broad reach or broad jump is 86%, 124 feet. He got an 80.8 grade out of 100 as a fifth round pick. I thought that was really good for value that late in the draft. Again, we were talking about how the draft was going and people drafting kind of either like the team ahead of them or drafting on grade. And a lot of guys got moved back or under the radar. He's a 4-year player at Temple. He's actually from the area. He's originally from Towson, Maryland. He began his football high school experience at Dover High School in Towson, transitioning from quarterback to linebacker in his senior year. So he played quarterback up until his senior year in high school. He led his team to a 9-2 finish, earning second team All-State and first team All-Conference honors. Committed to Temple, made significant strides, recognized as second team All-American Conference player, 2-time team captain. Over his collegiate career at 235, 31 tackles for loss, 8 sacks in 44 games. He had a despite setback with a torn bicep in his senior year, but he remained a key figure in the Owls defense, consistently leading in tackles and impacting in coverage with 11 passes defended and an interception. So even though he had a torn bicep, he played all of the games last year.
Okay.
His performance secured him an invitation to the East-West Shrine Bowl, although he was unable to participate due to the injury. So I guess he took that off after he had that jump. Excellent reactive athleticism score, a 9.6, which is the RAS, reflecting superior physical capabilities, demonstrates quick decision-making and rapid closure in zone coverage situations, effective blitzer with a strong ability to navigate through traffic and impact plays behind the line, utilizes his agility and arm length to engage and disengage effectively against larger offensive players, consistent high performer with notable pursuit and speed and tackling reliably in the open field, proven leadership as a 2-time team captain, underscoring his high school IQ and character, strong special teams contributor, adding value with extensive experience in various coverage roles, and impressive coverage skill for an off-ball linebacker, effectively managing space and receiver transitions. His weaknesses are struggles with initial play diagnosis, leading to delays in response to run plays, lacks ideal bulk, which can be a disadvantage in physical matchups and block shedding, tendency to engage prematurely in gap assignments, occasionally misreading the play development, difficulty with man coverage against agile backs due to physical and technical limitations, and recovery from recent injury, including the torn bicep, may impact the NFL readiness. So it's an opportunity that he has a delay in how long it is before he gets playing time on a consistent basis. He likely will contribute right away on special teams, regardless of such. But his grade is not that high in his tackling. Again, that may be because of the late play recognition and stuff like that. With things like that, I take into account what Mike Tomlin said. It will all be about what you're coaching and your concept and how these guys get them. I think if you just got a motor and you're ready to play and you're willing to be coached, which I think most of these guys that they picked were coachable guys. Temple doesn't really have attitude problems for their players, not reportedly, at least on an open stream and stuff like that. So you got coachable players. You got captains, so you got responsible players on top of that. So these guys are responsible for themselves and the others around them. And you're now learning from a Bobby Wagner how to be a captain or be a professional in the league. So I think these guys will take the coaching, very well. Again, across the platforms, because I have not watched a lot of films. So maybe what some of I read, I mean, some of what I read, some of what I've read is accurate in his delay and play response and things like that. I'll have to watch some film on that. But
Right.
his grade was high across CBS. His grade was high across ESPN. His grade was high on Sports Center for our team. And I think it was based on where we got him at. You know what I'm saying? And he's 21 years old. So you've got time for him to develop. You also are, like I said, the likes of your Khalid Hudson's. You're trying to replace players like that. The Andre Jones Juniors of last year that you had, or, you know what I'm saying, KJ Henrys, who are still on the roster, but you're still trying to get things from those players. I think that's what this player is. You needed some depth at that linebacker spot. Just in case anything happens. To me, he's very similar to a Jamin Davis. Or if I give Jamin a little bit more than him, remember when we had the guy from Florida State that kept Pierre Lewis that kept like overrunning plays and stuff like
Oh
that.
yeah, oh my god.
If
Yeah.
you were but see, that's the thing with a Dan Quinn. To me, with a Dan Quinn, I feel like that's fixable. You know what I'm saying? Like that's something that's rep heavy. That's something where you know what I'm saying, you work reps out where you can kind of fix that with the player. You have them watch film, you teach them how to watch it, because that's how you kind of know. That means that he wasn't watching film, or Temple's coaches or their film study wasn't that good, where he was misreading plays, or he just wasn't sure about your talent. Like that's when you coach got to just let you know that, look, you worry about your responsibility. Sometimes being a captain, you start worrying about your job and the man next to you, because you know he's not that strong at certain things. I
Right.
don't think that's going to be the job that he's going to have here.
I agree with you. Point you. Do you got something for
Yeah,
Jordan McGee? What you got?
yeah. I watched some film on Jordan McGee earlier today. Um, like I said, I watched some film on every player. I've watched some film on all the ones that we actually did draft. Not the unrestricted free agent draft picks, but the ones we actually draft rounds 1 through 7. The thing I liked about him, and one of the guys that was doing a comparison on him, they compared him to a Patrick Queen, which I think was a good thing. I think that he was decent in coverage. But the thing about him that I liked is that he was a pretty sure tackler.
Right.
I didn't see a lot of missed tackles or bad angles or none of that. You get what
He
I
just
mean?
he don't be hitting.
Huh?
I said he just don't be hitting.
Yeah, he's not a hitter. He's a tackler.
Yeah.
Something like a London Fletcher. You get what I mean? Even though London Fletcher
No,
later
no,
in like
no,
not to
no,
Yeah,
say
no,
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 London
London
no,
laid
late,
you out.
no,
but I
don't
mean
disrespect London like that. London
no,
was
no,
a
no, no,
hit.
no. I'm not saying London wasn't a hitter at all, but I'm saying like when you talk about the tackling
He was a
ability.
short tackler, is what you saying.
Yeah,
London
Yeah.
was a
yeah.
short
The
tackler.
tackling ability is like a London Fletcher, where, and I'm not saying he's like London Fletcher. I'm saying like he can develop into something like that, I believe. But a bigger London Fletcher, he's a bit bigger than Fletcher. Well, you
Mm-mm.
know.
Why not?
So I think that he can develop at that middle linebacker spot where I seen him play a lot at, and especially being behind a Bobby Wagner for definitely this year, maybe 2 years. He can definitely get some good healthy reps. I think that I'm gonna give this for where we drafted him though, and from what I've seen people say about him, I'm going to give this a minus because
A
I
minus.
really, yeah,
A.
a minus.
Oh, that's big juice right there. Eh?
And
My
this is why, because I feel like everybody that I've seen scout him or talk about him say that he's like one of those sleeper picks in the draft that kind of just got overlooked, but will be able to contribute to a team very soon once he basically gets the NFL, the speed of the NFL.
Yeah.
So if that comes to be true, and that's just for my scouting, I seen, like I said, I seen some good plays. I didn't get a chance to watch as much tape on him as I did Javante John Baptiste, but I've seen some tape on him, and from what I when I seen the brief tape on him and I watched what people said about him, I was like, okay, this might be a guy that maybe not this year, but in the next 2 years, we'll start to see develop very fast, and he'll probably be able to contribute in a rotational spot, or maybe even as a starter after year 3,
Okay.
or
Okay.
during year 3, basically.
Okay. I'm gonna say this was one of the better picks, right? Um, Again, we do have Bobby Wagner, we have Jamin Davis, we have some good linebackers that can play on the inside, right? But I do think that you need depth there because that's a spot where you want to have good rotation. You know what I'm saying? And honestly, that has been a spot that has been both a strength in some years for us when you had Landon Collins and that rotation with Cole Holcomb and Landon Collins, they were masterful together. I'm gonna keep it real. That was some of the best linebacker I had seen around these parts.
It started out shaky for Cole, but he got better. He proved he was a great player. He got
yeah,
better. Because
yeah,
remember, I was complaining about his pass coverage. He got on it. He
def-
got on it. And next week, like he heard me.
definitely. And so yeah, so that was great on that front. You know what I'm saying? I think that set the tone for some really good linebacking around here, and I think that's something we missed last year because we got what's the guy that we had last year? Y'all know the guy we used to dog him. Oh, during the games. And for everybody out there listening, we do games, we do broadcast every game, and it was the guy that we had.
Cody Barton.
Cody Barton.
Cody Barton. Oh my goodness, Cody Barton was so bad, and I think that having Cody Barton last year showed how important having a decent linebacker is. Because even when Mayo came in, he filled that you just saw the difference in Mayo when he was able to fill holes, he was able to be in the right spot, he was able to make the tackle and not make it 15 yards down the field. You know what I mean? If y'all go back and watch that Chicago game, and watch Barton in that Chicago game, oh, he was really bad. And if you go back and listen to the Nature Sports Podcast, especially on YouTube or on Instagram, the show is up there on both platforms where you could see us actually calling the games, who we say, who we don't say, what's happening, what's going on. We're really giving you play-by-play analysis of each game. And I promise you, with Barton, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. Because one thing we do, like Vito said earlier, we keep it 100. Even if we dog you, we can dog you every game for the first, let's say, 5 games. But if you turn it around and you play better, we're going to give you the credit.
Yeah, your flowers will be given.
Your flowers will be given. We ain't
nobody's perfect. We don't expect you to be perfect every week. And again, I give guys flowers even when they playing bad because I understand it happens. Other teams get paid to play well, but when you are consistently bad, and I'm a fan of you, you are going to hear it. You're not getting no breaks because I don't get no breaks as the man in my house. So I'm not giving you no breaks as a fan of a team that I'm just rooting for since I was 5 years old. You crazy?
Yeah, no, not at all. And Barton just proved that position is really a special position here, and especially in the defense that we had. And just to bring up, me and Point was having a conversation earlier today off of air where I said this about Quinn's defense. Quinn's defense in Dallas was, to me, better in that first season because he had Jalen Smith. And when Jalen Smith and the other guy, Evander, had started to have injury problems, you saw a change in that defense.
Yeah.
You saw a change. You even saw a change in the production of Mika Parsons.
Well, I think that when you have to take your star linebacker, and regardless of how special he is, when you have to take him and place him at defensive end, you have problems than you really announcing.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And remember, that's one thing I said about Chase. That's why I was so heavy on moving on from him. Not because I don't like him. I think that at number 2, the pressure is all. I don't care what sport it is. Chauncey Billups, one of my favorite guards in the league, who don't get the respect because of his numbers, but is definitely a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? tough as nails. But you think he didn't think at 3 he wasn't supposed to ball out? You got picked 3rd in the NBA draft. It's an
Right.
important spot. The franchise, wherever you go, relies on you to be efficient at your job.
Right.
And it doesn't mean you got to start out great. Everybody doesn't have the Sam Cassell where you win your first 2 championships as soon as you jump in the league. It ain't that easy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
there are people who go their whole careers who've earned their spot at their draft position. You know what I'm saying? Of course, the guy at 15 can turn into a star later on because he has no pressure. The chip that's on his shoulder is personal.
Yeah.
He has no pressure from that even if that team wants him to be the star, they were 15th, which means that they were middle of the pack, which means that you're just supposed to help them to their next stage. If you do better than that and you are now the guy for them, that is better than expected.
Yeah.
At 15, you become the steal of the draft. You know what I'm saying? Type stuff.
Yeah. Yeah,
but
absolutely.
1 through 5, you have to work. That's why they're called bus.
Right. And I think that's this position for McGee is, I mean, he has some potential here because I know how important it is in a Dan Quinn defense. And even when you look back at the last year in Atlanta when Dan Quinn wasn't calling plays and Raheem Morris was calling plays on defense, even then it was really important. Raheem Morris had them linebackers rolling. They used to blitz more than any other team in the league with the linebackers coming from the linebacker spot with Raheem Morris. So even when he's not calling plays, it's really important. And I just think that Jordan McGee will be more important. And I also think Jordan McGee is going to play a little special teams too. So I think that Jordan McGee, if he can make the team,
and that's what I said,
makes the team, you know.
I think he's going to play special teams right away.
Yeah.
The threat for him to me on the depth chart, if you have the season that you're projecting as a player yourself,
right,
it would be I'm going after Jamin Davis's job.
Right. And that's
I wouldn't the shoes for Bobby Wagner are going to be so heavy to fill that unless your cornerback still have a bad year this year is the only way I see you like trading up for Travis Hunter. But if you don't got to trade up for Travis Hunter, your first job is to replace what Bobby Wagner will be for your defense. Right. I don't think, even though I think he is a terrific linebacker, I love his story. Because again, Frankie Louvu reminds me the story, and his numbers are better than the player I'm about to say. But his story reminds me of this player when he was with us and how he grew up. And I hated. This was the one trade that I so hated, and I was even madder when he went to the Giants, which is Antonio Pierce. I absolutely was a heavy fan of Antonio Pierce, the way he came up through our team, the way he earned his spot. The year he got to be a starter was like that. And to let him go to the Giants for I think $3 million to $4 million more broke my heart.
Remember, Derek Smith came in like that too. Derek Smith ended up going to San Francisco and being really good for them. But it was a similar thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Even Lorenzo Alexander,
Lorenzo Alexander, another one. Another, like I said, household names or just guys, guys that they're not just starting right away. And that's cool. You know what I'm saying? But they play a role on the team where it's like, okay, but then when they start, they don't just play the same way that they did as a backup. They play the role of a starter. You got to keep those guys. Those are core guys. Lorenzo Alexander went on to the Bills and had a terrific career after that.
Pro Bowler. He was a 2-time Pro Bowler out there.
Yes.
At linebacker, though, one year he was top 3 or top 4 in sacks. I think he had 13, 14 sacks one year out there for Buffalo.
And then we used him as a fullback at one point in time too.
We used him as everything: fullback, linebacker, special teams, offensive lineman.
You don't let players like that go, bro. And you have to bring the bank for them.
Yeah.
And I don't care if you have to bring the bank for that. Some people are they're just guys that's for your locker room, guys that's for your team. I'm a Miami Heat fan. Adonis Haslam. You know we could have been let him go so many times before he retired.
Yeah.
The what he meant to the locker room, what he meant to the culture of what other players are going to do when they come in.
If you look at Bam Adebayo now, you see a lot of Udonis Haslam.
Yes, he wouldn't be the same player without him.
Yeah.
His confidence wouldn't be what it is without him.
Yeah. You see a lot of Udonis Haslam and Bam Adebayo. A lot of
them. Especially for Bam to see that they let Hassan Whiteside go the year after he got drafted, and they were playing together. So it was like I got drafted to play alongside you, and even if I'm gonna handle the ball and all that, like Whiteside was actually had his best career year with us that following season, and we let him go. And I'm like super confused, but I didn't understand the game was changing to big men shooting threes at the time. And again, Eric Spoelstra, the coach that he is, masterful, understood where the game was going, and just again, Bam, the challenge. That's what I'm saying. Adonis Haslam worked out with Haslam. I mean, with Bam in the offseason so much. On him getting his jumper together, handling the ball, and these are not things that Adonis was good at all.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? My man was just a core team guy. Like whatever you needed, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And like I said, like things like that. Like I said, that's why I agree with you totally. Like with them retiring Darryl Green number, Dan Quinn is going to ask him to come around. I don't know if he's going to be on the staff and all that, but Darryl's going to be in the building at some point in time this year.
Yeah, definitely.
With the drafting of Sandstrill too, with Joe Gibbs calling Quinn, with the whole chain, like even if it's money driven, now this will be this will help me define some of what me and you be talking about.
Right.
Darryl Green is not about the money. You cannot buy Darryl Green. There's nothing about money that's going to buy Darryl Green. I promise you that. He didn't get paid that much in his career. Whatever he got, he was thankful for. He is a heavy believer. Does not care about money. So if he's around, it's going to be because he feels the change in the culture. If he's not around, I believe that we still may have some years to look forward to get right.
And that goes with it with Jordan McGee. I mean, he got, like you said, that's a good example of what. Look at Joe. For anybody who knows Jordan McGee, if Jordan McGee might run across the show at any point in time, or run across anything else, that's related to this, go look at Lorenzo Alexander. Go look at Antonio Pierce. Go look at those Derek Smith. Go look at even Mayo. Go look at them guys and what them guys did, even whether it was special teams or whenever they got an opportunity to play, they played and played well, and they end up becoming superstars. I mean, of course, for Antonio Pierce, he ended up winning the Super Bowl as the starting linebacker for the New York Giants in the biggest upset in the history of the game. He was the starting linebacker over there in New York. So, I mean, you can say what you want about them guys, but them guys, man, Antonio Pierce was solid, and he had a solid career, and now he's in the coaching, and he's had a long career based on many of the things he's done. But it started in Washington. It started in Washington on special teams and just doing some of the roles that even though we might have had someone in front of him, I think Trotter might have been in front of him at one point in time, and Armstead, or whoever we had in front of him, he showed why he needed to be on the field. You know what I mean? So, just go look at those guys and look at what they did and look at how they did it. And I'm
rooting for him. I'm rooting for him. I'm really proud of him too, being out there.
Yeah. So shout out to Jordan McGee. You know what I'm saying? My grade on Jordan McGee, I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna give that a B+, because I just think that we really needed a guy like that. We really needed a linebacker. We did not bring back Mayo. I think it was a couple linebackers.
Khalid Hudson gone, and Mayo.
Hudson gone. Barton is gone. So yeah, we needed to fill that spot again. Y'all know I'm going on. I'm gonna go on who we could have gotten, and at 5th round, 139. I think this is one of the better players that was still left on the board. So I'm gonna give him a B+ on this. It's one of my favorite picks. You know what I'm saying, on the board. For that night. Let's move right along. We got one more pick after this. We got. At the 5th round, 161. We got this one from the earlier with Philly. This is Dominique Hampton, a safety from Washington. What you got on him?
I could start because I didn't really scout him as much as I would have liked to.
Okay.
But I will say I do agree with what Big Son said. He is a hitter. You get what I mean? He's definitely somebody that from Dan Quinn's previous defenses or safeties and stuff, you need a enforcer, a Cam Chancellor, Keanu Neal. You know what I mean? You need an enforcer. So I think from what I've seen, he is a very good enforcer. I've seen that he is a developmental player. And so in that sense of him being a developmental player and an enforcer, I think that he may fit in that role. But right now, he might not get a lot of playing time until he develops a little bit. So just look for him to be like a special teams guy. So I'm gonna give this. I can't really give him a grade. So I'm gonna use V's incomplete until I kind of see a little bit more on him.
Okay. What you got on Dominique Franklin, V?
All right, so we got Dominique Franklin from Washington, 6'2", 215 pounds. I like the pick. Because it's a Dan Quinn pick. You have Jeremy Chin, who is a tweener between linebacker and safety. And I like the ability with the Jordan McGee pick to shuffle around the looks on what you're going to get pressure wise. Also with Dominic Hampton, he's got 10-inch hands, which is the 80th percentile of all D backs. And also, 10-inch hands gets in there to the ball. That's great hand size. It's actually bigger than Kawhi Leonard, if anybody knows that. No pause. His wingspan is a 79 and 7/8, which is the top 95% of all D backs. His 40 time was a 4.5. He's in the top 70% of that. His 10-yard dash is 1.55. He's only in the top 67% of that, but not bad, above the top 50%. His vertical is a 39, which is at the top 88%. His three cone is a 6.8, which is the top 78%. His shuttle is 4.14, which is 69%. His weight at 215 is 72nd, which is the sixth heaviest back in all of the D backs. His arm length is 33 1/4, so just top 84%. And that his bench press was only 20, but he was in the top 80% of all D backs in his bench press. So that's 225 at 20 reps. And that's 10 pounds more than he weighs. That's not bad at reps for D backs. A lot of D backs be in the teenage numbers and shit like that. Mm-hmm. Out of overall grades, is a 5th round pick at that. A late 5th round pick. He's a 80 grade. So we got the same grade for him as we did for our linebacker, and maybe 1.4 less than our 3rd round pick in McCaffrey in the 5th round. Links on how the player ranks versus other prospects. When the QB rating when targeted was a 91%, tackling 3%, run defense 75%. Let me see. Pass defense, coverage 68%, zone 66, man press 60%. He had 3-star grade. Let me see. Bam. Oh, okay. He was he won the he didn't win, but he competed at the track level while he was at high school in the 100 and the 200 meters. So he has track experience. He redshirted as a freshman in Washington. I do know that last year he was the team's leading defensive tackler, 109 tackles. He earned all Pac-12 honorable mention. He had 14 pass deflections and 2 interceptions in his career. Those 2 interceptions came last year. I didn't dislike this pick. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just go straight into my opinion outside of the draft profile. His stats last year, for anybody that was unaware or didn't keep up with it, in Washington was 108 total tackles, 64 solo, 2 interceptions. His only 2 interceptions of his career. The year before he had 42 total tackles. The year before that he had 30 total tackles. So he was very, very active this year. He had pretty much 2 more tackles than he did total his first 2 years playing. So the 108 tackles is actually outside of leading the team. That's crazy. He actually had almost like a Cameron Curl type of season. And where Cameron Curl was drafted at, for him to have those same type of numbers that Cameron Curl did his final season with Washington, that's a great prospect on getting him this late in the draft. And he's 6'2", which is a difference maker as far as height and size in the safety position. You got Jeremy Chin for 2 years, I believe.
Yeah.
So if that doesn't go the way that you would like it to, or work out the way you want it to, then you have options there where, you know what I'm saying, you got a possible replacement if anybody doesn't work out in the scheme that you are planning to run. Ultimately, I think that Dan Quinn, hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
My bad. Ultimately, I think that Dan Quinn, like I said, everybody that I'm looking at, their draft profile is their motors. Every single one, everybody had a high motor. And that, I believe, is a part of his principle in playing good football. Just sound football, everybody being to the football, one man, one ball, you know what I'm saying? One band, one sound type of thing, where everybody's active. I don't care about one person making the tackle. I need everybody making the tackle. And with that mentality, with having somebody like a Bobby Wagner who wants to be every single play, or usually has to be at every single play, if guys can make plays before he gets there, you extend his possible career. So let's just say that there's an opportunity to get somebody who's a better player at a position we may need, and you don't want to get that guy that's at middle linebacker, and Bobby has another year because he's only got 85 tackles because everybody's else so active to the ball. That's a great opportunity for your team to have an opportunity. You know what I'm saying? That's a great situation to put your team in. If he has to get 140 tackles and it's still within scheme, that just goes to show you how much of an animal he is. But it also will show you how important it will be to replace that particular position. I think that there's so many guys that are getting paid, even if it's just a little bit of money. So this is the thing about short contracts, in my opinion. Short contracts do one of two things. They either show who the player exactly is, or they get somebody to act a fool because it's going to bring in the money. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So the guys that are hungry, like anybody remember Walt the Wizard?
No, I don't.
You don't remember the Wizard, Walt Williams?
Oh, Walt Williams. Yeah. Okay.
Bruh.
Yeah.
So Walt Williams, interesting fact, in the playoffs. I know this is off subject, but it's just interesting to go what I was talking about. Walt Williams in the playoffs, scorched, absolutely scorched, absolutely went off. Got his man. All right, had his nickname popping off the whole playoffs. Went out and got like 70 something $million. The next season, trash.
Yeah.
Absolute garbage. Didn't do nothing for the rest of his career. Allen Houston, New York Knicks, $90 million after heating it up. Averaged 19 points the rest of his career.
Yeah.
Barely played because of injuries. Like, little do people know, he had to pay that. He had to pay the money back, but New York kept him a job for a long time, underpaying. Because you owed us a lot of money, bro.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, you don't want to get stuck in situations like that. So paying these guys for those 1 year, 2 years, which is decent money. You know what I'm saying? To live in Washington, D.C. and to make $5-10 million in 1 year or 2 years, great money. You're going to get taxed like I don't know what, though. You know what I'm saying? So essentially, you're really going to want to play your butt off for a guy who's either vouched for you in a Dan Quinn, or for an extra opportunity to, like I said, be a mentor, maybe walk into coaching later on, like a Bobby Wagner. All types of situations. We have a few former players that are on the staff here. So again, even if he goes into playing in the now, I stay for another year to mentor or whatever the case may be. If I'm just here to get paid for this year and use that as my mentoring year, and I'm gonna play some football, vice versa. Like, and again, like I said, ultimately, regardless of even if he doesn't stay, you will have 1 year of one of the NFL's best linebackers on your team, in your scheme, in your system. So whatever player you pick, you're going to have a great example of what they're going to have to do. When you're looking at the combine, you're going to be looking at the way players move based on what you had when you were you know what I'm saying, when you had a Bobby Wagner on your staff. I'm on your team.
Right. All right. So what you got something on this one point? Oh no, he already went. Okay, so for me, I'm gonna go first.
I got a B+ on the grades.
I think we got Big Son back. I think you already went over Hampton, Big Son. You got something else to say about Hampton, or?
Nah, I don't.
Okay,
That's
all right.
it.
Well, let me say for me, this is actually my favorite pick. And I'm gonna tell you for a number of reasons why this is my favorite pick. Because I love Dirk Force, right? And I love what Quan Martin brings to the table at safety as well, right? But this guy is my ideal profile for a Dan Quinn. What I've seen with Bobby Wagner, what I've seen work with Bobby Wagner, and what I've seen work with Dan Quinn. you know, that defense, the most masterful, you know, as far as safety wise, you had Earl Thomas on one side, which I feel like could easily be Derek Forrest. I think they have a similar game. You know what I'm saying? Earl Thomas and Derek Forrest. I think their game is real similar, right? So I think you just had it to add the enforcer, as Big Son was saying before you added enforcer. This guy, let's be clear about this. They did go to a national championship, and they came out of a division that had Bo Nix in it. So you had to be able to cover. They had Shador Sanders in it. So you had to be able to cover. They still had, he went against Michael Penix Jr. every day in practice. So you had to be able to cover. You see what I'm saying? So, and again, he went against Rome Aduze and all them guys that they got over there in practice. So I think that he came out of a program and a year with the program and a year from in the Pac-12, where the Pac-12 was really good. Not to mention Caleb Williams. We didn't even mention him going up against Caleb Williams twice and once and beating Caleb Williams. Didn't mention, no, I think Caleb Williams might have beat him. No. I think I'm not
they
sure.
didn't beat them. They ain't beat Washington. Remember, he don't got no wins against the quality teams.
Okay, so yeah, so they lost against. So Caleb Williams. So they beat Caleb Williams too. So they came out in a year where the Pac-12 was really good. I think
Caleb might have beat them their first year.
The first year, right, by one. Yep. So, and for this guy to be a captain, let's remember that he was a captain on that defense. He was a captain. He's a 5-year player for Washington too, because like you said, he redshirted 1 year. So he had the COVID year. So he played with Washington for 5 years. So I think he has a lot of maturity. I think he has a lot of experience. I think for me, this is my favorite pick out of all of them because of where you got him at. For you to get him in the 5th round at 161, a guy who had over 100 tackles for a national championship team. He's 6'2", 220. A lot of people say he's 6'3". He's listed as 6'3" on a lot of people's board. 220, a tackler, and I'm pretty sure his coverage skills can get better. You know what I mean? As he get to see NFL offenses, things like that, NFL quarterbacks, his coverage skills will just naturally get better. I think this is the steal. The one that I say this is the really big steal was this one. What was this pick right here? I think this was a steal. I think Dominique Hampton is a star. If he gets the playing time, I think he'll prove that he'll be really good and be an anchor within this defense. So for me, this is my A platinum right here. This is my A platinum. I haven't been out of A platinum all game, but this is my A platinum.
To add what you were saying, I would just like to say the fact that he's a 5-year player. A lot of these players that we're getting, you know, even Jaden Daniels, 5 years or 4 years, something. Yeah. A lot of these players that we're getting, these guys are mature in football. So, you know, not even a lot of guys that we're getting, just guys that came into football and into the NFL this year. These guys have had a lot of time to grow in football as adults. Like I say, in 4 or 5 years, Bo Nix will be 30. So these guys progressing and actually flowering and blooming in college and spending that amount of time, I think they are coming in season and not like years prior. These COVID kids that came out of college got some seasoning on that grill, on them grapes. So I like that.
Definitely. So this is my steal. This is my A platinum right here. This is out of all the players we went through today. Again, I was all right on all of them. I felt like they were great picks, whatever. But this one matched need. It matched what I would like to see. I would like to see an enforcer back there. No offense to Chan, he can still be that and all of what he's probably going to bring to the table. That's fine. But I see this as the start, as the potential starter this year going into it. Because this is not a young buck by any means. He just ain't played in the NFL yet. But that don't mean he's a young buck. This is
hey, you know something interesting right now? I can't find how old he is online. I'm looking. I can't. Also, 23. He's 23 years old.
Okay. See. Okay.
He'll be 20. He'll be 24 during the season. So like,
just for the fans out there, in a regular season, the latest a guy normally you get him is at 21, 22 maybe. That's the latest you get a guy. This guy's 23 now. By the time the season starts, he might be 24.
No, he will be. He will be.
Okay, he'll be 24. So that's 3 years extra that you get with this guy coming out of school. So that's 3 extra years. Normally they come out maybe 21, 22. So you get about 2, at least 2 to 3 extra years here. And so I mean, this is my steal. If you asked anything, this is my steal of the draft right here. You got him so late.
And he signed a 4-year deal.
Oh, and he signed a 4-year deal. That's crazy that they even gave him a 4-year deal. So they might have known this thing in the fifth.
Remember I said though, look, guess what? It's a win-win, especially for Josh Harris in the agreement with what you were talking about. And we won't go into all of that, but what you was talking about, your stance on Josh Harris, because I'm getting a 5th round pick for 4 years. I'm barely going to have to pay you. If you are good, the only thing that you could do is go to the Pro Bowl one of these years in some crazy way, and we gotta and I gotta try to restructure or re-sign you because you might hold out or something like that. That's the only thing to win in this contract situation. Because again, at 28 years old, I'm not saying that nobody gives you no money, but you as an NFL safety or player at 25, 26 years old, like you said, if you're getting drafted at 21, 22 years old, you're supposed to be getting ready to go into your biggest contract of your career at 26 so that you're paid until you're 30 years old, 31 years old. That's a 5 or 6 year deal. You know what I'm saying? So to years old, you can understand if nobody's trying to give you 70, 80 million as a 30 or 31 year old if you aren't exactly like the number one guy on the team or something like that. That's completely understood. And they're not even trying to do that nowadays, depending on who you are. So it's understandable. But again, with a Kirk Cousins getting what he's getting, money's money. You know what I'm saying? So people will spend it. But at the same token, at 28 years old, if you're at your peak, like if you play for us for 4 years and you at your peak at 28, I'm not re-signing you when I know someone's coming out at 20.
Yeah, that's true. And then, you know what? I think this and this is about to be a really interesting point. The COVID years may have pushed the NFL, the NIL deals, because you was dealing with guys who was 22, 23 still in school. They ain't getting no money. So at the end of the day, they got responsibilities, they got lives, they got this stuff. These are not kids by that time, 23, 22, and they could not go to the NFL because of the COVID stuff. They wanted to opt to stay in school. And again, I don't know if the NCAA even have enough players, quality players to push their product. So I believe that COVID year stuff could have pushed the NIL to where you see it now.
You made that may have been the greatest analysis about that I've ever heard. I ain't gonna lie, that was really smart, bro. Not that you're not, no disrespect.
Right. Yeah,
I could really see that being it. Like you said, that one, the COVID year that kept athletes from being able to play, so that stopped everything. And then for the fact that if all of those players would have left, you would have had a whole year where players that were supposed to come out wouldn't even have been able to play. And then the following year, all of the juniors that would have needed the time to get in, it would have just created it would have been a chaos. It would have been chaos because a lot of players would have wanted to go into that portal. You know what I'm saying? A lot of players would have transferred, even a lot of Alabama players, because they go a lot, unless you're that much talented, they go a lot with seniority. So if you are a junior and it's a senior ahead of you, you're going to get time, but you got to sit behind the star guy. That COVID year would have made that senior have to sit another year, and then the junior would have aged a year, which means he would have been a senior, and they would have had 2 seniors on the same team that both fighting for the same minutes. Not to say they wouldn't have worked, or they couldn't have got drafted, because we've seen that too, but that'd have been a lot to ask some coaches to try to split minutes to do.
Yeah, and then the players really don't, the guys who were coming out really don't have a lot of experience because they lost 2 years based on COVID. And then even in the first COVID season, remember, they cut the schedule down to 5 games. So those guys didn't even get a season.
But that's why I said that's why some of them numbers was low on some of them jumps. Again, the stat stuff is not keeping up with it, because I've noticed that too. The stat stuff is not keeping up with it. This is actually having full seasons for those years, and some teams, but I don't even recall it being a national championship that year.
It was one, but it was weird. The whole thing.
No, I think or was that basketball that I think it was basketball that they voted a champion in.
Right. Right. I'm
College
not. I don't know. I can't even speak on it. I can't remember back
No,
then.
no, it was college basketball. Football
Okay.
football still played because COVID didn't get announced in America till March.
Right. Until
You know
March.
what I'm saying?
You're
Yeah,
right.
so college they had a NCAA jump, but football, but the college
Yeah.
basketball had a paper champion that year.
Even with the NBA, if you remember, they was doing the whole bubble thing. I mean, the experience was weird. For even in the NFL, it was no fans in the stands, and in college,
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
literally no fans. In the
Wrestling, they had fake faces and
stands.
stuff in the stands.
It was
It,
a
it
mess.
was a debacle. It was a debacle.
It was a mess. So you wouldn't, your product just would have fell off in a very big way unless you found a way to an incentive to keep the quality guys that you knew were quality. You had to keep them there. The Bo Nixes of the world, the Michael Penixes of the world, even the Jaden Daniels of the world. You had
Nah,
to
no,
have an incentive.
I don't think Jaden is in that group. Like
No,
even
it
though
might not be.
he is in age, but I don't think he was the prospect that they
No, he
expect. Like I
wasn't.
think that
You're right.
LSU
Right.
year or both of them years in LSU was like, what the heck?
You're right.
But because
Right.
Caleb was so big last year, and like you said, selling the product, Bo Nix is in that same division. You know how I ain't gonna say how old Bo Nix is because that's not fair to say he old, but at the same time, you know how long he's been playing. So for him to be in the same division with Caleb Williams, not saying that that's what drove Caleb's winning a Heisman, because again, I feel like he deserved it in based on this. But
Oh.
you have a lot of eyes in that division. You know what I'm saying? Then you send Dion there this next year. You know what I'm saying? Michael Penix in Washington is very good, but he's the young guy. So
Yeah.
Washington actually did a lot better than you may have anticipated. And not saying that not even to feel like it's fixed, but just more so to say that Washington may have had a better anticipated year than you anticipated. Like I said, Caleb lost Jordan Addison. Okay, well, you expect that USC is going to go out and recruit. You know what I'm saying? And maybe because Cliff Kingsbury knows he's leaving after Caleb leaves, maybe he does a bad job in recruiting, or maybe doesn't do as good a job because maybe, not saying he know where he's going to go, but maybe he knows that he's going to leave when this quarterback leaves. This is my chance to get back in the league once this guy leaves because of how good he's going to be. So I don't do the greatest job to recruit the following season. And like I said, with Chase Daniels, a former quarterback, saying that he felt like Chase was kind of like just making up things as he went along in the offense because he was getting bored and stuff like that. I also feel like that kind of played a part in Cliff Kingsbury's the way that the offense or the way that it looked like he managed them. Like, okay, well, I'm gonna show you how to beat the pressure. So instead of it actually being pressure, let's make something up and throw the ball, but let's throw it with accuracy. Let's throw it on point, like the way that you're supposed to do things. And those are the things that really stood out on tape for him to me, where it was like, hey, bruh, if he could, if he can do some of the things in the backfield like Aaron Rodgers is able to do, or how Russell Wilson was able to do in certain instances, he's going to be able to win in some of those situations. It's the can he play in a regular offense without having to do all of that is what the question is going to be. Because again, if you get bored in a game, it's a game, but it's a game that everyone's taking serious here except for you. If you feel like you can get bored and start making stuff up.
I agree.
Now, don't get me wrong. Didn't Mahomes make the same game look like it was a game by throwing across his body, no look passes and stuff
But
like that?
but Mahomes wowed us with that arm at first, though. Wowed us with them 70-yard bombs to Tyreek Hill. That's what really got our attention initially. At least that's what got mine.
I think I already knew his arm talent was there. Like it was another quarterback that played for Northern Illinois. And I am not sure. I don't think Northern Illinois and Texas Tech are in the same division. That's not why I'm saying this. I have an odd thing. It's maybe my thing. I don't even know why I'm saying this on air, but I got an odd thing with color recognition. So every team that has the same colors, like they all are the same team until I actually like look at the jerseys and see it. Right. So the whole time I thought that there was a quarterback around the same time that Mahomes was playing with Texas Tech with Northern Illinois called Jordan Lynch. Jordan Lynch was a beast in Northern Illinois. Didn't pan out in the NFL, but he was a beast in Northern Illinois. And I kept thinking that Mahomes, because Mahomes was, again, super light-skinned, so I kept thinking they was the same player. And when I went back and looked at it and was like, oh, this is Texas Tech. It was like, oh, they run a different offense. Lo and behold, I'm back and looking at
looking at things that Mahomes was doing, because I'm thinking that it's the same time. Like I'm looking for this player because Jordan Lynch was like 230, 6'2", 6'3", 230, but he could run. You know what I'm saying? And he wasn't like the Michael Vick and all that, but he was like a pilot, like a Josh Allen. You know what I'm saying? He had an arm too. And again, Northern Illinois wasn't no good team like that, but he made them good. So, in college, they be having them stories type of thing. So I used to watch him. But I watched this game with Mahomes one night, and Texas Tech runs the air raid from me playing college football, and I know their offense and stuff. And they hadn't, I forgot their coach name, but Kingsbury was their coordinator. Was he their head coach?
Yeah, I think he was the head coach.
I think he was the head coach.
Yeah,
I think Kingsbury was the head coach. So this the first time that I heard about him, because he had went to coach who was that, Baker after that, or Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
But before that, like I said, I seen Mahomes, and bruh, that air raid offense, bruh, he was striking in that jump, bruh.
He had Baker and Kyler Murray at the same time at Oklahoma.
Yeah, but Mahomes at Texas Tech was letting that jump go, bruh. I didn't think he could throw 70 yards, but he wasn't Joe Milton, because their offense wasn't always downfield, but he was similar to Jay and Daniels and Caleb as far as just getting the ball downfield, bro. And the flick pass,
right,
like how he get it out his hand, it was fast. And I'm always impressed by quarterbacks who got that type of wrist. You know what I'm saying? Because it take a lot to like, especially if it's a spiral pass. Again, I used to play quarterback. I'm a lover of football. I used to love football in the street. And anybody know that a regular football or a Nerf football. I want a Nerf football, because a Nerf football with a spiral is like one of the most beautifulest things in the world. Yeah. And it's got a little bit more grip than a regular football. But if you can throw a spiral with a football like almost all the time, oh, you're my favorite quarterback. I don't even care if you throw interceptions. The pass so pretty, I just believe you can get it to me.
Yeah. Jeff George. That's why we made Jeff George our quarterback. You know what I'm saying? But let's go to the last pick. We got John Baptiste.
I can go first on this one.
Let's go. Boom. John Baptiste, which is our
Notre Dame.
We call it Mr. Irrelevant. Yeah, Mr. Irrelevant. The Washington Redskins, Mr. Irrelevant, John Baptiste. He went 222nd overall. Javante John Baptiste, that's his name, full name. He's an edge rusher from Notre Dame. Which I got on John.
What's his name?
Javante John Baptiste.
Javante.
His first name.
Yeah.
Real quick, can I hop in?
Go ahead.
Go.
Yeah.
All right, man. Y'all gonna jump down my neck when I say this one. But I really like the guy. He kind of reminds me a little bit of what's the guy who used to play with us back in the day with a rack polo, who was on the other side, who came from San Fran?
Who was on the other side of the rack? That's a good question.
I remember Kerrigan on the other side.
Carter.
Andre Carter.
Was it Carter?
He was good.
Yeah.
Andre Carter.
Man, hey, look, y'all. I said I ain't watching no film on him. But while y'all was talking, I just decided to watch a little bit on him. The boy got good eyes. I like the way he looks in the backfield for the runner. I like the way he tracks down the quarterback as well. He's good on stunts. He reminds me of a mixture. If you could put Obata and Andre Carter in one, that's him. He's very athletic. He can do a stunt and run a stunt to the tee and get to the quarterback and get to the runner as well and short down the distance. That's what I got so far of the kid. Being as though where we got him at, I'm gonna call him John the Baptist, because the kid is out there working hard and he's saving souls on his side. But on the other side, I feel bad for you. So on that grade, I'll give it a B+.
Okay. What you got?
I actually like him. He's a transfer. He actually started at Ohio State, where he got I believe like around 4.5 sacks, in his first year with Ohio State. He's an impact player. You know, I'm going to go out and say right now, I think that this is an A+ pick, especially for the 7th round. You got somebody that is going to give these edge rushers some competition right out the back. I do agree with what Big Son said. I think he is a very good instinctual edge rusher. You know, I think he got some really good size and length to him. He about 6'5". I think he's going to need to put on some weight, but maybe not. I mean, he's around like a 250. I think it was 253 or something like that. And I really did. Once I got to him, I really got a chance to look at some of his film and see what he did with Notre Dame and see and he's really good at like diagnosing the play. And I don't know if the scouts see it the same way, but what I seen he diagnosed some very good running plays, some change of direction plays. He's able to change direction, and it seems like he got a really heavy motor. I really like this pick. I definitely think it's an A+ pick, especially for a 7th rounder. If you get some value like that, and even though I have not brought this up, I'm going to say it here. A team captain in the 7th round, they got a high motor and good length at an edge rusher is a steal. How I look at it,
Yeah,
you know.
I agree.
So he has a lot of upside, and I think that that's going to be very, very important moving forward. Because I think he's even if we're not looking at him saying right off the jump that he's going to play or whatever, he might make the team just by his impressiveness. You know what I mean? He looks like to me a mixture of like a Jason Pierre-Paul and like a Montez Sweat a little bit, you know? Just very instinctual. And I really like that.
Okay. What
All
you
right,
got?
so um, I I'll go over the player overview real quick and then get my personal opinion. He's 6'5", 240 pounds. So they have him as 255 on the NFL jump. So that may have been his pro day or his pro visit weight. So he gained some weight during the off season to get ready for the season. I do like that, knowing that you got to be prepared for the NFL. At end 255 is a little light, but he runs a 4.640, which is in the top 86% of all edge rushers in the draft this year. Told y'all a lot of the guys came out a little slow. I'm not sure if it was just, maybe a little off-season rust, whatever the case may be. But 4.6 is not bad for a defensive end. He had 34-inch vertical. His weight, though, was in the lower percentage of the linebackers coming up. So the 255 to work to was very good to get to. We got a 79 out of 100 grade with the 7th round pick. He was one of the higher graded players that we got at that round in comparison to other teams in some situations. He also was a four-star recruit, which is actually one of the higher recruits out of all of our picks. The last 3 guys that we went over were all 2 or 3 star graded guys before they made their impacts in college. So not to say that projections or these recruiting jumps are everything, but he kind of held up to his grade basically all throughout his college career. And he didn't have a lot, but I think why his grade was so high is because he had good production in the limited amount of times that he played. So he doesn't have a season where he has over 500 snaps, I believe, until his last season. So his last season at Notre Dame, he only had 527 snaps. He had 28 tackles, 13 assists to make that about 41. He had 28 stops for tackles for loss, which is a lot. Wow. Yeah. As a pass rusher, he had 28 total pressures and 23 QB hurries, 10 quarterback hits, and 5 sacks on the season. But that was only in 500 snaps. So I think that you got a lot of production, and that's the most snaps he's had in his career. Like I said, Leo said he was with the Bucks earlier. The Buckeyes, I mean, he had 158 snaps his first year, 313 his second year.
207 his first year, 158 his second year, 313 his third year, and 241 his last year there. He transferred out to Notre Dame for his fifth year as a senior and got 527 snaps. So even if he did start, there was rotation at his position. He didn't cry about it, didn't ask to go somewhere else. He stood up, did what he had to do, and got himself drafted in the league. It's going to be about, again, outworking the last man. And that's got to be the mentality of anybody drafted in the seventh round, is that you got to go out here and outwork everybody. Your job is not to necessarily make the Washington Redskins. It's to make a team, period. You're going to get 3 games in preseason, 2 games in preseason. I don't even give you 3 games because the third game usually goes as the warm-up game. So you got off season and the 2 games in the preseason to see if you can make this team. And I don't see why you can't, because we are at a light edge rush position. It's going to be about your motor and what you can do. I will add that his strengths is that he has a lethal spin move and the pure speed to close quickly, possesses accurate snap anticipation and timing to beat blockers off the edge, plays with leverage at the point of attack, whether inside or outside, keeps his eyes in the backfield when inside, and moves linemen to either side with strong hands, like Big Son said. While Jean-Baptiste has the flexibility to dip and bend under tackles, what makes him truly dangerous is his ability to counter. He explodes off the line of scrimmage, playing with low pad level and violent hands. Jean-Baptiste converts speed to power effectively enough to put an offensive lineman into the QB's lap. Looks the part, possesses a long athletic build with room for additional muscle mass, flashes a burst off the snap, good enough to cross the face of collegiate tackles and put him in position to make big plays behind the line of scrimmage. He only has 3 weaknesses on the scouting report, and everybody else that I have for us has at least 4 or 5. Not that they're bad or tumultuous, but for him to be a 7th round pick and be an edge rusher, he only has 3 weaknesses, which are, because he's a bit stiff as an athlete, a transition to 3-4 outside linebacker might be a stretch. So we run the 4-3, so that's not really a weakness, but I'm just going to name that so that that's what's on there. Lean
We
lower
might
body.
end up going to 3-4 though, so I don't know, because they were saying that more than likely we will have some sets where we are for 3-4 because of Newton. They said they was going to try to get Newton, Payne, and Allen on the field together. So if you can get them 3 on the field together, more than likely you're going to be in the 3-4 set, unless
I like
it's
it.
like
I wouldn't want to convert to 3-4 completely, but I like that. I like if you got a set of like some nickel type of stuff. Because again, if Martin and Sandstrill is your inside corners, you got tackling from one side, you got a hustler on another one that can cover, and both of them can cover, and you still got your safeties out there, and you still got Wagner. And who would you put in the inside with Wagner?
Right.
Jamin Davis, maybe.
Nah, you could probably put Louisville right there. You probably could put Louisville right there and put Jamin and put Jamin and McGee on the outside, or Jamin and Chin on the outside. Because again, you still got Chin if you're going to use Hampton. If Hampton's not going to start and Martin's a safety, you can go one high safety with Forrest. Martin would be your tight end or running back type of guy, or spy. You still can use Chin in that same formation on the other side or above that if you want to double the safety later. I mean, you got some interesting looks, and the cornerbacks, like I said, if they want to go length on the cornerback on outside, you got Mike Davis, who's like 6'2", 6'3". You got Noah Ingabay that's like 6'2". You got St. Juice that's 6'2". Forbes could play on the inside. If I'm not sure, but I know Forbes is an outside cornerback, but Forbes could play on the inside. Sandstrill on the inside. You can use those guys as scheme guys in coverage, basically to play the ball rather than play the man, depending on how you're looking at it. Like I said, we got some interesting options. I think our defense is going to be really good. I'm not sure. I believe their motto is based on, again, I'm going off their word and what they're going to try to do. And what Joe Witt wants to do is get pressure, and he wants to cause turnovers. So I know that that's every defense's mantra, but I know Rivera's is not. I know that that's not Rivera's mantra. You know what I'm saying? I can say that for watching it, and I can say that for knowing football as much as I do, and having an uncle who's older than me by 20 years that told me that even when he was playing, he was the same way that he coaches. So there's not there's a get a turnover if you're talented
enough, or if the court, like what William Jackson was saying, the way William Jackson played defense, not to drag this on, but the way William Jackson played defense when we had him, what he does is read the offense and what they like to run. The defense that Rivera ran, which makes no sense of why they let him go or why they didn't just play man on the side, because he would have been able to shut down one side of the field in that defense, which would have helped out the entire defense. I have no idea what type of sabotage move that was to let him go when they did. And it destroyed his career, in my opinion, but I have no idea why they did that.
Yeah, I agree with you there. That was a head scratcher to me.
First game had a pick in like the first 12 plays or first 20-something plays.
Yeah, I think he would have been really good if they would have gave him an opportunity to just get mastered, just to get acclimated on what they wanted to do all the way.
How it looks kind of crazy because you end up playing man the following season that we just played and got burnt in.
Yeah.
You end up putting a rookie in a position that you let a top cornerback at the time that you signed him go.
Let him walk, and then you draft the rookie and put him there.
Yeah, that don't make sense unless it was all, like I said, all the point and just letting it all go downhill. Like I said about Dallas.
Yeah, I'm lost on that one. That one, that William Jackson thing. Yeah. Did everybody go? It's on me now. So with this one, I like this pick. Y'all know I'm a Notre Dame fan. One thing I will say about this dude, don't get it twisted. This dude can sack the quarterback, and he can set the edge. All of that, when you think you muscling the edge with him, you're not doing it. And he does get a lot of tackles in the backfield, and he gets a lot of sacks. One thing people might not realize is he's been on a roster he's a 6-year player on the roster. The first year, I believe he was hurt. So in 2018, but he's been on the college roster since 2018, and he played through the 2023 season. So he has a lot of experience, you know what I mean? And he shows it out there. There's no doubt about it. He is ready. So this is another player that I think that we drafted who comes ready to go. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is one of the better picks. And this is one. Oh, yeah, we didn't get your grade, Vito, before I go. Yeah, what grade you got?
Oh, I got a B.
Okay, B. Okay. This is the B. Point, did you get what grade you had? Point on this?
I gave him an A+.
A+. What you got on this, big son? Before I continue.
B+.
B+. Okay. So yeah. So for me, this is one of the. Wait. I thought somebody was gonna chime in. This is one of my better picks. This is one of the better picks. I think that we got a lot of value at the end of the draft, especially on the defensive end. I think we just got a lot of value at the end of this draft and the side of the ball. Especially with the last 2 picks might have been the best picks to me. And there's no doubt, I think Jayden Daniels was a given. You had to get Jayden Daniels, especially because you traded Sam Howell. So I think you had to get Jayden Daniels because of that. I think that you drafting Sanat was a given. I think that Newton was not a given. But that's one that just wasn't a given. That's the one that you jumped out on the ledge and you got him, and it should work. You know what I mean? So that one I don't think was a given. I think Coleman was a given. You had to get that. Luke McCaffrey, you had to get a receiver. So back at the end of the draft is after you've gotten all of what you need to get. I think this shows what type of front office we really have. Okay, we got everything that y'all wanted us to get. Now it's our turn to get what we want to get. And I think when you have that, you get to see what type of front office you really got. Anybody can draft Jayden Daniels number 2 overall. Don't get it twisted. That's not a hard pick to pick. Anybody can draft that. But to get some value at the end of this draft, I think this shows some of the better work. And y'all know I'm not all that big on Peters. I'm not all that big on what they're doing. But I am big on these last 2 picks. I'm definitely big on these last 2 picks. I think they got a ton of value. And again, I'm a Notre Dame fan. I think this was a really, 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 really good pick. I think this was a really, really, really masterful pick at the end of this draft. I think this is one of the better picks of the day, for sure. If you ask me, this was one of the better picks. So I'm going to give this an A+. Not an A platinum. They don't get the platinum, but you definitely get the plus. Because this guy, especially if he gets some playing time, especially if and because you let go Shaka Tony, I did not agree with that. I did not agree with that. Y'all let Shaka Tony walk. So this would be a good replacement for Shaka Tony. Because I definitely did not agree with letting Shaka Tony walk. I mean, yeah, he had the gambling thing, whatever the case may be, but I think you should have, in my opinion, or what I would have done is let him play for his job. That's me. And he never really got an opportunity to get on the field much either. So I would have loved to see Shaka because I was big on Shaka Tony. So with that being said, we had John Baptiste. I'm gonna give that an A. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give that an A plus. You know what I'm saying? For sure. I'm gonna give that an A plus. I think that was just a really good pick. That was a really good pick at the end of the draft where you just didn't have a lot going on, but you showed you showed what you could do there. You showed what you could do when you got everybody that you wanted to get. For y'all to pull that rabbit out of a hat. I think that's big. That's big. And another thing people don't realize, he had 10 tackles for a loss the last year at Notre Dame. He had like 4.5, 5 sacks. The last 4 games, I believe he had a sack in each game. And he had 1.5 in one of them. So, I mean, this is a guy who can get some pressure on the ball. He can get some pressure for quarterbacks. There will be no sitting back there if he's in there, and he sets the edge really well, and he does get tackles for a loss. He stays in the backfield. So that scouting report, whoever did it, where'd you get that scouting report, Vito? Whoever did that, whoever did that scouting report, that was a really good scouting report. That was really accurate. That is what he does. That is how he moves. You know what I mean? He stay in the backfield. I mean, for me, it's an A plus. For me, it's an A plus. You know what I'm saying? For me, it's an A plus. So now we went through the whole draft. We got everybody, all the grades out the way, this, that, and the other. So let's get your final thoughts on the full draft. Now we went through player for player. Let's get final thoughts on the full draft. After we've seen everything. And again, just coming up Monday, I'm gonna flash this up there before we get into the final. Well, I'll wait. Go ahead, y'all. Get y'all final thoughts in first. Get your final thoughts in on the draft.
What are you gonna do this? I just go real quick. I give the grade the team an overall A. I think that not only was Jaden a splash pick, I think it was something that the team really needs. We will all miss Sam Howell in our own ways. I, even though don't think he had the best season to give himself a chance, I also think the team was just up in the air. I only am accepting this pick without having any regret about the Sam Howell pick, because at least I know that you have confidence moving forward that this is what you're going to do. Whether year 1 or 2 goes the way that we would like as far as progressing and trying to get a Super Bowl, I at least know that you have confidence that this is who you're moving forward with. At the number 2 through 5 pick, we're all confident on the grades on those players. My incomplete on McCaffrey does not mean that I do not like him. I think he has some things that are going to be useful if he can get them right. I have to see that in play to understand it, because again, the last player we got from Liberty, which was Golden, did not work out. Again, I give them both the same grade as a player because what they did at their schools, but I don't know about giving McCaffrey a grade, because I gave Golden, if anybody remembers, I gave Golden a really good grade. What he was good at, he was really good at, and I just don't think we gave him a chance at what he was really good at. The kid got hurt after running a 20-yard reverse, and I'm not sure he ever ran a reverse in his entire college career. So I'm questionable about McCaffrey. NFL lineage and heritage, I wanted to pick Brendan Rice for the same thing, and I honestly understood why he went so late. I don't agree with him being a 7th round receiver, but I understood why he went so late. But I do appreciate picking a wide receiver. Let's say that ends up being our McCaffrey. I mean, our Marvin Harrison Jr. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily the player that Marvin Harrison is, but being able to have that same lineage is like Ed McCaffrey's a Hall of Famer. Like the father-son relationship, as far as making sure my son's healthy in the right situations, making sure he's approaching the games the right way with the right mentality, things of that nature are things that you can't replicate. Frank Gore Jr. was drafted this year. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. was drafted this year. Joey Porter Jr. was drafted last year. Those Antonio Winfield, Patrick Surtain Jr., like those players, even though they were drafted higher, still have a certain level of football that they get that coaches just can't give them. You know what I'm saying? You can't just get it just because you're naturally talented. To have somebody that's a teacher that's been through every scenario you're gonna go through for the most part is a teacher that you just can't replace. So outside of that pick, I give the team an absolute A. I think in the draft, this is what I was talking about the new team coming in with some culture, understanding the guys that they drafted, having a position and a means to use these guys right away, not just picking them because they were players on the board. And I think out of all of the teams, some teams were reaching and just picking best player on the board, where I said that some teams didn't pick the best player for their situation or their system. I think we addressed everything that we were trying to. Maybe not the player I would have gotten, but I think that because we addressed every position, I feel confident that this staff is at least ready to go into this season.
Okay. Okay. Who you got? What you got, big son?
Okay, for me, it's the guy John Baptiste and Johnny Newton. I want a rebirth for Ian and Andre Carter here. Those are two dogs that we had that played on the line. And with those two guys, I think we can get that rebirth. So my draft grade would be at A- because I had a C+ and I had a B in there, so it couldn't be an A+. So I got one or A. So mine is an A-. And going forward, I just want the staff to realize the magnitude of what rings mean to us around here. We ain't been in a long time, yeah, it's true, but we still bleed birdie and gold. You know, that's why we do this. So at the end of the day, the 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 Harris group took one step in the right direction, like I said, to me. And I'm gonna give them their kudos and give them their flowers. To me, retiring Daryl Green's number. And I said it last time we was on air, and I'm gonna say it again because it needed to be done. It should have been done a long time ago by Dan and his group, but they didn't do it.
They dropped the ball on
And
that.
yeah, they definitely dropped the ball on that. So um, this was another step in the right direction. You know, so going forward, I hope there's many more steps in the right direction. And that's my final thoughts.
Okay. What you got, Point? What you got?
Okay. I know I gave a triple platinum and an A platinum out, but they will not get an A+ from me today. They will get an A. Just a regular old A. The reason being is that I feel like this was a very good draft and they deserve the A that they have. They don't deserve an A- or a B. I believe they do deserve an A. I feel like they, like Rose said, they got a lot of value late in the draft, which is very important for staff. So I think that that's very, very a key thing. Saying moving forward, this might be a better situation. Um, but the reason that I did not give them an A+, because while I do love this draft, they did not address the issue of wide receiver, in my opinion. Now, don't get me wrong, schematically, you might have Jahan Dotson, you might have, and then you might have drafted Luke McCaffrey, but I'm talking about on that outside, do we have a sure number 2 wide receiver that everybody feel confident in, like we feel confident in Terry McLaurin? The answer would be no.
Well, and I apologize to. I know it's your final thoughts, so I don't mean to interrupt, but I do think that with the pickup of Ben Sinnott and with Ertz, even if Ertz is older, just the ability to get open in soft zones and shit like that against man, that may be a little harder. But I also think we may be forgetting what Eckler can bring to the table as that type of back to get open out the backfield outside of Daniel's running.
No, I'm not taking away from none of that. I'm saying on the outside because, and this is why I'm gonna continue on so you can understand where I'm going with this. I feel like the interior of the team has been taken care of at every level in the interior of the team. We have taken care of it. We focused on the offensive line by getting the tackle that we needed in this draft. You know, we focused on tight end because we got Ben Snot. Um, we focused on linebacker because we ended up getting a linebacker. We focused on safety, got safety late, got an edge rusher late. So at every level, offensively and defensively, we focused on, but we did not focus on the outsides. We focused on the insides. So even with the corner choice, even though I love the choice, I think that that's the right choice. I think he's a great, nickel corner, especially going to be a really good nickel corner in the league. It's still not an outside corner. So that is the one thing that I think that they did not address in the off season, where they didn't go get like I said, a number two receiver that everybody believes in. I do feel like we did everything else right. I don't think they got an outside corner that everybody believes in after Forbes didn't have the greatest rookie year. I personally think that our secondary is fine, but looking at what I've seen online and looking at all of the analysts and all of this, nobody talks about we didn't go get a top tier outside corner, even though there were a couple corners available in the draft and via free agency. So
And again, like I said, not to be a pin cushion buster or nothing like that, but just to add some narrative. No other, and I want everybody to know this for everybody that's tuned in still with us. Nobody in the league has covered the fact that we called a shanking of the season.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So our cornerbacks don't really have all of the analysts are basing our cornerbacks on the previous season. That's all that they
yeah,
can do is based
yeah.
on what they saw is what they give us a grade on for our secondary last year. I
Okay.
think that the height that we were able to get on the outside, if Forbes and if St. Juice aren't going to be the starters, because right now Mike Davis and St. Juice are the starters. Emmanuel Forbes
Yeah,
isn't starting right now.
yeah.
So if they go with two taller corners, i.e., like a Nick's, like a Richard Sherman or something like that, you're looking at your coverage on the underneath taking care of business more than you're depending on your secondary. And I think that during the tank season, we
Yeah.
depended very heavily on a Cameron Curl and our secondary to kind of make plays
I get it.
because
Listen, I
seven.
get it. I'm just saying that for the reason that's the reason why I didn't give them the A plus. I only
No, no,
gave
no,
them
no,
the A.
no.
The
Again,
reason, because I feel like they just focused on the middle of the field of the team, and I'm okay with that. I'm happy about that. Not that it's a bad thing, but just on the outsides, that's what they did not focus on, and that will be the only knockdown from an A plus to an A is because they didn't focus on the outsides on the offense, and they didn't really focus on the outsides on the defense, but they hit everything else. They hit every other mark,
do you
and
think that will have? Do you think that defenses will be able to double team Terry McLaurin now, even without picking the outside receiver with the
um.
of Sanat Eckler and Jaden Daniels?
Jaden Daniels kind of changes that a bit, I think. So maybe not, because you need that extra person maybe to spy Jaden Daniels to make sure he don't go crazy on you. So
You have a need to spot. You
I
do need to
think
spot.
Jaden Daniels does open up a situation for wide receivers because he can use his legs. So I think that changes a bit, but um, that will yet to be seen, And so, even though this is a rookie class, and like I said, I'm not knocking anything that they did. This is why I gave them an A, because I do love a lot of the draft picks that they got. The only draft pick that got a B for me was Luke McCaffrey, and I'm really high on Luke McCaffrey. It's just what are they going to do with him? I'm confused on that. Not necessarily saying that it's a bad confusion, but it's like I would like to see what they're going to do with him so I could know, so I could feel comfortable in whatever. Now his grade can easily go up because I do think that he's a good player. You know what I mean? And I think that he be getting a lot of value out of him. But
Anybody the
I
last
didn't
three
love the pick,
Arizona?
huh?
Did anybody remember the last three receivers for Arizona when Kingsbury was the quarterback?
No, but that doesn't matter either
I
because
know
this is a new
Ward was
regime.
there.
I'm gonna say this: this is a new regime, and I expect to see something new
Rondale
out of
Moore.
not only Kingsbury but Dan Quinn as well, and Joe Witt, because you can't just bring the same stuff. Because if that's the case, everybody on Dallas gonna know what you're doing if you're Joe Witt and Dan Quinn, and guess what? Everybody gonna know what what's his name from the Eagles,
Brian Johnson.
Brian Johnson. Yeah, everybody gonna know what he's gonna do, and everybody that played in that division in the best division. I mean the division that's been to the Super Bowl last couple years. You know what I mean? The San Francisco 49ers that's been close every year. So we can't have everybody knowing, especially the top teams in our conference, to know exactly what we're doing. So I expect some switch ups anyway.
So let me ask y'all. Let me ask y'all before y'all go. Who gets the workhorse for this draft? Is it Quinn? For putting together a system that can allow, that would allow for the players that he received that he ended up getting in the draft? Is it Peters for actually drafting the players and coming up with a way that he drafted players, whatever the case may be? Or is it the owner, Josh Hurst, for tanking and getting us the number 2 overall pick, for forcing the tank and getting us the number 2 overall pick? Let's get. I mean, it's Workhorse Wednesday. Who gets the workhorse?
I'm gonna go hard and give my workhorse to Josh Harris for taking for that takes some nuts to do for taking the NFL season. And this is the second part. This is the second part of him. Also hiring Adam Peters and letting Adam Peters kind of run the shit with hiring Dan Quinn and letting them bring some people in and letting Adam Peters do his thing. So this is the only work. Hey, Josh Hurst, if this don't work out, you never get another one. So this is the only one you could possibly get from me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm gonna give it to you right now. Josh Hurst is my workhorse. Workhorse.
Who gets the workhorse? Who gets the workhorse, Vito?
For the off season, I'm gonna give it to.
No, did you hear the options? You got Quinn for coming up with a system that allowed for the players that we picked. You got Adam Peters for actually picking the players, doing the research, getting who he got, and picking them in the order he got. Or you got Josh Hurst for tanking last season and getting us the draft position that we end up eventually gotten because of the tank. Who gets the workhorse?
I ain't gonna lie. I'd have to agree. You got to give it to Josh. Remember, I'm gonna stand behind what I said. Remember what I said about Philly. You got Joel Embiid, who by far today, not ever, not at all time, but today, outside of Jokic, outside of the Joker, is probably the most dominant big man in the league, even over Giannis, for the fact that he can shoot the ball as well.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So yes, you may end up in the same playoff positioning. You know what I'm saying? You may have your bumps and bruises and stuff like that, but you're giving yourself a fighting chance. Now, I don't know about all of the other particulars. Now, you got a Tyrese Maxey to add to that. You had James Harden, like you had Jimmy Butler there. I think they did fumble with the Jimmy Butler thing, but I also think that they didn't want to go defense more than they wanted to add some offense to Embiid. Like Embiid do need help offensively. I don't think a lot of people in the NBA understands Jimmy Butler's just a dog. You know what I'm saying? So I think they just missed on that. I don't think it was really like personal. I just think they just missed. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, you guys have had like those guys have had a season or two where they were just missing a player or two, and then they've started developing. and like where they missed out on Fultz and Ben Simmons on developing those players, even though they made the mistakes, they learned from those mistakes and started drafting. So here's the reason why I did give the team an A, even though I have more than one B on the players. Not that I find anybody bad. I gave them an A because technically I don't have any other grade to give y'all because it's y'all first draft. You know what I'm saying? Like, so outside of what you did addressing need, you did that. Outside of picking splash players would have made me feel better. But what I said about other is, and it's because we don't know what the scheme technically is. So not knowing what the scheme is, I don't understand the players. By me knowing that Dan Quinn is a defensive player, I can completely understand all of the defensive players, regardless of what they may do or how they may do. I understand what he's looking for as a defensive coach. I've seen too many examples of what he's been able to put together. I don't think it's going to look like Dallas. I don't think it's going to look like Atlanta. I don't think it's going to look like Seattle. But I know the same concepts apply. I know the same expectations are there. You know what I'm saying? Right. So defensive players wise, I think they did great. The offensive players, the offensive linemen, the tight end, I would probably give all of the grades ever to. The quarterback, who I've been more impressed with as I've gone along, because again, I wasn't afraid. That's not the right word. I want to say I didn't like Drake May at all, because I felt like not only were you picking Sam Howell 2.0, you're almost walking yourself into every media scrutiny that you could possibly get. And I just didn't think that was a good way to go into the season. Even with the free agencies, it would have killed everything you did in free agency. Right. Caleb Williams was a prospect I was interested in. I think that the team also was very high on him, but also knew that risking the future was not going to be worth that one player. We need more than one thing. And imagine us giving up 5 or 6 picks for just one player, and we got all these other holes. Y'all think y'all cussing now about not getting an outside receiver or outside corner.
Right.
We would not be having the show we having right now. The grade will probably be an F, like all the way around the board, just because of being angry. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, in that regard, I like what the team did a whole lot, bro. I really did. Like I said, the Luke McCaffrey pick even will make sense if I knew what they were running. Like if I knew exactly how to picture the offense, or saying, okay, because I've looked at Kingsbury's numbers. The one thing I can say is that the number one receiver goes absolutely crazy under Cliff Kingsbury.
I agree with that.
DeAndre Hopkins had, like, his first year in the league was absolute bananas. And I'm looking at Terry's numbers, and
Hopkins was with the Texans his first year.
Well, not the first year then, but whenever he got with the Cardinals, Cliff Kingsbury, second year.
Yeah.
So my apologies about that.
Big Son, what you got? What you got on the workhorse? Josh Hurst. Is it Josh Hurst? Is it Adam Peters, or is it Dan Quinn? Who gets the workhorse? Big Son might be. I don't think Big Son with us. I'll go. Okay. So the only reason I'm gonna go with point. This is unanimous, which is gonna be Josh Hurst, because it do take guts to tank here in DC. But this is gonna be the only one you get. This is gonna be the only one you get. I'll give it to you, but it's a couple things. It comes with contingencies. And one of those contingencies is because Vito, as you mentioned, the Jimmy Butler thing. Some players you gotta pay, bruh. Some players you gotta pay and keep them around.
Yeah.
Josh Hurst has gotten to a habit of not wanting to pay players and keep them around. That's not gonna work. Some guys you gotta keep around if you expect to win a championship. Period. Everybody you're not gonna be able to let go and let walk. And then he has a habit of that in Philadelphia with the 76ers, of just when players come, when their contracts up, just let them walk. You know, that's not really going to work here. So some people don't make that a thing here. That is a very bad habit. Some players pay them. Jimmy Butler, you should have paid him. Period. You should have paid him. And as I see Jimmy Butler, believe it or not, I see Bobby Wagner. So if Bobby Wagner has a good season, we on the cusp of doing something great. Do not let him walk. Give him the money that he wants.
No, I don't think it's a be about that. Like I said, if Bobby walked from here, I don't think it's to another team. I think it's a retirement after this. So
Well,
if it's important to bring him back and he wants to play, you give him whatever he wants.
give him,
It's
right.
money anyway.
Right.
Even like you getting $5 million for 1 year. So even if you gave him even if you gave him 10 or 15 for 1 year, it's like having Ray Lewis. Like you don't not sign him.
Right. So that's not somebody you let walk out of the door for just nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like you did Butler. That's not. So some players you just gotta pay. Pay who you need to pay and keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? And walk yourself into a championship. You know, just some players you got to pay. So my workhorse is going to go to Josh Hurst. That is a unanimous decision. Josh Hurst gets the workhorse for tanking, for having the guts to tank. But you won't get another one. Understand, DC is not a place that you can lose and be happy. You're not even happy now, and the fan base is not happy, so don't get it twisted. That tank came with a price. You might not understand that yet, but have another one and watching how much you understand how much price you want to pay for last season if you have another season like that. You know what I'm saying? So you got it. Okay, cool. That's what you felt like you need to do. You put yourself in position to get a Jaden Daniels, whatever the case may be, fine. But don't do it again. Because Jaden Daniels ain't going to be able to save you. Drafting Jaden Daniels ain't going to be able to save you if this season you end up 4-13 again.
I got a question.
Ain't nobody going to be trying to hear that.
I got a question if we got room for it.
Uh-huh.
Do you all compare Jaden Daniels' first season to former quarterbacks that Cliff Kingsbury's has had?
No, because I'm not all that confident in Cliff Kingsbury. Now, again, I got to look more at some film and see what he ran. I have not extensively looked at Cliff Kingsbury. Over the next couple shows, we will dive into, of course, y'all seen the order, but just to let the fans know, we are going to dive into the new coaching staff and what they bring into the table. We haven't got a chance to address that yet. So over the next couple shows, we are going to dive into that. But I haven't watched any film on Cliff Kingsbury yet. So it's hard to say whether I can compare him to the other quarterbacks or not, for me at least.
Well, again, I don't think the Cardinals had a top defense while he was the head coach there. The first 2 seasons were rough. The first season, actually, 2019 was 5-10. 2020 was 8-8. 2021 was 11-6. And then 2022 was 4-13, but that was because Kyler Murray got hurt. Again, that's in coaching because you didn't have a backup plan for that. And not that you are expecting it, because that was his quarterback. Like, he would co-coach him in college and all that. So, again, 2023, they got a new coach and they went the same record. So, that's much. But his best season would be his 3rd year with them. Kyler Murray, although the 3rd season was the best, did not have a bad year in either of the 3 seasons. His first year, even though he was 5-10 on the record, 5-10-1 actually, he was 349 for 542, 65%, 3,700 yards, 20 touchdowns. He had 12 picks, but he had 173 first downs.
20 touchdowns not enough though.
No, I'm just saying what he had. They had Kenyon Drake and David Johnson. And David Johnson was at the end of his being good. So he had 13 games. He only started 9 games, had 345 yards. They had Kenyon Drake. And again, this may be Cliff Kingsbury rushing offense with him, because it got better once he got James Conner, but I don't know if it was them trying to run down David Johnson money or if it was just him not being as good as he was prior years before that. Kyler Murray also, though, had the 20 touchdowns in the air, he added 544 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns.
Okay, so that's 24. That ain't bad. It ain't bad. It ain't great, but it ain't bad.
27 first downs on the ground.
Yeah.
But they didn't have a rushing game. Like I said, altogether they had 9, 14, like 17, 8, maybe 1,800 yards rushing as a team. That's not a lot.
I would like for Jaden Daniels to get 30 touchdowns or better, to be honest. I think that that if you can do that, that solidifies us, especially if we have a halfway decent defense. That will solidify us in a position where we really can make some noise moving forward in the postseason. So
Now
that
at
was
8-8, when they were 8-8 the following season, they had, where is this at? Passing. Boom. All right, so 8-8 the following season. He was 375 for 558. He was 67%, almost 28 yards, 29 yards. Excuse me. Yeah, 29 yards from 4,000 yards, had 39.71, 26 touchdowns, 12 picks. He had 819 rushing yards and 11 touchdowns.
so that's, did you see what I'm saying now? Now you take both touchdowns over 30. That's what I want. Something similar for a Jaden Daniels. I just want 30 plus, 30 plus. Whether, and I mean combined. I don't mean just passing. I mean
I
combined.
understand.
Yeah.
Now, the third year, just because, again, the fourth year, Cliff Kingsbury got fired after that season, and that was because Murray was injured, but maybe it wasn't enough done in the first three seasons. Like that 11-6 year, that was just a good look from him. Maybe the other division was bad. I'm not sure as far as that, like right now. I'm just going off the stats. Third year when they was 11-6, surprisingly, Colt McCoy got two wins. He was 2-1 because Murray didn't
Played
play.
good too. Cole McCoy played good. I remember that year. He
He was
played
on.
good out there.
Murray only played 14 games. In those 14 games, he was 9-5. He was 333 for 481. He was almost 70% in the NFL. He had 37, 87 in 14 games, 24 touchdowns, 10 picks. I'm going to assume that he would have had almost or close to 30 touchdowns if he'd played 3 games. And rushing, he had 423 and 5 touchdowns. And
So that's close to 30, 29.
Games and shit. But yeah, like, so you averaging almost 30 from him in touchdowns. Now, James Conner, interesting enough, on that season that they were, I think this is the 11-5, 11-6. The 11-6 season, James Conner had 752 yards rushing. Chase Edmonds had 592 yards rushing. And like I said, Kyler Murray had 423 yards rushing. But James Conner had 15 touchdowns.
So okay, so that's yeah. Okay. So we know that he basically can produce that out of a running game, which is we're gonna need that. Period. I mean, in order to protect Jaden Daniels, in my opinion.
Yes. Also, in his best year, I think, this is a Zach Ertz season right here as well. So I'll go over the receiving yards just real quick. James Conner had 375 receiving yards, 3 touchdowns. Chase Edmonds had 311 yards on 43 catches, 11 first downs. James Conner averaged 10 yards a catch in that season. He had targeted 39 times, only incompleted twice, got 37 catches. Chase Edmonds was targeted 53 times, only missed 10 of them, got 43 catches in that jump. Rondale Moore was a rookie that season, I believe. He had 64 targets, 54 catches, 435, 8 touchdowns and 1 touchdown. 8 yards a catch, 1 touchdown. Christian Kirk had 77 catches, 982 yards, 5 touchdowns. Christian Kirk is 5'11". Zach Ertz had 56 catches, 574, 3 touchdowns, 10 yards a catch. AJ Green was on this mob. He had 54 catches, 848, 3 touchdowns. DeAndre Hopkins had 42 catches, 572, which is odd because the year before that he was doing all the work. So when they added the taller receiver got some targets and got some yards, but the Christian Kirk, the slack guy, got all of the work when they got another receiver on the outside. And that may be because they had to roll coverage in certain instances and stuff like that too. If a receiver get 1,400 yards, you got to pay attention to him the next season.
Right.
And I don't know if he played every game. He only played 10 games, DeAndre Hopkins, that season. He got injured. So that part of that he missed 6, so he missed 7 games.
Yeah. So I mean, again, we're gonna go over the over the coaches and what the coaches bring. Joe Witt, we're gonna specifically go over what his numbers look like, all the other guys. We're gonna go over that in a later show for sure coming up this week. Just to let everybody know why we still on air. The next show is gonna be the undrafted rookie show. That's on 5/6/2024. And probably we're gonna try to start at 9:30, get it a little bit earlier. And we're gonna try to end at 11:30. But y'all know how we do this. The Nature Show Sports Show. We're gonna try to get all the information in while it's cooking is good, because we know during the season we'll be able to go back and say, nah, we said this, we went over this person, this is what we said, this is what we predicted. A lot of times we be right. A lot of times we be right. Don't even know we right. Probably should bet more on what we say in these shows, but we I know I don't, at least. You know what I'm saying? I always go against it, but we be right a lot of times. So the next show is on 5/6/2024. That's going to be the undrafted rookie show, because the Redskins did get some undrafted rookies. We're going to go over who they are, what they bring to the table, who has a chance to make the team, how they fit into what we do, all of that and all the next stuff going on. For everybody out there watching, the Instagram is at the Nature DC. Just put that up there for y'all. Y'all can go ahead and follow us on Instagram. Put up the Twitter right now. And if you're here on Twitter, you know what it is. But if you don't, make sure that y'all subscribe on the Twitter Twitter X. I just want y'all to know, if I say X, you might not know what I'm talking about. So let's say Twitter/X. This that here go to the handle at DIEIEHARD skins. At the end of that, you know what I'm saying? And one more special thing. This weekend, Point is not even on. He just got off. I wish he would have stayed on so that he could have really gave you the rundown. We got another show, Score the Fight. The Canelo Alvarez fight is this weekend at 10:30. We usually go on air around 10:30. So it's Canelo and Munguia. Canelo and Munguia, that Score the Fight. That's another show that we have, and we run them through the same network. So, you'll be able to come on and tune in. We do the whole play-by-play, you to play the same rundown we do as far as broadcasting. We do it for boxing too. Score the Fight, you know what I'm saying? That's Point B presents Score the Fight, you know what I'm saying? So that'll be this weekend, this Saturday, 5/5. Cinco de Mayo, for all the people out there who celebrate Cinco de Mayo. That's Cinco de Mayo. The Canelo Alvarez and Munguia fight will be this Saturday. So we'll definitely be bringing that to you. Starts at 10:30. So we'll give you some play-by-play on that as well. You know what I'm saying? Anything final you got to say, Vito, while we on?
Nah, man.
Okay. Yeah. So for the guys, you know what I'm saying? It's been a real show. Again, just to put this back on up there, get this back up there for y'all. The next Nature show will be the undrafted rookie show. That's 5/6/2024. That's on a Monday. We're gonna be doing Monday and Wednesdays, probably up until the season start, just to keep y'all acclimated on all the Redskins news, notes, and all the other things. We gave y'all a whole extensive breakdown of all the draft picks that we drafted in the actual draft. And next we got the undrafted rookie shows right after that. And Vito gave you a good preview of how we're going to break down these coaches and the new coaching staff, because we got a whole full new coaching staff, whole new front office. So we're going to break down each of these guys, what they do, what they're supposed to do, and what they have done already, and what their tendencies are, and try to see what this season outlook is. We also got the season outlook coming up, which we'll be able to go through what the other teams drafted. We got a show for that too. Who drafted, what the Cowboys drafted, what the division drafted, what they're out, and then what their seasons and outlook got going on too. So without further ado, that's the Nature Sports Podcast. You are listening to us. Keep rocking with us. We still got people online, man. Y'all been rocking with us for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Haven't lost not one listener. So I thank y'all for listening in. Shout out to everybody out there. Make sure if you're driving, if you're working, whatever you're doing, make sure you're being safe while doing it. So we're going to see y'all on Monday. Keep rocking out with us. Chime in, whatever you got to do, baby. Go back, watch some of the old shows. They are on Twitter, they on YouTube, they on Facebook, whatever you got to do. So see y'all next show. It's the Nature.
Aight.
Workhorse.
Workhorse.